Hello, I'm back. It's time to finish Great Ace Attorney. We got very close last time. Uh I think but I think we probably got a couple more hours left, so yes, live. Perfect. Let me just share this stream link and then we can get started. I'm gonna boot up the game while I do it. There. But yeah, how y'all doing? I'm not talking to anybody yet. We're 30 seconds in. The awkward 30 seconds in window where nobody's actually here yet. Uh Oh wait, hold on. My volume's high. There we go. What? Yeah. Let me hold on. Let me move the webcam over to the what? Steam? No. Steam. Stop it. I'm moving this over here so it doesn't get in the way of how many strikes I have. So when we left off, we started the final case, which is really just a continuation of the case before it, but it's like the final chapter of the story, and we got some big reveals. We found out that the first case of the game was actually the result of an assassination exchange, and that this last case, is the other end of this assassination exchange between two governments, between the British and Japanese governments. Uh, so now we're gonna go into the courtroom and uncover all of that secret government information. 4th of November, 9:30 a.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. I've got a drink. I've got water. And I've got you guys. Let's go. Before we begin today, I have a brief announcement. As with the closed trial 10 years ago, some astonishing facts have come to light in these proceedings. The revelation that the well-known Reaper is actually an organization illegally executing its own brand of justice, and the discovery that a respected yard inspector was at its heart until he himself perished in an assassination plot. Well, shoot, what did I just click on? No, go. I was swiping something off my screen off my phone screen, and it just closed chat. Well, I say to all members of the judiciary here present on this occasion that we will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Counsels, you will undertake this trial with the resolve to pursue the truth until the bitter end. Resolve, yes. That's my intention. My lord, if I may inquire, the defendant may speak. On what grounds is Kazuma Asogi permitted to continue in his role as prosecutor? He has admitted to colluding with the victim in a plot to assassinate an innocent man. He shouldn't be enjoying the privilege of freedom, let alone be leading the prosecution. I submitted a written petition to Lord Strongheart, requesting that the judgment of my transgressions be delayed by 1 day. You did what? Yeah, he's allowed to just stand up here and continue to be the prosecutor while he was just a part of an assassination mission. Like, I don't know. So basically, he claims he was assigned to assassinate Jigoku, but the Assassination Exchange says he was assigned to assassinate Gregson, the actual victim. So I don't know, like I don't know if he's actually did the killing, because he says he didn't kill anyone. Technically, he never stated that he was sent to assassinate Jigoku. He used vague, I'm technically telling the truth language. So my working theory is that he was also telling the truth about not killing anyone, and that Jigoku killed Gregson. But I also don't know. I mean, we'll find out. Either way, Kazuma's definitely hiding something. My whole life for the last 10 years has all been leading up to this one day. Kazuma, whatever the outcome of this trial, I give my word that I will accept whatever punishment is deemed appropriate, however severe. And I suggest you prepare yourself for the same, Reaper. Kazuma is bristling with hostility today. I get the distinct impression we're heading into very dangerous territory. Finale of the game territory. I get the distinct impression we're heading into dangerous finale of the game territory. Is that really even Kazuma-sama standing before us? As an extreme exception to normal practices, I have granted this prosecutor's request. The defense finds this acceptable, I presume. What if we don't? What if we don't find it? Isn't it actually a massive conflict of interest for him to be prosecuting this case? I don't know who else would prosecute it, but... Yes, my lord. Okay, guess we're going with it then. We gotta trust Kazuma that he's not the killer and he's going to expose the truth. And not just, like, hide the truth. In that case, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the closed hearing of Baruch von Zeeks. The defense is ready, my lord. The prosecution is more than ready. I was born ready. Okay, let's chill. Just chill. Like, it wouldn't be an Ace Attorney stream if I didn't randomly go and make, like, karate noises at some point. I don't know. Very well, then. This preamble has taken long enough. Prosecutor Masugi, begin! As you wish, my lord. The prosecution calls the first witness to the stand. Bring Sashiro Jigoku into the courtroom. At last, then, we've reached the final battle. What is going on with my headset right now? He's putting literally everything on the line now in order to get to the truth. Discombobulate! Recombobulate! Come on, Ryunosuke. It's time for that steely resolve, because this is going to test it to the limit. Jigoku, the judge from Japan. Sashiro, whatever. I'm not saying his name. Ah! So it was you who issued this, was it? Your subpoena? I did what was necessary. Ha 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 ha! Well, look what the young man has become. I didn't think I'd see the day when you'd take that tone with me, I must say. The witness will ensure his responses are pertinent to the questions asked. I've got two judges. Judge off. It's a judge off and a foreign law student off in the benches. My name is Sashiro Jigoku, a Supreme Court judge from the Empire of Japan. 16 years ago, this man came to London as a visiting student. 6 years later, he returned to Japan. Music's kind of loud. Hold on. As well as presiding over the Supreme Court, he is also currently Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. I am, of course, fully aware of Mr. Jigoku and his preeminent roles. I invited him personally to the International Forensic Science Symposium as a representative of his country. I hear he also played a key role in the conclusion of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. And they were planning to assassinate him? Weird. I don't know who they is. The Reaper organization was planning to assassinate him. It was a great honor to be involved in the negotiations. I put my all into that treaty. There's definitely still a lot of information we have to be revealed, because it's not just who killed Gregson, it's who, like, what's the motive and deal going on behind both of these assassination scenarios, and how do they, like, they're, like, international secrets are about to be revealed. Judge Jigoku, I must ask. Well, I never. Fancy the young murdering student turning up here of all places. I prosecuted your first trial. I mean, I judged your first trial. You're fine. You're good. You acquitted me yourself, and now I'm a practicing defense lawyer. Yes, and full of self-importance like your friend across the courtroom, I see. You came here to London by invitation to the International Forensic Science Symposium. But then, without informing anyone of your plans, you took flight to France. And took flight? I'd have to object to that turn of phrase. Then explain yourself. What exactly were the circumstances? This is like... This has been broken for so long, I just kind of like fix it into place when I put the headset on. There we go, that's a little better. No, it's not. Okay. Yes. I don't... Okay, yeah. I'm like... I think I'm just noticing it more. Well, I was somewhat expecting this. I'm sorry to say. I decline to comment. What? Why are you here then? Leaving the country prematurely when I was an invited guest may be questionable etiquette. But my decision is unrelated to this case. I can't be bound to testify. Okay. Time to prove that that's not true. Unrelated, you say? I appreciate that a respected police officer has been killed. Inspector has been killed, for which I offer my condolences. However, being an alien, I'd obviously never met the man, nor do I know the first thing about him. As such, I'm in no position to testify. Okay, so we're gonna have to prove that you do know this person. So you would run from all this? I beg your pardon? This case is more far-reaching than the murder of Inspector Gregson. It has ties to another murder, a case that was tried in Japan almost a year ago now. A year ago in Japan? The murder of Dr. John H. Wilson, you mean? That's right, and you, Judge Jigoku, are at the heart of both cases. The defense has evidence to prove it. Well, yeah, that's true, because Jigoku got the telegram with the assassination plans. So, you know, whether he... Again, it's like, who killed Gregson is just one piece of this. Both Kazuma and Jigoku have things that they haven't revealed yet, that need to be revealed. Well, Ryunosuke, I see from the look in your eyes that you'd resolve to carry this through to the very end, too. Let's see your evidence, then. What proof do you have that Sekishiro Jigoku is involved in this case? Is this the one? Yeah.
Take that!
The one with the assassination plans on it. Yeah. This is a telegram detailing a communication sent between Britain and Japan approximately 1 year ago. The communication contained 4 names: K. Asogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, and J. Wilson. You little... Where did you get that? In Tokyo, from your office, Judge Jigoku. What? How on earth did you... What's this all about? Why is my name on that list? Is he playing dumb, or... This list of 4 names follows a certain pattern. T. Gregson and J. Wilson are the names of victims. K. Asogi and A. Shin are the names of their assassins. Of assassins, not specifically theirs. No. The first case of the whole entire Great Ace Attorney video game story. A year ago in Tokyo, Dr. John H. Wilson's life was taken in a Western-style restaurant in the capital. The culprit was found to be a visiting student who went by the name of Giselle Brett, but her real name was Asa Shin, a professional killer sent on a mission to kill from Great Britain. A. Shin and her victim, John H. Wilson, and the murder that just took place here in London was the counterpart to that crime. An assassin sent from Japan, also a visiting student, Kazuma Asogi, whose victim was the British police inspector Tobias Gregson. K. Asogi and T. Gregson, one assassin from each country to kill a target residing in the other. What exactly is the defense suggesting? These two cases of murder, one that took place in Britain and one in Japan, were masterminded by a pair of individuals from each country as a form of assassin exchange. And the telegram the defense has acquired is proof of this international contract to kill. What? And who wants to bet Jigoku and Strongheart are the two, conspirators? The telegram was found in your office, Judge Jigoku. In other words, the mastermind in Japan was you. Judge Jigoku, what's this all about? Kazuma's talking like he genuinely doesn't know, which is interesting. And you, Kazuma, you lied. During yesterday's proceedings, you'd acknowledged that you accepted the assassination mission. But the mark wasn't Judge Jigoku at all. It was T. Gregson, Detective Inspector of Scotland Yard, as shown by the name on the killing contract. Very impressive, Ryunosuke. But actually, I didn't lie. The name of the target I was ordered to kill never passed my lips yesterday. Yeah, that's what I noticed too. The idea that Sashiro Jigoku was the mark came entirely from you. You deliberately avoided saying a name? Yeah, he doesn't want to lie under oath. Which, again, makes me think he didn't kill anyone, because that's also something he said under oath. The defense claims these 4 names indicate some sort of international assassin exchange. I'm sure I speak for all present when I say that the very idea seems utterly absurd. Well, Mr. Jigoku, what do you have to say for yourself? He looks pissed. Look at him. His silence only goes to prove his guilt. There's another very important point that this new development brings to light. There's now a distinct possibility that the scene of Inspector Gregson's actual murder was in the witness's cabin aboard the SS Grouse. Judge Jigoku, you have to testify now. To refuse would put you in contempt of court. Oh, there's no need for quite such a vicious stare, young man. Very well, then. As a parting gift to you all, I'll tell you everything I know. It seems this Japanese for old time's sake, rename the stream Wednesday Ortega Feed Stream. Nah, this is the very serious finale time. No feet involved. It seems this Japanese gentleman has information that the court must hear about the alleged assassin exchange and the events of the night of the 31st October. Present your formal testimony now. I've said this before, but I think it's so odd that they had this final murder take place on October 31st and did not do any Halloween theming whatsoever. Like, none. Like, why pick that date? Maybe Does it have something to do with when the actual International Science Symposium was in, like, actual history? I don't know. Is that even a real thing? I feel like it is. The Assassin Exchange. It's true that Kazuma Asogi was assigned the assassination mission 1 year ago now. The target was Inspector T. Gregson. That was a condition of the British study tour. However, in the end, something happened that meant the young man was unable to carry out his mission. So he's just admitting to concocting an assassination scheme. A multi-governmental assassination scheme. Weird. On the evening in question, a member of the crew was on duty outside my cabin at all times. If there had been a shot fired, the crewman would have heard it. So clearly, I can't be involved. We found a gunshot hole in your room, buddy. Or Sholmes did. Do we have evidence of that? So you admitted then, as this communication suggests, there really was an assassin exchange arrangement between Britain and Japan. A political endeavor at the highest levels. Not something I can discuss here. To use such a worthy practice as foreign study to coerce somebody to commit murder. It's the most appalling thing I've ever heard. Excuse me. Appalling? Well, it's easy to judge. But you're not a judge, are you? Asogi had a reason for taking his sword to that British inspector, you know. What? Which is why he accepted the mission in the first place. Isn't that right, Counsel? Kazuma-sama. It's Gregson's involvement in prosecuting Kazuma's father, right? Because Gregson was the one that had the autopsy done on Clint von Zieks that revealed that the professor was Asogi. Judge Jigoku, if you were the mastermind behind this operation in Japan, then tell the court the identity of your counterpart in Britain. I'm not obliged to divulge that information. As I said yesterday, I've killed nobody. I freely admit that I accepted the mission, but on the night the plan was to be executed, I backed out. Dream Ace Attorney threesome. I don't know, dude. I don't even know what, I'm trying to remember, like, what characters are actually, like, what characters are what ages. Because there's a whole subsection of characters. Most of the female characters in Ace Attorney are ruled out of this, to be honest. In short, this assassin exchange that the defense has identified is unrelated to the events of this case. The defense, yes, the defense is identified. The crucial point is this. Your police inspector can't have perished aboard that steamship in Dunkirk. Because if he'd been shut in the cabin, it's inconceivable that a member of the crew wouldn't have heard it. It's fun to do the judge voice in a different context. Like, because Jigoku started out as, oh, he's the judge in the Japan cases. I'm doing the judge voice. And now I'm, like, doing the judge voice, but on the stand as a character, rather than funny generic judge guy who, like, shits his pants on the stand and needs to go eat, just, like, wants to go home, you know? Like, it's not bit guy anymore. Gregson was killed after returning to London, in the room on Fresno Street. And the perpetrator of the crime was the Reaper, Barak von Zieks. The prosecution's accusation remains unchanged. To think that a seemingly innocent foreign exchange program was a facade for such Machiavellian dealings. Oh, as if you're not the other guy who coordinated it. Come on, man. Clearly it's a plot only a government minister and high-ranking judge such as the witness could hope to execute. Well, I seem to recall that it was someone on the British side who controlled everything. Be that as it may, it is not the place of this court to pursue this villainous assassin exchange plot. I dreamed 3 Grossberg twice. Grossberg, old bag. Let's go. Grossberg, Oldbag, Joan, Garadep. We move. We are concerned with only with the tangible events pertaining to the murder of Inspector Gregson. Is the defense clear on that point, counsel? Yes, my lord. The assassin exchange. It's true that Kazuma Asogi was the one who was assigned the assassination mission. Okay, wait. Do we have evidence that proves there was a gunshot in his room? I don't remember if we actually got anything to prove that. Gregson's pocket watch was in Jigoku's cabin. That's probably going to be the evidence we need. Can I just... Objection! Clearly you can't be involved because this was in your room. No, I gotta dig a little more. Okay. I probably have to dig something out of one of these statements. I'm gonna start pressing. Because, like, that is proof that... But, like, it doesn't actually... It kind of counters, so clearly I can't be involved, but it doesn't really counter the rest of it. So, I'm just gonna start pressing and probably find something that I can counter more directly. Direct to you. I presume you're referring to the incident that occurred during Kazuma's passage to Britain in January. The awful tragedy that took place on the steamship. Word arrived at the ministry some 2 weeks after the ship's departure from our shores. The visiting student had been killed, but his body had somehow gone missing in Hong Kong. The news was wired to me from a detective I'd placed on the ship to accompany the assassin. The detective who somehow didn't realize that Kazuma wasn't actually dead. Great job, Hosen. Obviously, Kazuma didn't actually die at all, but he did lose his memory, including all details about his special mission. Until we jogged his memory. Yeah, okay. Did you not consider dispatching another assassin at that point? That wasn't possible. Simply because that black-clad young student over there had already put himself forward as Asogi's replacement. And there was no way to stop him from reaching Britain. My hands were completely tied. So Mr. Sholmes' strategy worked perfectly. He predicted everything that would happen. Well, kind of. He thought he was protecting Kazuma, but he was actually protecting Gregson. Months later, my memory returned. But I'd never intended to go through with the assassination mission anyway. So you were playing me right from the outset, were you? Is that it? I'd sooner be guilty of that crime than of taking someone else's life. That crime being playing like a fiddle. That wasn't a fiddle sound. Keep going. Cut that from the VOD. I was prepared to do whatever I had to in order to get myself here to Britain. This line of questioning has gone on long enough. I very suspiciously do not want you guys to talk about the assassination exchange anymore. So obviously he's the other side of it. Why else would he be like, I need to be the judge on this case? Like, he needs to control the narrative. What they saying? In that case, as I've already made perfectly clear, I had no connection to the man or his death. And you have some means of substantiating that plea. Question mark. That's a question. Do you have some means of substantiating? Outside your cabin in the first-class area of the SS Grouse. Yes, that's right. There's a man standing guard at all times. Not least because there was a murder of a student passenger earlier in the year, I'd imagine. The liner operators have taken to posting a crewman outside every first-class cabin door. Oh, jeez. I can confirm the presence of the crewman guard myself. What do you mean? Because I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk that night. I witnessed it with my own eyes. There was a well-built crewman standing guard directly in front of the door to the witness's cabin. A At that particular time, of course, I'd gone to the ship's dining room for dinner. The inspector and I asked the crewman to allow us into the cabin while we waited for Judge Jigoku's return. Someone is playing Among Us, and it's showing me a double Steam notification for some reason. You guys better not be playing Among Us on call when I decide to finish Great Ace Attorney. No, it's just a display. I'm like, don't be sus without me. I suppose Inspector Gregson was there in his capacity as the Reaper. He was intending to take the witness's life. Exactly. As I've said numerous times now, I had no intention of killing anyone. So the crewman let 2 potential assassins into the cabin he was supposed to be guarding. Not the most convincing of centuries, really. Wait, so... Victor Gregson was there... So, Gregson was there as the Reaper to... So, Gregson was there as the Reaper to kill Jigoku, or have Kazuma kill Jigoku, but also Kazuma was there for the assassin exchange to kill Gregson. Assassination triangle going on here. The crewman let 2 potential assassins into the cabin he was supposed to be guarding? Not the most conventional of centuries, really. In truth, those were my thoughts too. But anyway, I stayed to talk with Inspector Gregson for a short while, and then I left him there, and made my way off the ship alone. There is no way that, like, all 3 of them were in an assassination triangle, and that wasn't where the murder happened. Like, he really expects us to believe that, huh? Was the guard still at the door when you went? Yes. He glared at me as I walked past. Like, there were 2 separate assassination plots going on that boat. There's no way nobody got assassinated on that boat. Like, come on. Also, Mikotoba was there too? Oblivious to all of this? You see, that proves it. If there had been a shot fired, the crewman would have heard it. So clearly, I can't be involved. Clearly! The crewman who was standing directly outside your cabin door, you mean? That's right. A muscular man with a... Oh my god, I know what we have to present. Hold on. Oh, the crewman was standing in front of my door. And that's, if only there was a... Oh, it would really suck if there was a piece of evidence that... Wait, hold on. I should probably read this. A hole like that made by a bullet was found in your cabin, Judge Jigoku. That's compelling evidence that a gun was fired in there. I was gonna say, wouldn't it be a shame of... Wouldn't it be a shame for me if there was a piece of evidence that specifically said that all the crew members had to go on deck for an emergency meeting at a certain time, and that certain time could have been when the murder happened? Sus! Imposter! Where was I? A bullet hole? Oh, yes. You're talking about what the detective uncovered on the wall yesterday, I presume. That was obviously a rotten panel eaten out by woodwork. No doubt he didn't find an actual bullet. That's the hole in this argument. Sadly, I was unable to arrange for the crewman to be brought back to Britain with me. But obviously, if a gun had been fired in my cabin on the night in question, I would have been arrested on the spot, and would never have made it to Britain in the first place. Very true. The witness's logic is sound. Since no gunshot was heard from the witness's cabin on the night in question, we must assume that the witness is telling the truth. Okay, so we know, I know what the evidence is now. It took me a second, but I know what it is. You must destroy him, Mr. Naruhodo. Kill him. Kill them all. This thing keeps turning that way. I don't like it. You can see my, recycling bin of water bottles I haven't thrown away yet. Recycling bins worth that I hide on the right side of the camera. Present. Okay. The crewman would have heard it. Not if he was above deck doing an evacuation drill. Objection. Yes, as the court has heard, there was a crewman posted outside Judge Jigoku's cabin. However, we can be sure that, contrary to the witness's claim, the guard wasn't there at all times. What? I have here a notice of a particular event that was scheduled to take place aboard the steamship on the 31st.
What? Where did you get that?
It's evidence gathered by Mr. Herlock Sholmes. You were acquainted yesterday, if you remember.
Herlock Sholmes again.
According to this itinerary, after leaving the port of Dunkirk at exactly 10 p.m., and for a period of 20 minutes, all crewmen of the SS Grouse were to gather on deck for an evacuation drill. All crewmen were away from their posts. And during that 20-minute interval, of course, any gunshots emanating from your cabin would have been heard by no one. I can't wait to see Judge Jigoku's courtroom breakdown. Like, a judge having a courtroom breakdown sounds awesome. I want to see this. In summary, Judge Jigoku, you had ample opportunity to commit the crime. Oh, interesting. I'm pivoting my accusations to you, sussy baka!
Objection!
A 20-minute window of opportunity. That's an excellent find, Ryunosuke. But it amounts to nothing. Why? Are you stupid? Because the witness clearly stated in his testimony that no incident occurred in his cabin. Unless you have some decisive evidence that can show his testimony to be false. Your assumption is nothing. Okay, here's where we present the piece of Gregson's watch. Yeah. Inspector Gregson was killed in Jigoku's cabin that night. I'm certain of it. Because the defense has the evidence to prove it. We will present the evidence for the defense at once, counsel. What proof do you have that the victim's life was taken in Jigoku's cabin on the 31st of October? Hadouken! Judge Jigoku, this was found in your cabin yesterday. What is that? The crown of a pocket watch?
Pocket watch?
And you will observe, the victim's pocket watch, which we know he treasured, is missing precisely that part.
It can't be.
Moreover, this crown is a perfect fit on the spindle protruding from the victim's watch. Now, the fact that this was retrieved from Judge Jigoku's cabin tells us that the victim's watch almost certainly broke there. In other words, the victim was killed on the 31st during the 20-minute evacuation drill in the cabin occupied by you, Judge Jigoku.
Well. Your razor sharp, aren't you young murderer?
I never expected this guy, the judge from the first case of both games, to be the final killer. It's wild. I mean, I did suspect him in this case. He was one of my suspects, but expertly maneuvered, Ryunosuke. And your argument sounds entirely plausible at first. But rather like this pocket watch, it's full of cracks. What? And I believe Judge Jigoku feels the same way.
Yep. I was wrong to acquit you earlier in the year.
Sorry?
If I'd known that it would result in anyone having to listen to this drivel, I would have declared you guilty, just to spare the world your ridiculous bombast.
I think it's clear that the witness will have to give further testimony.
When you hear what actually happened in my cabin that night, you'll notice the pitfall into which you've stumbled.
Prior to your renewed testimony, I would like to clarify one point. The fact that this part of the victim's watch was discovered in your cabin means that you acknowledge he was there, I presume.
Yes, I do.
Very well, then. You may proceed to give your formal testimony about what exactly happened in your cabin aboard the ship on the evening of the 31st October.
Of course! As a man of the law, I have no intention of obstructing justice.
The Minister of Foreign Affairs and Japan's Supreme Court judge. Crazy. Who wants to bet he's also the professor, and the other guy took the fall for it? Because that's been my theory for a while, is somebody took the fall for him. I just was starting to think it was Mikatoba, but it being Jigoku is, now with what we know now, makes more sense.
I had a guest waiting for me when I returned to my cabin after finishing my evening meal in the dining room. When I walked through that door, a mustachioed Englishman was there, foolishly waving a gun at me. I soon took care of him with an ippon se throw. He couldn't wait to run away after that. I imagine his watch was broken when I threw him over my shoulder. That's nothing to do with his murder. All of these events. The guy that I sent an assassination mission on showed up in my room, and I didn't kill him. I threw him over my shoulder and then kicked him off the ship. And then a day later, he turns up dead. Totally plausible. Very much makes sense. No holes there at all. Ippon-sui? A common jujitsu martial arts technique in my country. I was careful not to use too much force, but the man obviously landed too heavy for his watch to take.
So Ryanosuke no Rahodo. I imagine you can see the flaw in your logic now, can't you? Not really. The fact that the pocket watch was broken in the witness's cabin in no way proves that the victim's murder took place there. No, it doesn't. I was never saying it did. It's just a step closer. It proves that Jigoku was involved. That Gregson was in Jigoku's room. It's not actually proof that he did the murder.
I've no doubt the inspector intended to kill me, but he didn't manage to pull the trigger.
Yes, because he was merely the tactician, not the Reaper's hand of death.
Well, the testimony appears to make perfect sense as far as I can tell. Let me express my deep gratitude for your understanding, my lord.
But if this testimony holds, Judge Jigoku will be deemed to have had no involvement in this case.
Well, counsel, I really see no reason. I see no reason, or duck season, or wabbit season. I really see no reason for wasting precious court time here on a cross-examination. Discombobulate.
Sorry, my lord. The defense has a right to cross-examine, and I don't intend to squander that.
You're an embarrassment to your countrymen, not knowing when you're beaten.
In that case,
proceed, Mr. Naruto.
The events in the cabin.
Hold it!
Because the so-called guard posted at your cabin door had just let your killer pass, you mean?
Apparently Gregson told the crewman he was a police inspector, which was the truth, of course.
He wouldn't have had his identification with him. Right, because the other guy was using it. God, this does not feel like the same case as Daily Vigil's Red-Headed Gang adventures. Like, I mean, technically it isn't. This is case 5, that was case 4. But this does not feel like part of that same mystery. Like, this final case is so crazy big and expansive. It is just like 2 cases, essentially. I think this final case that split, the final case that's split into case 4 and 5 this game, probably rivals case 5 of Ace Attorney 1 in terms of length, which is like easily the longest case in the series up till this point. But the combined story of these 2 cases here might actually rival it.
He had his trench coat and mustache, not to mention the bag of chips. I imagine the crewman was convinced.
The bag of chips, such a crucial element to his police stature. But the man accompanying him would have had 2 swords slung around his waist. You mean me? who else?
Yes, that's true. Would have hoped the sight of a few swords might have set off alarm bells in the guard's head.
The point is, I left the cabin before its occupant returned, and I immediately disembarked the ship.
Certainly, all I can tell you is that only the inspector was waiting for me when I arrived back at my cabin.
And you entered without any inkling of suspicion?
That's right. Ugh, I need to stop drinking this soda stuff. It makes me burpy. That's right, none whatsoever.
Alright. Just no more, like, weird belch noise challenge. Don't do it for the rest of the stream. Don't do it. The mustachioed Englishman was there, foolishly waving a gun at me. Obviously, you're talking about Inspector Gregson.
Yes, though at the time, I didn't know the man's name.
Well, that would explain is, like, he doesn't even know it's the hit.
There was no time for introductions. I value my life over manners.
By which you mean that the inspector was there to assassinate you, I suppose.
That was certainly the impression given by the gun pointing in my direction. But I've never seen the muzzle of a revolver shake about so much in all my life. And I've been on the other end of plenty of muzzles of revolver. Anyway, there was no time to call for the help of the crewmen at the door, so I dealt with the man myself. My big, burly man body. Ippon Soe throw him. He couldn't wait to run away after that.
Even though the man had a gun? It was a very brave move, wasn't it?
I'm like 6'7" and built like a tank. Plus, my effing Zoe is far faster than a bullet, I can assure you. I was not in the least bit concerned.
But surely all that commotion caused the crewman to come in, didn't it?
Yes, of course. He burst in immediately, without knocking. The inspector hurled himself at the stocky fellow and just managed to slip past him to make his escape.
The outstanding guard does it again.
Luckily, there aren't many situations I can't get out of using a quick Ippon Sue throw.
I don't know how to say that. It's Ippon Soy, Ippon Sioi, Ippon Sue. I have no idea.
I imagine his watch was broken when I threw him over my shoulder.
The crown snapped off and the glass covering the face of the watch was cracked.
Preferable to the man's head being pulled off or his spine cracking, wouldn't you say? He wasn't dead at that point.
Not that the man was spared for long. A bullet to the chest soon saw to that. But the point is, the broken pocket watch doesn't prove that a murder took place.
Absolutely not. All the watch proves is the power of my jujutsu throw. Would you like to see it tested out here on you?
Whatever you say, it doesn't quite ring true that the shot wasn't fired in a cabin. Because there was the obvious bullet hole in the wall.
And I told you it was worms! What are you talking about? The star of your lowbrow detective stories told you it was a bullet hole? Well, I don't care for such fiction. Haven't you worked it out yet, you little stripling? No murder took place in my cabin. The inspector was clearly killed having returned to Britain, because his body was found in London.
But there's no evidence that proves the victim ever returned to London alive.
Just take a moment to think that idea of yours through now, stripling.
What?
If the inspector was killed on the steamship in France, how on earth could he have got back to Britain? When people die, their bodies remain at that same spot. It's a definite thing.
Well, then, obviously the culprit must have moved the body.
How, exactly? Carrying a corpse off a ship in your arms would raise a few eyebrows, at least, don't you think?
Well, yes, that's true, but all passenger luggage is inspected when it is unloaded from arriving vessels. And I would like to think the border police would query the corpse of an English gentleman as hand luggage. If the murder had taken place aboard the ship, you would imagine the body would have been disposed of at sea. Yeah, that's a good point. Why didn't he just... There would be no sense in risking being caught by attempting to transport the body back to Britain. That's actually a good point I didn't even think of. Why the hell did Jigoku, or whoever, Jigoku, Kazuma, probably Jigoku, why the hell did they go to all this trouble to freeze his body and move it to the room? Like, that is actually a... Perhaps not, Miss Susato. We've heard that first-class passengers were under constant scrutiny by the crewmen posted to guard them, which would mean that the culprit had no opportunity to dispose of the body in the sea. Maybe. But he had an opportunity to cryo-freeze it and take it off the boat? Transporting the body to Britain may have been the only viable alternative.
Dear me, you really are new to this, aren't you? I thought I'd been perfectly clear, but it seems I'm going to have to explain it in words you can understand.
I think I ought to alter my testimony.
With your consent, of course.
That's how you get them. You get them to alter their testimony, and then they slip up.
There's no possible way I could have transported the victim's corpse back to Britain.
Objection! Okay, wait. Let's look at for different ways. The trunk.
Objection!
Easy. Easiest answer of all time. What?
Whatever fate will fall upon here, no one outside will ever know.
It wasn't the trunk? Okay. I mean, I guess they did say the luggage was checked. I gotta get a little more creative than that. This is also Gregson's trunk and not his. I'm stupid. I forgot because this was in Jigoku's room. No, wait, no it wasn't. There was a different trunk in Jigoku's room. This trunk. Am I presenting this photo? Is that what I'm doing? I've been wondering why that was in my inventory this whole time. It's just a photo that we got taken with our funny friends earlier, and it went in the evidence log. I'm like, okay, so how's that going to be useful later? There's no possible way you could have moved Inspector Gregson's body, you say. I would say the opposite is true.
And what's that supposed to mean?
Far from being impossible for you to do, the transporting of Inspector Gregson's body back to Britain is something only you could do. What are you talking about, Ryunosuke? As well as being a judge, Mr. Jigoku is also Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs, which means he's exempt from having his luggage searched when he enters the country. Because why would the Minister of Foreign Affairs commit a murder? And, like, lug the body around? We learned that when we first met you upon your arrival in London. Months ago, and like 5 streams ago. Here's a recap in case you forgot. Well, all those passport checks and luggage searches at the border took rather a lot of time. I must say, I'm very envious of your ministerial status. You didn't have to go through any of that, did you? Oh my god, Gregson's body was in that trunk right there, behind them, as they were talking. We didn't smell it. I guess he had it in a freezer for a while, but...
Ah, I knew you were jealous. Ha 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 ha.
I presume you recall this, Judge Jacoby. This family photo he took that I'm now using as evidence. Because you're sus! You have with you your large travel trunk. Large enough, in fact, to have a corpse inside. Mr. Naruhodo, surely you're not suggesting... I'm afraid I am. Yes. 3 days ago, while we were chatting innocently with the new arrivals from Japan in the hotel, the body of Inspector Gregson was just meters away from us, inside Judge Jigoku's trunk. Holy crap!
Holy crap, Lois! This is just like the time Quagmire killed me and stuck me inside of a trunk. Order! Order in court! I'm skeptical, counsel, that a grown man's body could fit inside even the largest travel trunk.
It could. Because I happen to know that the witness himself, a man of considerable size, fits inside his trunk. And verifying that would be extremely simple. Wouldn't it, Judge Jigoku? But inside his trunk? How horrifying! And after we'd spoken with you at the Great Waterloo Hotel, you had the opportunity to visit the apparent scene on Fresno Street, taking your trunk with you in a cab to deposit the inspector's body. You're just carrying around the Minister of Foreign Affairs carrying around a police inspector in his giant trunk.
I don't have to listen to this nonsense.
Dr. Gorey, the coroner who examined the body, has confirmed the possibility. She's acknowledged there are signs that steps may have been taken to disguise the true time of death. The onset of the body's decomposition could have been delayed by storing it in a refrigerator.
Counsel, as I remember explaining yesterday, refrigerators of the requisite size are few and far between.
Yes, I'm sure they are. But one place they're certainly found is on large ocean liners. Such ships are equipped with electrically refrigerated cold rooms to keep food fresh on their long sea voyages, and the SS Grouse is no exception. Professor Mikatoba told me about it only yesterday. This thing is constantly... There we go. Well, Judge Jigoku? Well? Well?
Well, I never...
However much you prolong this debate, you can't eliminate the truth. All the evidence points to you being the killer.
Well, this is all very heartening. I can see that it was a wise move letting Asogi and you embark on this study tour.
What are you talking about now?
Logical reasoning, of course. All court proceedings will be built on logical reasoning in the new century. And I can see that you've both laid firm foundations for that already.
Judge Jigoku, please, stop diverting attention from the issue at hand. The defense has made an accusation against you. How do you respond?
Respond? There's really no need for me to respond, is there?
Why ever not?
Because before you can even begin to answer the question of when the victim was killed, you must first establish one key fact. Where was the victim killed? It's quite logical.
The actual scene of the crime. The prosecution's stance is unaltered. The killing took place on Fresno Street when the gunshot was heard. As the accused, Barak von Zeek, shot the victim at point-blank range.
Since no tangible evidence exists to disprove the prosecution's claim at this time, the defense's deductions amount to little more than an elaborate fairy tale. I'm afraid that's how the logical reasoning the British are known for really works, young stripling.
Dude, it's so fun to do the judge voice, but as a villain. I love it.
Like, ha 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 ha!
The victim was shot in that little room on Fresno Street and died instantly. Just doing that laugh is fun. I'm afraid it's the prosecution's claim. That's the only fairy tale here. How can you say that? Quite simply, because that claim directly contradicts a certain piece of evidence in our possession.
Very tantalizing, counsel. I think you had better explain yourself to the court, don't you?
The prosecution claims that Inspector Gregson died instantly when he was shot at the scene on Fresno Street. But this evidence clearly contradicts that claim. Contradicts the claim that he died instantly? I feel like if we had evidence like that, we would have presented it before. But okay. Is it the trunk?
The Japanese really are a curious breed. To proffer an argument with such conviction, only to present such nonsensical evidence.
Perhaps my Japanese friend's inexplicable thinking is why people talk of the mystique of the East. In case you hadn't noticed, I'm not the only Japanese around here. Do you even have a mirror?
The court is not interested in the mystique of anything. You will be penalized accordingly.
Bom, 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 bom. It's going well so far. We're about an hour in. I feel like we've still got at least another hour left of, like, poking at all the holes in this mystery. Let's continue. Just checking to make sure the audio levels are good and all that. And then make sure the stream didn't cut off randomly. Like, it was doing that last time, which is what kind of why I stopped. Was the victim killed in the room on Fresno Street? Or was he moved there after his death? There's one piece of one piece of evidence we have that is the answer rather clear. Perhaps you should try to present the correct one this time then, Mr. Naruhodo. Are you going to try again? Or can't you hold your hand steady enough to point it out? The prosecution claims that Inspector Gregson died instantly when he was shot at the scene on Fresno Street. But this evidence clearly contradicts that claim. That's right, I'm still presenting for this, because I got it wrong. We still have the Asogi papers. Like, that's what we still have to, like, debunk the whole professor mystery. There's definitely at least an hour of this case left, if not 2. If not more, even. Evidence that proves he wasn't shot that day? I mean... What do we have that we haven't already presented? Try the autopsy. Okay. There's one piece. Was the victim killed in the room, or was he moved there after his death? How do we do not have the one piece. What are you talking about? The one piece. The one piece is real. Oh, the sword and the no, that doesn't prove. The sword tip in the briefcase doesn't prove that. Doesn't prove anything about where he was killed.
Take that!
That being said, I'm gonna try to present the trunk anyway.
You've wasted enough time. This case is over.
You've had a guilty, 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 guilty. Okay, retry from this scene. Yes. What's with the Steam? It's only when I'm playing this game, I think, that it does the, like, double Steam notification over here. Da-dum, dum-dum, da-dum, dum-dum, Inspector Gregson died instantly, da-dum. Does the autopsy... We already presented this, didn't we? I just presented it again. Cool. I was trying to look at it, but... Oh well. Now we've double presented it, so... I actually wanted to look at that, though. Like, look at it, not present it. Death. Okay. See, the autopsy report does say instant death. Are we looking for something that counters that he died instantly, or that counters where he died? I don't even know, dude. The bloody handprint? The red wig? I still don't get why he had a red wig on. Because he wasn't at the red-headed gang event.
Take that!
Is this it? Yeah, okay. A photograph of the victim in the very location you claim he wasn't killed? Yes. The point is the posture of the body itself. I may have just presented the right evidence for the wrong reasons. But we move. If Inspector Gregson had been shot there in that room, it's out of the question that his body would have been curled up in a ball like that. Why we didn't present this piece of information earlier, I don't know.
I'm sorry to disappoint you, but your logic is flawed. He could easily have adopted that fetal position due to the pain of the shot, which subsequently proved fatal.
Objection!
I'm sorry to disappoint you, Judge Jigoku, but it's your logic that's flawed.
What?
According to this autopsy report, the victim died instantly. He would have felt no pain, much less have been able to draw himself into that position.
Ah! Fuck! Why did I put him in that position? I mean,
Which begs the question of why the victim's body is curled up that way. Though the answer should be abundantly clear by now. You're suggesting. The inspector's body took on that posture ahead of its arrival on Fresno Street, before it was coldly turned out on the floor, from the inside of a large travel trunk.
no.
You're quite right. The shape of the body looks exactly as if it had been kept in a confined space.
Dun, 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 dun. We're nailing him down, boys!
Judge Jigoku, present your trunk for examination. I believe it's very possible that it will contain traces of the victim's blood.
Ah!
How is he gonna get out of presenting this?
Present my trunk! I'll present you these nuts! I refuse!
I don't know why. That just came to...
What? Nobody wants to see your nuts.
On what grounds?
I'm the Minister of Foreign Affairs from the Empire of Japan. I shouldn't have to put up with this treatment just because of some stripling's baseless accusations.
In other words, Judge Jigoku, there is blood in your trunk. There's blood in your pants.
Oh, there's not blood in my underwear.
Stop. I'm ruining all of this.
Objection!
As the Minister of Foreign Affairs, I don't have to show you.
At this moment, you're not a government minister. You are a witness in a trial in Britain's highest court. Are we really gonna get him that easily? I don't care who you are or what your status outside this courtroom might be, you will not withhold information. Nothing is more important than the truth.
Order! Order in court. Well, Mr. Jigoku, what's it to be?
You can't be serious. You did it?
Have you no shame at all?
Kazuma Masoki. What?
Very well. I admit it. I did bring the inspector's body into the country. Inside my trunk. Exactly as postulated by the defense.
What? You.
Dear God! Outrageous!
So it was you. You admit to Inspector Gregson's murder.
No! I admit to nothing more than what I've said. Of killing the man, I certainly have no recollection.
What on earth is that cryptic statement supposed to mean?
I merely disposed of the inspector's body, which was left in my cabin, in order to avoid unwanted attention. As the judicial assistant over there pointed out, I had no chance to throw it into the ocean. So, I decided my only option was to bring it into Britain with me, and dispose of it somewhere else.
You can't still deny it. If you didn't do it, then who on earth did kill the man?
As you know, there was one other person in my cabin that night. He had the opportunity.
Looks directly at the prosecutor. Yeah, since the moment we found out about the boat, it's been either Kazuma or Jigoku. He's gonna say it's Kazuma. But I don't know if I believe him.
And moreover, he'd already accepted a mission to take the inspector's life.
Oh!
That's right. Who else could it have been? It was you, Kazuma Sogi.
You. I never thought you'd stoop to this, Sashiro Jigoku.
You've taken the words straight out of my mouth, Prosecutor Kazuma Masoki. You thought by leaving the body in my cabin you could pin the crime on me, did you?
Well, the prosecution counsel has already admitted to visiting the witness's cabin on the night in question.
Yes, on an assassination mission. No less.
You wouldn't.
So, what do you make of that, young stripling? You've heard my testimony now, and that's all I have to say on the matter. I'll admit to nothing more.
I don't believe this.
I was third imposter. He's the real imposter.
Counsel for the defense, what is your position now? The court awaits your response to the witness's assertion. The assertion that on the night in question, the victim's assailant was in fact Mr. Kazuma Asogi. This isn't the dead end it seems to be. The answer's right in front of me. Comes down to Jigoku or Kazuma, just like it has all day. Both of them had the opportunity to kill Gregson, but only one of them did it. And I'm just a step away from proving who. Are we though? I actually don't know what the defense is ready to respond to the assertion put forward by Judge Jigoku. The idea that the victim's murder could have been committed by Prosecutor Asogi is impossible! Judge Jigoku, let me remind you of something you said only a few minutes ago. You claimed that logical reasoning is the future of the judicial process.
It is, no question.
Well, logical reasoning can prove something here. Namely, that it would have been impossible for Prosecutor Asogi to commit a crime. Banger music! Banger music!
What? Logic. Huh. The court will only accept an argument that is supported by compelling evidence. So present what you have, counsel. What proof is there that allegedly demonstrates the impossibility of Prosecutor Asogi's involvement?
I have absolutely no idea what to present. Is it this trunk? I feel it's either his trunk or the sword. I don't know why. There's a weird, like, he slashed through this, and there's the little piece of the sword there. The tip of Kuruma. So this is how it was proven. Kazuma's swordsmanship is second to none. I can't believe he'd misjudge it like that. Clearly he wasn't in his right mind. He didn't have full control over the power in his stroke. Too distracted by malicious thoughts, perhaps. Well, that wouldn't be surprising. After all, he was on an assassination mission. Okay. I mean, the gun. Wait! The gun. Kazuma doesn't have a gun that the judiciary would have. I mean, I guess I could have taken it from Gregson. I'm gonna try this. You're making the evidence weep here, Ryunosuke Naruto. I stopped the music just so I could tell you you suck. This doesn't mean you got it right. Never mind the evidence. You're about to make me weep, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh no, I can't upset Susato-san, or I'll end up being upset too. The guard. Would have been impossible to fire a shot without it being heard. And that very much narrows down whether the crime. Win? Oh, so we need proof that Kazuma wasn't there during what time window? Hold on. Let me look at the thing. Following departure from the port of Dunkirk, all crews at 10 p.m. 10 p.m. on October 31st. So what can I do to prove that Kazuma wasn't there? I like that, okay, by this point, I've come to the conclusion that Von Zeeks did just actually lose his gun, which really does not help him in this scenario. Is it a steamship ticket? No. I don't know what. Do I have anything that would prove that Kazuma left? The watch! What time does the watch say? It says like 5 p.m. That's not. I'm gonna present the watch. I don't know if that's right, but... Like, shouldn't the watch say... I guess it resets at a certain time, right? I don't remember the details of the watch. It was a while ago. This case is long. This case is, like, probably with 4 and 5 combined is, basically one case. This is longer than 1-5. This is longer than the previously longest case in the series. What proof is there that allegedly demonstrates the impossibility of Prosecutor Asogi's involvement? No member of the crew was on sentry duty, as the guard was there. Very much narrows down when the crime could have been committed. Yeah. I don't know if anything else on it that has, like, times, though, do I?
Take that!
Time to just start presenting things. We've reached that point in the case. There's only so many pieces of evidence, so... We're not gonna have another grouse... Okay, wait. Let's make absolutely certain we're not having another grouse situation where I didn't check a piece of evidence properly. I'm gonna go through all the new... Okay, I'm gonna go through all these new pieces of evidence. Make absolutely certain that I checked them all the way around. They really gave me this just so I could pull on it and talk to Sholmes. Like, this isn't something I have to present. It's just an object. Weird. I have no idea what to present. I'm gonna try the truck again. I'm gonna try the truck again.
Take that!
No. Did I really just strike out again? It's alright. It can't be as bad as the hour I spent last stream trying to figure out what the hell the grouse was. Like, this is one statement that I just have to present the right thing on. Like, I will present the right thing eventually. This also is not the Venus firecracker incident. I have thoroughly clicked every corner of all the evidence pieces. But I'm still gonna check just to be sure, because the Venus firecracker incident and the grouse incident are both painful examples of me not checking the evidence correctly. I've always wondered what the underside of a hairpiece looks like. Okay, this is not. I'm like, I could tell immediately when it's like filler dialogue and when it's not. I have absolutely no idea what to present. Okay, nothing on this page is really... I could try this, like the steamship ticket. No. Ha! Something about when the crime happened. Or am I just Am I just presenting the fucking... Excuse me. Am I just presenting the evacuation thing again?
Take that!
Is it that? Am I just presenting this again? Okay, okay. This itinerary for crew members of the SS Grouse, my lord. This is conclusive proof. They were giving me a very obvious hint. Like, too obvious. An itinerary. A hint so obvious it caused me to overthink. How does that prove anything? Judge Jigoku, the moment you acknowledged that you found the victim's body in your cabin, this itinerary suddenly became much more significant. What? Why? On the night in question, as always, a crewman sentry was on guard outside your cabin door. As long as he was there, nobody could have fired a shot inside the cabin. Absolutely. Because it's inconceivable that the guard wouldn't have heard it and come to investigate. So that tells us that the crime must have taken place when the guard was elsewhere. And that narrows it down to the 20 minutes just after 10 o'clock, as indicated on the itinerary. But how does that prove Kazuma didn't do it? See, that was where my holdup was. Is I'm like, where... The crucial point is this. When the evacuation drill took place, the steamship had already put to sea from the port of Dunkirk. Now, clearly the murder could only have been committed by somebody who was aboard the vessel at the time. But Prosecutor Asogi stated in yesterday's proceedings, I didn't come to Great Britain to take anyone's life, so I left Gregson and disembarked the ship. I spent that night at a boarding house in town and came to England the following morning. Well, you see, now we just need to verify that he did leave the boat. Kazuma Asogi couldn't possibly have carried out the killing.
No! Absolutely not! I don't accept that at all!
What do you mean?
The boy's just saying that to exonerate himself. We can't trust that he really disembarked the vessel. Obviously, after he left my cabin, he hid himself somewhere nearby on the ship. Just waiting for his chance to break out and...
No, that's out of the question. Isn't it, Kazuma? As the defense rightly recalls, I disembarked the vessel and spent the night in a boarding house in Dunkirk. And as I said yesterday, I signed my name in the accommodations register book. All extremely easy to verify. An undeniable proof. And you know, just in case, they could probably also find an employee of the boarding house who remembers having a Japanese man check in on, like, the night of October 31st. Very easily. Even without him signing his name, you could probably verify it. But him signing his name makes it very easy. There's no escape this time. You can forget that you're a judge or a government minister. It's time you gave the court an honest answer as a common man. Oh, the breakdown scene! You killed Inspector Tobias Gregson and transported his corpse back to Britain. The webcam's gonna get knocked all over the place when I do this freakout. Then you dumped the body into the room of Gregson and made it look as if the murder in the room on Fresno Street made it look as if the murder had happened there. That's what really happened, isn't it, Sashiro Jigoku?
It was that damned trial 10 years ago. That's where all this began. Looking back now, my fate was decided that day. I was doomed already.
Is he gonna cause an earthquake?
Ah!
Oh, he broke the table. Yeah, because they said he did that in the case 10 years ago, too. Let's go.
Ah! It's Jover! My life is over.
A British assassin to eliminate a professor in Japan. A Japanese assassin to eliminate a detective in Britain. Both assassins will use diplomatic immunity to evade conviction and return safely to their homelands. The assassin exchange request arrived from Britain about 1 year ago. Though it was hardly a request. It was a demand. And for that, you decided to recruit Mr. Asogi. Somebody who has blackmail on him that would allow them to, like, demand that. things didn't go according to plan. Your chosen assassin never made it to Britain. And you found yourself unable to dispatch a replacement. Because I was already on my way to Britain at that time in Kazuma's place. My character is really just some guy who jumped into this scenario and, like, threw a wrench in everything. Like, if I'd just taken my guilty verdict in that first case, all of this would have gone down exactly as they planned. I mean, maybe not. Actually, now that I think about it, maybe Kazuma still would have... But they would have just sent a new assassin.
And that left me with only one option for carrying out my obligation. To eliminate the mark myself. Personally. Of course, there was but a single opportunity for me to do that.
The International Forensic Science Symposium, I presume.
That's right. I decided it would be safest to carry out the plan before my arrival in Britain. So I enlisted the help of my British counterpart. And made arrangements for a pretext that would take the inspector to Dunkirk.
His British counterpart, who's the head of the Reapers. Yeah, a sham mission by the Reapers. Who's his British counterpart, then? It's gotta be Strongheart, right?
To lure the man in, he was given a sham mission by the Reaper.
What? The Reaper? Yeah, the Reaper's still a part of this whole case. There's only one person who could have done that. The mastermind of the entire operation. The Reaper himself. So it's still Von Zieks' fault somehow. No. That means that the assassin exchange was all planned by the Reaper?
I'm not at liberty to say anything about my British counterpart.
Looks directly at Strongheart.
Anyway, the inspector accepted the Reaper's mission and dutifully infiltrated my cabin on the steamship. It was all a trap designed to lead him to France. And his own death.
Oh, how awful.
It was past 9 o'clock when I returned to my cabin from the dining hall that evening. I didn't give him time to attack me. I choked him until he lost consciousness. But there was a guard just outside the door, so I left it at that for the time being. Even the slightest noise might have aroused suspicion, so I bided my time, waiting.
For the 20 minutes after 10 o'clock.
I had intended to finish him by strangulation, but moments before I had the chance, he suddenly came round and went in for me in a reckless movement. I'd received the British-issued gun 16 years earlier, being a member of the judiciary as a visiting student. I never imagined I'd have to use it for something like that.
Huh. So he didn't use Gregson's gun. It was actually his gun from, like, you know, from, like, 16 years ago when he was here. That's interesting. So the revolver belongs to you, does it? Then the victim was killed inside your cabin on the SS Grouse, which begs the question of why you arranged for his body to be discovered in the room on Fresno Street.
The young judicial assistant over there has already answered that question. There was no way I could take the body up on deck and throw it over the side. That's precisely where all the crewmen were gathered for the evacuation drill. So before the first-class cabin sentries returned, I took the corpse to the refrigeration.
And then on arriving in Dover, you concealed the body in your trunk in order to smuggle it past the border police.
I knew I needed to take steps if the police were to be convinced when the body was found in London.
In that case, you must have known. You must have had intimate details of Gregson's intended schedule.
Yes. My British counterpart sent me everything I needed to know. The inspector was due at Fresno Street at 5 o'clock that afternoon. In order to meet a man by the name of Hugh Boone, from whom he would take back his police identification. I decided that man would be the perfect person to set up as the culprit, so So I took a hackney carriage over. So he wasn't even trying to set up Von Zeeks. Von Zeeks just showed up there at the wrong time. Wrong place, wrong time. That's kind of funny. So I took a hackney carriage over there with the body still in my trunk. That must have been just after we took this photograph with you at the hotel then. Yes. I wasn't expecting a welcoming committee. I was more than a little nervous. I wonder, now I want to go back and play that scene of the game and see if he says anything, like, off or weird or nervous. Like, on Fresno Street, I spotted a young girl selling little firecrackers. Miss Venus, of course. I conceived of the candle trick there and then, so I donned a simple disguise and approached the girl to buy enough What kind of disguise can a giant... What kind of disguise does a kind of giant Japanese judge put on in turn-of-the-century Britain? Surely it wasn't just the frickin' red-headed gang. Wait, oh my god, it was? Really? For some reason, the inspector had a bright red hairpiece in his own traveling case. So I put that on. Although I suspect I drew more attention to myself in that than I would have... So they all saw the red-headed guy and just assumed it was Gregson? And not one of them was like, oh yeah, that guy was Japanese. Idiots. All of them. The hairpiece we found at the scene, the inspector had it ready for the Red-Headed League investigation. I don't know what the Red-Headed League is. It sounds stupid. I only arrived at the room at around 5:15. So I quickly placed the body on the floor, moved the notice board, and set up my little candle trick. I arranged it so the fireworks would go off with a bang around 15 minutes later. So that Mr. Boone, who was due to arrive at 5, would walk straight into a trap. Except, at the last moment, I made a careless blunder. What was that? I imagine it was the bag of fish and chips. Ah! I didn't notice that it had fallen out of his overcoat pocket when I moved the body to the refrigeration. I put it back into his pocket the following morning, but... well, it seems the warmth of the heated cabin had accelerated the decay of the fish. How did he know about that part? He wasn't here for that? Anyway, or I guess he noticed and was just like, fuck it, I have to put it back or it's gonna look even more suspicious. Anyway, that's everything. All the sordid details of what I did. But we still don't know why. Or who your English counterpart is. This case isn't over yet. Stop showing me Among Us notifications. I've heard enough. We've arrived at the truth about the murder of one of the country's most capable and respected police officers. The witness will be tried in the coming days. For a crime of such a vile nature, you can expect the most severe penalty. An exchange of assassins. What a foolhardy idea. Mr. Jigoku, one last detail. Who was your counterpart in Britain? Who was the mastermind behind the assassin exchange? Nothing you say now can make matters any worse for you. Just tell us. Enough! I've already told you that I cannot say. Even though as things stand, you may very well never set foot in your homeland again. What are you waiting for? Can't we get this over with now? It's finished. All of it. I'm finished. Then, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I now pronounce the findings of this court. This man before us has admitted to the willful murder of Tobias Gregson. Sashiro Jigoku, it is the opinion of this court that you should be found guilty.
And may I remind all those present of the strict confidentiality demanded by this closed court. We still don't know who his partner was. Is somebody gonna interrupt things right before the end? Moments ago, Mr. Jigoku signed a written confession, admitting to the murder of Inspector Gregson and the subsequent conveyance of the body. In short, the defendant's innocence has therefore been established beyond doubt. Oh, wonderful. Well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, thank you. Is something wrong? I'm just a little troubled by his silence.
The true identity of the Reaper of the Bailey and this extraordinary assassin exchange. We do remain in the dark about these mysteries. However, insofar as the indictment brought against the defendant in this trial, we have reached a conclusion.
I have every intention of pursuing both mysteries as a prosecutor.
As you wish. Now, for the formal education. I hereby declare the defendant,
Who's saying it? It's Kazuma. Kazuma's not going to let this thing sit without figuring out who the real Reaper is. The prosecution calls for education to be deferred.
Counsel?
The accused's innocence hasn't been fully established at all. Yeah, he's also trying to catch Von Zieks as the Reaper, so yeah. And therefore it would be wrong to deliver a verdict at this time. That is the prosecution's unwavering position. What? But Judge Jigoku has already confessed. Nevertheless, Barack Von Zieks has committed crimes for which he must be punished.
Well, it would appear you have information that the court needs to hear, Prosecutor Isoki.
Certainly. The murder of Inspector Gregson was clearly done by Sashiro Jigoku. But it's clear from the witness's testimony that he was coerced into complying with the plot, into this sick, merciless assassin exchange. That may be true, but... So what I want to know is, who coerced him? Who was pulling the strings? The true Reaper of the Bailey, bad guy who did, concocted all this stuff. He's gonna get him done, well, we're gonna get him caught. It's almost no, do not open that other stream. Go away. The victim went to France having been ordered on a mission for the Reaper, only to be murdered. In other words, the mastermind behind the assassin exchange is someone in a position to give such an order. As we've already established, the Reaper himself.
Well, certainly, that would appear to follow.
The prosecution hereby formally accuses the man in the dock, Barack Von Zieks, of being the Reaper of the Bailey. And furthermore, I'm going to prove his guilt beyond all reasonable doubt. Great. So now we have to prove who the there's one mystery is who killed Gregson, the other one is who's the Reaper. Von Zieks is accused of both.
The Reaper of the Bailey is a long-standing mystery, Counsel.
Are you suggesting you have some new information with which to build a case? Scotland Yard has already investigated Lord Von Zieks very thoroughly in that regard, and they found no evidence whatsoever to substantiate the claim that he is the Reaper. Perhaps, but circumstances have now changed. And Jigoku can testify about it now, yeah. It's already been established that the assassin exchange was negotiated with Jigoku by the Reaper himself, which means we now have a new line of questioning by which to identify definitively the man's identity. That is the prosecution's intention here. I must say I'm surprised by quite how tenaciously you appear to want to besmirch my name. You are guilty of an unforgivable crime, Lord Von Zieks. And I will bring you to justice for it, whatever it takes. That explains Kazuma's silence before. He'll stop at nothing to finish what Lord Von Zieks unwittingly started years ago.
Very well. Whilst it's extremely irregular,
I will, on this occasion, grant the prosecution further opportunity for witness testimony. Dang, I'm actually kind of surprised he's doing that. Because if he's the other end of the Reaper thing, I don't know. The defendant will disclose any and all involvement he has had with the Reaper and the assassin exchange. I thank you, my lord, for guiding the court so wisely. Imagine Jigoku just turning to him and being like,
well, you asked for it. That guy's the other side of the Reaper. He's the one who told me to do everything. He's blackmailing me. Get owned.
Like, that would be awesome. I hereby declare this court to be in session for a supplementary hearing.
The flames will be reignited.
Pray turn a blind eye to the discourtesy as I verify that this vile and unremitting accusation hasn't soured the contents of my hollowed chalice. Lord Von Zieks, I first had to suffer the pseudonym of the Reaper 10 years ago now, and ever since that time I've endured the weight of implied guilt that's come with it. So I welcome the chance to testify now, and crush those allegations once and for all. Good. Then let justice decide, Lord Von Zieks. The prosecution seeks to begin building its case by calling the accused to the stand as the primary witness. Didn't we already do this? About Von Zieks going to the stand as about Reaper? Putting the defendant on the witness stand can be extremely dangerous. Kazuma-sama is so emotional at the moment. He's not thinking logically. You're right that he's not himself. But I knew it would be like this. When I came here today, determined to face him through whatever might arise. As a lawyer, and as his friend. Then that's what we must do. The defense has no objection, my lord. Very well. Defendant, you will take the witness stand. Wouldn't it be more useful to have Jigoku take the witness stand? Like, Von Zieks doesn't know anything about the assassin exchange. Or maybe he does? I don't know. Maybe he picked up some intel. I've never taken the life of another, nor have I instructed another to kill. I've been investigating the truth behind the Reaper for years, and I was aware of Gregson's involvement. That's the reason why I went to Fresno Street that day, and how I came to discover the body. Just like adjusting my seating constantly. So the point is, no common thread exists between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson. Clearly, therefore, there's no reason to suspect me. Okay, there is definitely a common thread between the three of you. It's the professor case. So, I acknowledge that the public at large believe me to be the Reaper. However, that's a fallacy, which I alone am in a position to forswear. Naturally, the prosecution believes the testimony just given by the accused to be untrue. Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Yes? Let me ask you, why are you here? What really brings you to this courtroom? A desire to uncover the truth. Even if the truth proves your client to be guilty? From all my experiences in this courtroom, I've come to realize something. The truth can't be hidden. Sooner or later, it will come out. Yeah, because we already let a guilty man get declared innocent once. So it's always my intention to work with my client in pursuit of the truth. A very professional answer. I want you to remember what you just said.
Enough dilatory chatter. Counsel for the defense, proceed to cross-examine the witness.
This is how you, yes or no, sir, can still be the killer. Oh my god. I mean, we already know who the killer is. We just gotta know who the. Now we're figuring out who the mastermind is. It's like Danganronpa now. The Reaper and the Assassin. Okay, so this is not true, and I'm gonna prove it. Something professor related. In Clint's autopsy report, the coroner's John H. Wilson. Gregson petitioned for the autopsy. Imagine you playing Danganronpa. You don't have to imagine. I have Let's Play videos of it, including one that I have to like. I have like a Danganronpa video that's been sitting in my editor for a while because I screwed up things in the recording and I have to like fix it. So me playing Danganronpa is not a myth. Now, me playing Danganronpa V3 is a different story.
Objection!
I'll maybe play that eventually, but it's not on my short list of games that I need to finish like this one. What is this? An autopsy report? Wait, this is 10 years old. From the autopsy of Lord Clint von Zeeks. What? My brother's autopsy report. I'm pleased to see the defense doesn't intend to run from the undeniable truth.
What reason do you have for presenting a 10-year-old autopsy report to your counsel?
This, the autopsy report of the professor's final victim, is an indelible link between Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson, and the defendant. Not that accursed name again. The Professor. I've personally researched all of the court records relating to that case. I know that at the time, autopsy was considered sacrilege to the victim's souls, and for a member of the aristocracy like Lord Clint von Zeeks, it was unthinkable. But someone implored the powers that be to allow the autopsy to go ahead. Inspector Gregson. He declared that he was certain he would obtain conclusive proof from the procedure. And it was Dr. Wilson who conducted the autopsy. His signature is clearly visible on the document. As promised by Gregson, the autopsy did indeed produce evidence. The evidence that conclusively proved Genshin Asogi was guilty of the murders. In my brother's dying moments, he mustered all his remaining strength to leave that vital clue behind.
Indeed. That was the key to indicting the professor for his crimes and the conclusive evidence that convicted him. It enabled Lord von Zeeks here to avenge his brother's senseless death with a marvelous victory in court.
Von Zeeks is such a good character. All the characters in this game are like top tier though. Like, they just do like I could do like a character tier list in this game. They'd all be so high. They'd all be so well, almost all. You know who doesn't. You know, like everyone is B tier or above probably except Joan Garrison. It's like S, A, B, maybe a couple C's, and then Joan. I wonder if that's really true. What? Could the same be said if it turned out that the key piece of evidence in question was in fact fabricated? Yeah, I thought so. Some sussy crap's going on here with the professor and his like prosecutor. Let's make a tier list together. I was thinking after I finished the game, I wanted to make a tier list of Ace Attorney cases. Since you've actually played all the games and I haven't, we can collaborate. It's funny you say that.
Because I'm already cooking something like that.
If the inspector, the coroner, and the prosecutor all colluded together to cast an innocent Japanese man as a mass murderer and send him to his death. This is the thing Kazuma's really been building towards, trying to prove the professor's innocence. I figured as much. And my thing is, Von Zieks, somebody presented fake evidence to Von Zieks and he went with it. Like, he told us so many times earlier in this case, he's like, it shocked me that the professor was the killer. He seemed so, Genshin Asogi seemed so, like, honorable and just. That's outrageous. But if these other people conspired, that actually makes sense that they'd be getting offed, yeah. And now, 10 years later, for some reason the secret has been threatened and needs protecting. You're the one threatening the secret. Kazuma's the reason. Well, wait, no, because actually the thing that kickstarted all of this was the assassin exchange, which was just an odd. So I wonder what event actually like triggered the need for this to happen. The game's overarching mystery is so Kino. It really is. By someone in power in Japan and in Britain, using the two killers recruited for the assassin exchange.
Order! Order at once!
10 years ago, my father was convicted in this very courtroom as a mass murderer, to be sentenced to death. But it was all a sham, and I swore to myself that I'd prove it, which is why I had to come to Britain, whatever the cost. You'll have to forgive me if I feel compelled to toast this vengeful Nipponese's tenacity of purpose here. Did you hear the toast sound? What, the mic isn't in the camera. I definitely didn't pick that up. I'd have to go like this. However, he who fails to quash his emotions in the courtroom has failed as a lawyer. Come on, Kazuma. You know this won't wash. You're claiming your father was misrepresented in a trial that took place a whole decade ago? You must see that without evidence, that's nothing more than a wild accusation. As it happens, I have evidence. What? As the court has heard, I crossed the channel to France with Gregson on the 31st. I went with him on the pretext of being the assassin recruited to kill Sashiro Jigoku. But my true intentions were to make the inspector tell me the truth. What truth? The truth about the evidence, and he acknowledged what I'd already deduced. There's a closely guarded secret about what went on in that autopsy 10 years ago. What? A secret? I know nothing of any secret. Yeah, they kept him in the dark because he wouldn't, he wouldn't sue. Like, why would he wouldn't frame someone of the murder of his own brother who didn't actually do it. So they kept him in the dark. That's pretty odd. If Kazuma wasn't so, like, emotionally clouded, he would see why it's pretty obvious that Von Zieks was kept out of the loop. While we waited for my supposed mark in Jigoku's cabin, I drew my clan's illustrious sword, Kuruma, before the inspector's eyes. He very quickly... That's why there's a sword bit in the trunk. Yeah. He very quickly understood what my true motive was. Right, I see. You're that Asogi's young lad, are you? And what? You're gonna cut me down with that thing? Is that it? That will very much depend on the answers you give me to my questions. I want to know what really happened 10 years ago. The truth. That's all. And they're in Sashiro's room having this conversation. That, or they just didn't want to create a second background for it. Before we get into it, let me make one thing clear. I still believe your father was the professor. There's no doubt in my mind. So it wasn't like straight a framing, it was just they didn't have the evidence and he... Okay. Very similar to Apollo Justice, how there was like fake evidence used and Phoenix got like tricked into using it. Kind of a similar thing going on here with that. Unfortunately back then, we didn't have the evidence we needed to make the crime stick. So, you admit it then? The evidence used in my father's trial was fabricated. It was for the good of the country. Anyway, I was just following orders. Orders? What exactly did you do? Speak! I'm not saying another word. Even if your life depends on it. That's right. Even then. Shing. Shing! So that's when the tip of the sword broke. Oh, Kazuma-sama. If the results of Clint Von Zeeks' autopsy were fabricated, then the investigating officer Gregson and the lead coroner Wilson must have known about it. And they can only have been ordered to pervert the course of justice in that way by one man. The man leading the case for the prosecution, Barack Von Zeeks. I don't know. You know who was leading the prosecution before Von Zeeks stepped in? Sussy Strongheart. In other words, the defendant did have cause to organize this exchange of assassins. Exactly. And as was established earlier, Henry Kissinger died. It has to have been the Reaper himself who liaised with Jigoku in Japan to arrange the exchange. I thought isn't he dead already? Is that the bit? I don't know. Ah. So it follows that the Reaper's true identity can be only that of the man who stands accused in this courtroom today, Barack Von Zeeks. Nope, he was 100. Oh my god, Henry Kissinger actually died during this stream. Tell me why every time we do a finale of an Ace Attorney game stream, a major British political figure dies. Tell me, every single time. With Group Ace Attorney, it was the Queen, and now it's Henry Kissinger. I need to play through more Ace Attorney games and test this theory. I'm somehow death noting them by finishing Ace Attorney games on stream. What? What are you talking about, Ryunosuke? What do you mean? Who is Henry Kissinger? What you've just told the court, are you absolutely certain of your facts? Let me make sure I was reading this right. I got distracted by Henry Kissinger. Did Gregson really fabricate evidence for that trial 10 years ago? I heard it with my own ears. His shameful admission. Yeah, this is as much of a shock to Von Zeeks as anybody else. In that case, I know the name of the Reaper. What? What? Lord Von Zeeks? I gave no such orders. I know that for certain. Which narrows down the remaining possibilities. To one. If Lord Von Zeeks isn't the one behind all this, then yes, there is only one other person who could have done something like that. I believe I know who it is, too. You. I just had a feeling this name was going to come up. Especially with him sitting right on the judge's bench. The true identity of the infamous Reaper of the Bailey is Male Strongheart. The most evil-sounding freaking name imaginable. The only person who could have, like, the only way his name could sound more evil is if his name was Male Bad Guy. The only person who could have arranged the assassin exchange and manipulated the autopsy reports is the Lord Chief Justice himself, Lord Male Strongheart. What? Lord Strongheart? No. Oh, now it's juicy. It's not just the Japan Supreme top judge, it's Britain's too. Let's go! It's true that 10 years ago the defendant handled the prosecution of the professor in court. but he only took over the case after his brother, Clint von Zieks, had been killed. I can only assume that this is the most inappropriate joke in British judicial history. Ha 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 ha! Very funny. 10 years ago, I was very new to my profession, but I had a burning desire to avenge my brother's death, so I pleaded for control of the case. Cosimo didn't know this part, did he? The investigation to that point, the supplication of the lords to allow my brother's corpse to be examined, all the evidence I was given, the autopsy reports, it all came from you. Bum 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 bum. I've spent my life since then believing I was in your debt for the way you stood aside and let me handle the trial. But I see now. I was very much mistaken. It was a hugely influential force that caused the inspector and the coroner to break the law 10 years ago. And that same force was still felt a decade later on the other side of the world by Sashiro Jigoku. The guy blackmailing everybody. Gant Part 2. Super duper crazy version. Henry Kissinger planned it all. Everything falls into place when we recognize that you are the Reaper of the Bailey. I swear, if we finish this and I look it up and Henry Kissinger is still alive and you're gassing me again, I'm a... Whoopah! The court awaits your response, my lord. I should not have shown my feet to the camera. This may very well go... This is their... The feet! The final stream has feet! This may very well go down in British judicial history, but I assure you, it is no joke. Consider this a formal accusal by the defense. Von Zieks is, like, involved now. He's like, oh shit, I know who the Reaper is now. Get him. Get him. Get him. It doesn't warrant a response. A formal accusal? Don't be absurd. The defense's claims are utter nonsense, a wild fantasy at best. You're not going to defend yourself? You claim there was some wrongdoing with Lord Clint von Zieks' autopsy. That's utterly untrue.
Objection.
But I heard it from Gregson's own lips. He admitted to it. And where is your evidence? What? Gregson's dead now. Unless you were thinking of summoning a ghost to the stand. That's a reference to the first Ace Attorney. You mean to say... I forgot how the system works in your little backwater country. But in the courts of the British Empire, without evidence, there is no case. I have no intention of entertaining some wild fantasy that can't possibly be substantiated by anyone or anything. Ah! Order! Order in court! Following Inspector Gregson's murder, and in the light of Dr. Wilson's death as well, there's really no one left who could testify about the events of 10 years ago. Is there? So that was the real purpose of the assassin exchange. This court has no business raking over the coals of a case that was concluded a decade ago. The accusal brought by the prosecution and the defense is categorically denied. And there's nobody above him to, like, investigate this. And then prove... We have to prove that he did this. Somehow. I take it there are no objections. Kazuma. He's more or less waited his whole life for this moment. Is there really nothing we can do? Is there no other avenue we can go down in pursuit of the truth? If only there was someone who could testify about Clint von Zieks'... There is someone. Mika Toba. Because he's the one who actually wrote the autopsy report. But they don't know that. And Dr. Scythe won't talk.
Objection.
Wilson won't talk. But Mikitoba came. Remember when I thought Mikitoba was the killer? Fun times. I mean, to be fair, my brain was like Mikitoba or Jigoku, and then Strongheart existed as this other party where I'm like, he's obviously cooking evil stuff in the background, which I was pretty much dead on. It's like, okay, the killer is, one of Jigoku or Mikitoba. But then there's Strongheart, who's like the mastermind. He's not a particularly not obvious mastermind, but it's still exciting to see how he came to that position. Don't be ridiculous. There's no one left. Who, Ryunosuke? Who? Tell me. Kazuma, Please. This trial can't end. Not yet. I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing it for the truth. The person the defense would like to call to the stand is...
Take that!
Yujin Mikitoba. Heaven help us. Another Japanese! Most of this trial has been the Japanese characters, which is kind of funny. An expert in forensic medicine, my lord. Professor Yujin Mikitoba. 16 years ago. He came to London with Sashiro Jigoku and Genshin Asogi as a visiting student. And what could his testimony possibly tell us? Professor Mikitoba was the primary assistant during the autopsy in question. He was also the person who actually penned the report. Incorrect. The autopsy was carried out by the coroner, Dr. Wilson. The report carries his signature. But you don't know that. You don't know that he was the one who was there. Ha 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 ha. The coroner merely read over the report at the end and signed it. In other words, Professor Mikitoba witnessed the entire autopsy from start to finish. The defense demands that Mikitoba be summoned as a witness as a matter of urgency. Whatever really happened in that autopsy laboratory 10 years ago is something only he can tell us. The defense's demand is denied. What? Yeah, he's the judge here. He can just, deny us things. Oh no. How do we beat the judge? Professor Mikitoba is in London at this very moment. We could summon him to the stand in minutes. No, of course he's not going to agree to it. Strongheart has no intention of summoning anyone who knows. He's too concerned about protecting himself. Prosecutor Asogi, let me refresh your memory, as you seem to have forgotten the prosecution's stance. Only minutes ago, you accused the defendant of being the Reaper and of masterminding the assassin exchange. I did, yes. So present your evidence for those claims and make your case complete. At this time, I don't have the requisite evidence. But that's exactly why we need witness testimony. So was he bluffing too? Or is he lying now? The professor case is closed. There are no clues in the distant past that will bolster your argument today. I'm afraid to say, Prosecutor Asogi, that you would appear to be possessed by the spirit of your late homicidal father. Now, as I stated earlier, this court has already reached a conclusion with respect to the matter in hand. Inspector Gregson was murdered by Japanese Supreme Court Judge Sashiro Jigoku. As for any hidden circumstances that may exist, they will be investigated in due course by the proper authorities.
Objection!
We're doing an inside police investigation of ourselves. And we will clear ourselves of any wrongdoing. That'll just give the mastermind of the whole venture time to cover his tracks again. By which you mean me. Your punishment for this contemptible behavior will be decided at a later date. As for you, Prosecutor Asogi, you will be remanded following these proceedings. Willingly, I trust, since you gave your word. That futile game of revenge is over, young Master Asogi. This is anime yells. That will be all.
I hereby declare this trial to be over.
Who just said hold it? Von Zieks? Yes? Sholmes!
Yes.
This is no place for amateur detection, Mr. Sholmes. May I remind you that these proceedings are closed to the general public? Mr. Sholmes was instrumental in the apprehension of Sasero Jigoku before he fled from Europe. The court should hear what he has to say. Lord Mel Strongmouth, it's imperative that you refrain from bringing this trial to an end at this stage.
Is it really?
And why would that be? You need only recall your own words from the opening of the trial to answer this question, if I may.
We will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings.
Surely it can't be that the shock of being accused of being the Reaper yourself has erased that from your memory, can it?
The whole truth, sir, has already been uncovered. Also, that impression sounded nothing like me.
It would seem that we have a great many important members of the judiciary present here today. I put it to you, my dear fellows, should the trial end at this juncture? After all, why have you been invited to attend? To nod along to the pre-verifications of your superiors? Pre-verifications? I don't know what that word is. Yeah, there's an audience here. He can't just, shut it down without...
Order! Order in court!
It seems to me that we stand before a door that leads to a new era of legal practices. A door that is ajar. Let us emerge from the shadows of the Reaper's decade-long ascendancy. For you and you alone, my dear fellows, have the power to push this door open now. This is a very Sherlock Holmes speech. Let's frickin' go.
The auditors in the gallery have no rights to express an opinion on court proceedings. Silence!
He's right. The judge has absolute authority here. Yes, if he calls the trial to an end, it must end. But will that really do? I sense dark things occurring behind the scenes. Dark things indeed. What? The trial should go on. Summon the witness. That's right. We need to clear this up before that begins in custody. Yo! The crowd is rebelling. Vindicate yourself of this outlandish accusation, my lord. The truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. That's the very foundation of British law. A toast to my dependable colleagues in the gallery. On with the trial! On with the trial! Testify! 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 Let's go. Well, my lord, you hear the voice of British justice, I take it? I think you'll find it will be rather awkward to silence. Testify! 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 The court will recess briefly. I have no intention of shrinking from these allegations. Bailiff! Arrange for the subpoena of the witness at once. As soon as the gentleman arrives at the courthouse, we shall reconvene. A recess won't be necessary, my lord. Pardon? He's with me. Yeah. Mikitoba is a close friend of mine. He accompanied today and is waiting in the antechamber as we speak. Ready for this exact moment. I do believe he's been enjoying a little trip down memory lane, in fact. What? Professor Mikitoba is here in the courthouse? Mr. Sholmes, you didn't know this would happen, did you? Of course he did. They've already figured it all out. I'm the guy who goes to court and presents the evidence. Because if they say it, it's just hearsay from the crazy detective guy. My dear fellow, no one is in a better position to answer that question than you, surely. I wasn't just asking for the fun of it, you know. Well, I must thank you for your assistance in this matter, Mr. Sholmes. However, you are of no further use here. Kindly leave the courtroom at once. But of course, in truth, I find myself rather busy now as a result of these developments. Mr. Naruhodo! Yes? I trust you have Iris's little lucky charm with you? Is he gonna go find another, key piece of evidence somewhere? She sends her regards and a reminder If you find yourself at a dead end, the ears are at your disposal. Just one tug, if you please. Oh my god, is there still this much left that we're gonna have to tug the ears again? Oh boy.
In that case, the trial will continue without delay. Bailiff, show the witness to the stand.
So it's Lord Strongheart. He's the Reaper of the Bailey. Where exactly is this trial going to take me, I wonder? Just how deep am I about to be plunged into the blackness of the abyss? Well, I'm ready. I'm ready to head into the heart of this maelstrom and confront whatever horrors it tries to drown us in. To be continued? There's another to be continued? How much is left of this case? I'm kind of sleepy, kind of eepy, but I'm not gonna go. Oh, final stream, actually not final stream again. We gotta push forward. Oh, hi, Dr. Gory. We've still gotta cross-examine a whole ass lineup, because there's multiple mysteries here. So, witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. I swear to God. Yeah, no, I can't stop.
Yujin Mikatobe,
Lecturer in forensic medicine at the Imperial Yume University in Tokyo, Japan. And, Professor Mikatoba, the young lady beside you is... Ah, this is Dr. Mariah Gori, Scotland Yard's practicing coroner, the daughter of Dr. Scythe, I understand. Yes, Dr. Scythe. I'm afraid I can't tell you why she's here. She just appeared. Creepy. You summon this strange Japanese man as a witness to that autopsy, but you don't summon Mama? That makes no sense. She was there too. That's about the size of it. I've had her eyes boring into the side of my cheek constantly, whilst I was in the antechamber too. Poor man. The idea of it's making me shudder. The revelations about Dr. Scythe that came to light some days ago defiled the reputation of the entire judiciary. She was therefore deemed unfit to appear as a witness and okay, alright, buddy. Deemed unfit by who? You? Yeah, okay. Well, we wouldn't want any more perjury to be committed, would we? The Ministry of Justice. Some questionable strings are being pulled, I think. I remember you, Dr. Mikatoba, but I certainly never expected to be meeting you under these circumstances. Yes, it's been a long while, Lord Strongheart. The prosecution understands that you were a visiting student of forensic science in London until 10 years ago. That's right. I studied under Dr. Wilson at St. Sinners. So you were present at the autopsy of my brother, Lord Clint von Zeeks. I was, yes. I assisted Dr. Wilson with the entire procedure. Mama is far more skilled than you are. Or than Dr. Wilson is? I didn't read. Than any Japanese man. Okay, racism. Got it. Well, Dr. Wilson asked me to be his primary assistant on that occasion. And this autopsy report was actually penned by you, I believe? Turn the volume down a little bit. Yes. I noted all of the doctor's findings, and when we were done, he read through the document and signed it. Poor Mama. As secondary assistant, she wouldn't have had such a good view of all the innards. So, Professor, do you remember Inspector Gregson? Yes, of course. If it wasn't for his insistence, Lord Von Zeeks' autopsy would never have happened. But he was absolutely convinced that it would reveal decisive evidence against Genshin, you see. So Lord Strongheart had to entreat the nobility to allow it to take place. Do correct me if I'm wrong, my lord. It was as a result of that autopsy that a mass murderer was apprehended and justice was done. But Gregson admitted it before he was killed. He admitted that the results of the autopsy were fabricated. You were there at the time, so you must testify. You have an obligation to tell the truth about what really went on. Absolutely. That's precisely why I'm here. Yeah, does Megatoba, like, did he actually just, like, help them? Or maybe he just watched it happen and didn't have any power to, like, counter it? I don't know. I feel like he would have done something if he had the power to, though. Because it's his friend. I suppose we'll find out. That's why I'm here, too. Very well, then. You will give your formal testimony now, witness. But before you begin, a word of warning. Oh? You will state truthfully and accurately what you saw and what you heard at the time. I wouldn't dream of doing otherwise, my lord. The moment your testimony verges on supposition, I would expel you from my courtroom. Remember that. Man, this is... You know it's like the big final case when the killer's speech happened half an hour ago, and there's still like an hour of the case left, probably. I definitely would not have finished this last night. Or, not last night, but last stream. So I made a good call going into another one here. From my own observations, I couldn't say there was any indication of the autopsy reports having been fabricated. Death resulted from a wound made by a Western-style sword transfixing the heart. That I found a little strange. A Western-style sword? Kazuma's sword? Kuruma? There were no other signs of internal injury. Nothing questionable at all. It was just that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach. Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim as a way of posthumously identifying his assailant. That's the planted evidence, clearly. No indication. Nothing to suggest fabrication? Professor Mikatoba, are you certain about that? Well, nothing that I could positively identify as such, much less swear to in a testimony. Oh, great. He's evil laughing now. Awesome. Look at that's such an evil face, too. Holy crap.
Well, that clears things up nicely. The only fabrication here, Asogi, has come from you.
What?
You claim the inspector confessed just before his death, but that is the fabrication.
No, he freely acknowledged it. I swear he did.
Freely?
With the tip of a sword at his throat? The man was clearly at his wit's end. The court will give no credence to this confession that was uttered in obvious desperation. Quite simply, there was nothing questionable about the investigation of Lord Clint von Zeke's death. And with this testimony we have, without question, uncovered the whole truth of the matter. If I may, my lord. There was most certainly something questionable about it, and the whole truth does rather elude us, I fear.
I beg your pardon?
Well, you're obviously aware of the facts of the case. All 4 of the professor's previous victims died when an enormous beast was set upon them that ripped out their throats. The hound thing is such a weird element that we haven't really touched on. Where did this, like, mass murder dog come from? Oh, such horrifying crimes. But curiously, the killer's last victim, Lord Clint von Zeeks, suffered a different fate. Yes, you're right. He was stabbed through the heart with a sword. That's enough. I believe I warned you about this witness. I promised to curtail your testimony as soon as it entered the realms of supposition or speculation. And technically you didn't say speculation the first time. Very well, my lord. In that case, the defense will pursue a conclusion to this during the cross-examination. What? I have the right to cross-examine every witness after testimony.
You what?
That was totally how I just delivered that. Ryunosuke, I'm afraid that even the presiding judge has no authority to contravene the letter of the law. As I'm sure every member of the judiciary present in the gallery would agree. Yeah, now that he's been called as witness, yeah, Strongheart has to let him cross-examine. Very well. You may begin. However, the moment your argument strays from established facts, I will not hesitate to bring the cross-examination to an end. You get 1 strike for this part. Maybe. I don't know. This doesn't really matter anyway. It doesn't really matter because I can just restart from this scene. No, I still have 5 strikes. You get, at the moment you stray 5 times, I will end the case.
Hold it!
Western style. In all of the previous 4 killings attributed to the professor, the victims were killed by an enormous dog, I believe. Their throats were, well, small? Correct. And yet Lord Von Zeeks was stabbed. Do you mean to say you think Lord Clint Von Zeeks may not, in fact, have been one of the professor's victims? That's kind of what I was thinking. I'm like, one person did all the other murders, somebody else killed Clint. Maybe Genshin Asogi did kill the other people, because it's sort of been established at this point that the other people were, like, evil. And it was, like, Reaper-style justice. But I don't know, but, like, better? I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. The whole ass thing has still got to be revealed. Are we going to actually find out who the real professor is now? New real Reaper, real professor. It could just be the same guy. There was no basis on which to doubt the findings of the investigations carried out at the time. But Genshin Asogi confessed to all of his crimes upon his arrest. He admitted to having taken the lives of all 5 members of the Aristocracy. Yet the beast that was used to carry out the killings was never identified. So there we go. I was wondering, I'm like, where's this, like, giant hellhound that killed 4 people? Like, nobody's ever, like, found that, or... No evidence was found to suggest that Genshin had ever kept a dog. A true hound of hell. Like that Von Zeeks is just kind of up here, too. No other signs of internal injury. Nothing questionable at all. We need to press these, because we've got a lineup. Somebody's gonna, like, contradict somebody else. But, you weren't actually present at the autopsy yourself, were you, Dr. Gory? Does that matter? Does that matter? I don't know what voice I was giving her. I just wonder how useful your testimony can be in that case, real. You're literally, like, younger than the case. I've read all the paperwork about the case. Your mom has told me the story countless times. The statement I just made is exactly what's written in the autopsy report. I did confirm that myself at the time, it's true. Besides the stab wound, there were no other signs of internal trauma. I see. Mama told me all about it. Oh? She said there was nothing of note internally, but they did find an amazing piece of evidence. Something unbelievable. Unbelievable? What do you mean? Come on, Dr. Gory, what was it? Shouldn't we know? It was probably in the old case, wasn't it? That beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach. Alright, tell me what it is. Tell me what it is. Let's go. We move. We move. What exactly was it, though? What does beautiful but dangerous mean? Well, it was sparkly and round with a hole, as if it might slip over a finger, perhaps. It was a ring, belonging to Genshin Asogi. My father's ring was inside the victim's stomach? At the time, Genshin wore a large ring on the digitus quartus of his left hand. The 4th or right finger. You could have just said the 4th finger, bro. You didn't have to bring out the Latin. Digitus quartus. Sue, what do you mean digitus quartus? Stop being so pretentious. I'd understood it was some sort of keepsake. When my father left for Japan, for London, I'm doing the same voice for this guy, aren't I? I remember that ring. You do? My father's possessions were sent to our family home in Japan after his death, but the ring wasn't among them. Among? Obviously not. It was a key piece of evidence. It remains under lock and key in the stores at Scotland Yard to this day. After the autopsy, Genshin was summoned by the police to check for the presence of his ring. Digital style. What? It wasn't on his hand, of course. Moreover, there were deep abrasions on his finger where it had been pulled off. Sus. They arrested the man there and then, right before my eyes. How could they? I brought a ring along with me today. What? Here it is. A bit dusty from years in the stores. Good gracious. Yes, that's it. I haven't seen that in 10 long years. And that was found inside the victim's stomach? Yes, I'm afraid so. You hesitated there, Professor Ikatomo. Should we read something into that? Well, it's just that thinking back now, I didn't actually witness the moment it was extracted from the victim's body. Interesting, interesting. Ding, 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 ding. That precise moment, Dr. Wilson had asked me to fetch him a new scalpel. Dr. Gorey, the removal of historic evidence from the stores requires my consent, does it not? Oopsie. However it came to be here, the court cannot deny that this is crucial evidence for today's proceedings. Very well. You may submit it. Mr. Asogi's ring. Oh, so now we've got, like, the key evidence from the Professor case. This is wild, dude. It's not the sort of ring normally seen in Japan. They almost look like claws protecting them. We really are just going to solve the Professor case now. You must examine it very carefully, Mr. Naruhodo. Very carefully indeed. Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim. Okay, let's... Before we, like, press anything, let's examine this. Because this is a big, important piece of evidence here. These fat claws are doing a good job of protecting the equally fat gemstone in the middle of this ring. Yes, if you were clumsy, you could give yourself a rather nasty cut on them, I should think. Ow. Oh, my finger's bleeding. The claws really are sharp. Oh my. That was very quick clumsiness, Mr. Naruhodo, even for you. Who would make such a dangerous ring? You couldn't swallow it without doing yourself some fairly serious damage, surely. A sticky mochi bun of about that size would go down much better, with some red bean paste in the middle. Someone as clumsy as me would probably manage to choke on it at any. So the ring is like sharp. Interesting. Kind of implies it would be hard to swallow, doesn't it? Oh, wait, what is this? Is that a thing? Is that just like a weird shadow effect? It's certainly not something I can click on, so... Seems like the only thing I can click on is the gem on top. Okay. The claws grasping the gem sharp enough to cause a very nasty scratch. Okay, no, he couldn't have swallowed it. It's too sharp. Easy. The witness's last statement. Exhibit. Oh god. Whatever fate befalls you in here, no one outside will ever know. Okay, I need to press this probably.
Hold it!
Get more clarification on it. That was the decisive piece of evidence that led to Genshin Asogi's arrest. Correct. After further investigations by Scotland Yard, the man admitted to his crimes. That's a lie. My father was no killer. Baroque von Zeeks, it was you! You twisted the truth to suit your purpose. Bro, it's not von Zeeks. It's not been von Zeeks for a long time. Your hatred of me doesn't change the facts that were established 10 years ago. You're still on this thing? I'm as much in the dark as you are. My brother Clint had closed in on the professor. In the end, he exposed the man and put a stop to his lethal rampage. Supposedly. That's everything, is it? Poor father. He looks so troubled. Perhaps because 10 years ago, something happened that's been weighing on his mind. I couldn't say, were his words. The phrasing is very deliberate, I'm sure. I wonder if he's had his suspicions all these... Yeah, he's had his suspicions, but he can't prove it. If we could establish that Kazuma-sama's claim of fabricated evidence was true, we can't shy away from this now, even if what we might uncover could lead to total calamity. Don't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. I'll be right beside you, whatever may happen.
Total calamity is already here, dude. We're accusing the judge. If we don't win, we're effed. Let's press this one, because I haven't pressed the I couldn't say.
No, sadly not. But then you couldn't say there wasn't any indication either. From that one, I felt that one coming. There we go, we're good. No, true, I couldn't. I was at Dr. Wilson's side as he performed the procedure, recording what he did. But at times, of course, he instructed me to fetch implements and such like. Whilst I was away from the operating table, obviously I could have missed some. And at those times, what was the secondary assistant doing? Following this Japanese man's orders to adjust the lighting or pass him implements. That doesn't mean Mama wasn't a vital part of the team.
Quite, yes.
So would you kindly refrain from staring at my cheek like that? Professor Mikatoba, think. Was there nothing at all that seemed out of place to you? Well, yes, there was, as a matter of fact. Okay, so that didn't... Alright. Huh.
We didn't actually get...
We didn't get any, like, person reacting to other person pursue moment. It's weird because the ring... I would think the ring would be what I would need to present, but... Beautiful but dangerous. I mean... I feel like the ring is what... The fact that the ring has, like, sharp claws and wouldn't have been swallowable. Do I need to present it on this statement instead? No? Weird. Maybe I'm not ready to present that yet. I'm just trying... I'm like, what else can I present? Let me look at the autopsy again. Death. Single stab into other superficial external wounds. Recent scarlet ink stains visible in the little and ring fingers of right hand. What? No other signs of internal injury. That's not contradicted by the autopsy report. Vital evidence recovered from the victim's stomach. No internal trauma noted anywhere in the body. Okay. Recent scarlet ink stains visible in the little and ring fingers of the right hand. That's definitely, if that's not right now, that's going to come up later. Death from a single stab into the heart. Other superficial external wounds indicative of a duel. What is all this? Like, that's something that's probably important here. Nothing questionable at all. I feel like there was... Sword, Western style sword, transfixing the heart. Transfixing the heart. I'm gonna press this one again. Get a little... Okay, right. She's not there. Like, that's... I'm like, why are you here? Besides the stab wound, no other signs of internal trauma. That is there in the autopsy report. But it doesn't, that they didn't mention his external wounds. Removed from the man's stomach? See, she's just talking from the autopsy, so everything she says is going to be backed up by that autopsy report. Let me look at this again. Make absolutely certain I didn't miss anything. This is a weird ass ring. Like this, I was thinking like a wedding ring. This is a weird. What is this? Maybe it is his wedding ring, but it's just odd. claws making it hard to swallow, I would think would be the key thing, but I've presented it on both of these and it doesn't do anything, so must be something else. No other signs of internal injury, nothing questionable at all. Transfixing the heart? Hold on. Western style sword. There's anything to really counter that, like... Single stab wound to the heart. Yeah, okay. I couldn't say there was any indication of the autopsy report. Maybe if I can find something that does indicate them being fabricated? This is definitely going to come up later. There's still a lot. Bro, there's still so much to uncover. I got my first day of a new job tomorrow. It's alright. I start at 10. I'll be fine. Like, as long as this doesn't take me another, like, 3 hours, I'll be fine. I just may not end up making that tier list of cases that I wanted to make. What the hell do I present? Bro, you gotta be strong. I'm strong. I'm strong. I just don't know what. I just don't know what to present here. And I didn't sleep very well last night, so I'm like a little slow right now. But I'm strong. I'm gonna figure it out. I'm gonna figure out what's going on here. And I couldn't say there was any indication of the autopsy reports being fabricated. So Mikatoba wrote this himself. Recent Scarlet... I'm gonna present this on the couldn't say. From my own observations, I couldn't say there's any...
Objection.
I'm just presenting the, like, couple pieces of evidence that are related to the autopsy. I just don't know which... Like, what do I have that's actually related to this autopsy? Gregson's autopsy. Like, what do I have that is actually evidence for the professor case? It's... Sogi papers? Any and all material possessions and wealth belong to me, but they didn't give the ring back. I feel like that's significant, but it is not, it doesn't counter anything in this testimony. Swallowed by the victim. See, that's such a weird, it's like, why would the victim have swallowed his ring? And they said there was signs of, like, lacer, like, the victim's finger almost as if it had been ripped off his finger. This is weird. Okay, but what else is actually related to this case? Pretty much nothing. It's pretty much just the autopsy report, the Asogi papers, and the ring. Those are, like, the 3 reasonable options to present on statements in this trial. I just don't know what statement to present on, which is always the, like, death knell that drags out a presenting segment for, like, 15 minutes, because I'm just, like, trying a bunch of different evidence pieces on a bunch of different testimonies. I'm gonna try the autopsy report on this because it mentions external injuries, but that doesn't really, like, they're talking about internal injuries, but I'm gonna try it. Nope. Nope. Okay.
Faculty
concludes business. Court is adjourned. He just ends it so fast. They're like, okay, he's not gonna like, he's can't do a big guilty thing, like, you know, he's just gonna say that concludes business, and then we'll let them restart. Okay. Cross-examination. Do I have the evidence, or do I need the? I need to get the ring again. Gosh dang it! I'm gonna save after I press the one with the ring. Which one gave me the ring again? I don't remember. I think it was this one.
Hold it!
No. He remembers that ring from 16 years ago. Deep abrasions on his finger where it had been pulled off. Interesting. Von Zeke seems to have some opinion on that, but not one I can pursue.
Excuse me.
If I just press this, he's just gonna not have anything, right? So something about the witness's last. Yeah, okay. I'm just. Well, now I have to press it again to get the. Gosh dang it! Which statement am I pressing? Which statement am I presenting on?
Hold it!
Because now I have to mash through all this again to get the ring in my evidence. Because I interrupted them. It's weird. They don't do the, like, pursuing other people thing that often. So it's the victim's stomach. Mr. Soki's ring has been entered into the court record. Yeah, okay. Well, let me say it and check this again. Is that really it as far as ring investigation stuff? Just the sharp claws? Like that weird smudge there. Okay, I must save so that if I fail again, I can load from post-ring getting. What just happened? Oh, okay. My phone is low battery, that's what I have to chat on. I thought maybe the stream went down for a second, but we're good. The Genshin Asogi papers do not. Like, oops, I didn't mean to. That's everything, is it? Poor father, he looks so troubled. Yeah, I couldn't say. That makes me think I have to present on that statement, but I have no idea what I would present on that statement. I have to establish that the evidence was fabricated somehow. Couldn't say there was any. I'm gonna press this again, just to make sure I have all the. No, sadly not. Why is Mariah Gory here? Everything has been pressed. I mean, I guess it hasn't been on this attempt, but, you know, like, all the new information I have to get has been pressed. I guess I could press this again, now that I've gotten the ring. See where the text goes here. Yeah, because this is different text. That might be. That might be the like pathway option to follow here. By beautiful and dangerous evidence, you mean this large ring, obviously. That's right. Pulled from the victim's stomach once it had been sliced open nicely. It was my brother's final move before he perished. An ingenious one, to leave us a clue by which to identify his killer. He must have ripped the ring from Genshin's finger with his teeth, before swallowing it to keep it from being retrieved. That was the prevailing hypothesis at the time. With his teeth? On his arrest, Genshin Asogi's ring finger on his left hand was found to be badly wounded. Evidence of my brother's final struggle against the man. All for this ring? Presumed to have been... okay. So that didn't actually update the testimony at all? Or update any of the evidence at all? It just gave a little more context to... like, their sort of spat, supposedly. Let me look at the Asogi papers one more time. Make absolutely certain these are not... Okay. That's not helpful right now. That's a mystery for later. Somehow. There's still mysteries for later. Painful. I'm just gonna start presenting things.
Objection! Hold it!
No, don't press it again. Shut up, Mariah Gory. Present the autopsy.
Objection!
That seemed a little sus! That seemed a little sus! Is there another piece of evidence I'm, like, forgetting about? One that could actually be helpful here? Unhelpful. Okay. This is hard. Why can't I figure this out? There are literally only 2 pieces of evidence that have any relevancy at all. So just go through the statements and start pressing them. Or presenting them, I guess.
Objection!
Oh. It's like I've already presented the ones I think make sense. Okay. I'm gonna try something. I'm gonna jump over here, and I'm gonna present the ring. Maybe now that I've talked that second time, pressed this one a second time, I can now present the ring. On here, the very first thing I tried.
Objection!
Frickin' firecracker incident part 2? No? Okay. Jack, help! I need to finish the game. In 2 hours.
Objection! Objection. Objection.
We're just presenting the two pieces of evidence on every statement. That's where we are. We're gonna present them. And then if they don't work, I'll look at the other evidence and, like, at least then I know that it can't. I definitely already presented the autopsy result of this one, so.
Objection.
Is this it? The court has heard that the ring was extracted from the victim's stomach, but you didn't actually see it being removed, did you, Professor Mikitoba? That's right. As I said in my testimony before, at that moment I was fetching a replacement scalpel that Dr. Wilson had requested. In other words, you can either confirm nor deny whether this ring in fact really came from the victim's stomach or not. What are you suggesting, counsel? If the ring was never in the victim's stomach to begin with, it's entirely feasible that Wilson fabricated that detail. And how does presenting the ring there prove anything to that? I don't get that. I mean, I guess the argument is, oh, well, maybe they didn't swallow it because it's sharp, but, like, I could have done that on the other two. I don't get why that is that specific one. That Dr. Wilson was in possession of the ring in advance after it was somehow stolen from Mr. Asogi. And he produced it during the procedure, pretending to have found it there and then in the victim's stomach.
Objection!
Supposition at best. What possible evidence do you have to support such a rash claim? This evidence, right here. The one that I presented earlier that didn't work? Huh. Interesting. Interesting. Other than the ring, nothing unusual was noted internally, so I'm not sure how you intend to prove your point. The lack of internal injury, because the ring didn't scratch. Yeah, that's what I was trying to present on the other statements. That was a really roundabout way of working to that I feel like could have been presented on several of the other statements, but whatever. Whatever. We get to the point eventually. He would have stopped at nothing to ensure that evil killer was brought to justice. But if he really had swallowed that enormous ring, it's inconceivable that no traces of its passage down his throat would have remained as internal trauma. No. Yes, I should have. It's frankly very obvious. And there you've arrived at the sticking point. That's precisely why I had my doubts about the findings myself 10 years ago. Then why didn't you say something at the time? I did. I still remember the conversation I had with Dr. Wilson in the laboratory that day. Look at this! Now, this is a very curious thing to find in a man's stomach, wouldn't you say? But isn't that rather peculiar, Dr. Wilson? What's that now, Mikitoba? Well, if he swallowed a ring of that size with those sharp metal claws that it has, surely you'd expect to see damage to the throat and, torn mucous membranes at the very least. Dr. Mikitoba, may I remind you that I have vastly more experience than you. I'm terribly sorry. I can think of plenty ways to explain why no injuries would be seen. No, let's say this. The victim would appear to have ingested the item as evidence to identify his assailant. Go ahead, write it down. So he kind of just steamrolled him through it. So I was right. Dr. Wilson deliberately fabricated the results of the autopsy to implicate my father. I'm disappointed, counsel. That argument is nothing more than speculation. What? Dr. Wilson was Britain's leading authority on forensic science and autopsy work. There is no scientific basis on which to doubt the man's expert opinion. Pardon the interruption, my lord, but damage to the mucous membranes of the throat is easily identified even in living subjects. using a device called an endoscope, recently demonstrated in practical use in France. I want one. The government can pay.
I don't think so.
And Dr. Gory, rest assured that your removal of evidence from the stores without permission will not go unpunished. We open up the dead to find the truth. I beg your pardon? But Mama, she chose to stitch her corpses up, with all her secrets inside. That's wrong. Again, creepy, I wanna, like, dissect and eat people. Not eat people. Creepy, like, I wanna dissect people girl is one of the most, like, morally reputable is that morally like good truth-seeking characters in this plot, which is interesting. It's looking as though she's chosen to walk a different path from her mama. Yes, the ring. Almost out of drink. Oh my goodness. Bro, why is she kinda... she's... Is she... She's 19. Okay. You can say she's bad, Jack. What about the ring? I've just remembered something. An earlier incident. What incident? The one I recounted to you before. About a memory I have. Of Genshin Asogi saving my life. What? My father saved your life? Yes, we heard about this before, but it was 10 years ago, on a foggy night. Genshin and I were walking down some back streets at a late hour. All of a sudden... Don't make a peep, you're coming with us! All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scarves. Maybe he lost the ring in that encounter. That's what I was thinking, even before Von Zeeks brought it up. The next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He'd shielded me. Excuse me. It was on that ring finger of his left hand that he used to wear that ring. Are you saying... I've always believed those thugs were after me. But now I'm starting to question if perhaps I wasn't the intended target after all. But that would mean... Because that was before Clint died, wasn't it? So that would mean this frame job was concocted up before the murder. Which would basically prove that he didn't do it. Well, wait, but... Genshin was arrested 2 days after that attack. And in that short interval, decisive evidence needed to indict him was miraculously found. You mean, the ring was stolen from him? You think that's what those thugs were after that night?
Objection.
We're just relitigating the whole Professor case. Let's go. You pathetic coward! You expect me to believe that you weren't involved? His whole worldview's shaken up by Barack not being involved. So funny. What do you mean by that? Why did you think I was involved to begin with? It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who took it. You stole my father's ring. You set the whole thing up so you could put it in the... Kazuma. Open your eyes. Boom. I love the, like, creepy Professor case music. Boom, boom, boom. Creepin'. Ryunosuke. You must know deep down. The truth can be completely obscured even when your judgment is only slightly clouded. But at the moment, you seem to be floundering through a dense fog. that why you were so insistent I should be present at this trial? To see you like this? Well, this is an amusing spectacle. What a grandiose expression on your face, as if you were Lady Justice herself. It seems you've thoroughly convinced yourself of this alleged fabrication of the autopsy results. So much so that you're apparently blind to the blatant contradiction that would be born out of it. Did somebody knock on the door? Hello? Okay, I thought I heard a dum dum, but it's not. What? Though it's extremely hard to believe. Let us imagine that there was some misconduct during the autopsy. If that were the case, why would Asogi not have disputed the findings in his trial? Oh. In the closed court hearing 10 years ago, the defendant never once denied the claims against him. Isn't that right, Lord Von Zieks? Yes, that is indeed correct. Upon hearing the verdict of guilty, he merely closed his eyes, quietly accepting the judgment. The actions of a man who has accepted responsibility for his deeds and is resigned to his fate. But then... Oh my, that is very strange. If Mr. Asogi did nothing to oppose the charges, then that would surely mean there was no fabricated evidence. An obvious conclusion, at which you should have arrived many minutes ago. Prosecutor Asogi. Your twisted loyalty and clouded judgment are hampering your ability for logical thought. Genshin Asogi's silence at his hearing can mean only one thing. There was no fabrication of evidence during the autopsy of his final victim 10 years ago. And there will be no winning against me either. But if that autopsy was all above board, there'll be nothing to stop Lord Strongheart from bringing this trial to a comedic conclusion. Who's objecting? Kazuma? Von Zieks? Kazuma. Okay. Like, objection! Show every single person. Thank you, Ryunosuke. If it wasn't for your frank words just now, this trial may very well have ended prematurely. Kazuma, what's this latest absurdity, Counsel? My lord, your reasoning is perfectly sound, but for one giant hole. I beg your pardon. You claim my father's silence was due to the fact that there was no fabricated evidence. There's another possible explanation. You've overlooked the possibility that he had a reason for maintaining that silence.
Objection!
Silence that would lead to him being convicted and sent to his death. If the autopsy results were an invention, there's no conceivable reason why the man wouldn't have protested. What is this pose he's doing? Like, it's kind of like, he's pointing? Is he pointing? He's doing the, like, salt meme.
Objection!
Those results were an invention, alright, there's no question of that. Or are you forgetting that 2 people with a connection to the autopsy have been assassinated? If I force the grievances I feel from my mind, I start to see you in a very different light. I think perhaps it's you who've been living in delusion these 10 years. Me? Kazuma-sama has created one last chance for us here, Mr. Naruhodo. We can only show there was a reason for his father's silence. Is this where we show the Asogi papers? I feel like that. So upon my death. I mean, this doesn't really explain why, but it's the only thing I can think of.
Take that!
Present this. Dun. This is the defense's answer to that question. The answer is wrong and you're an idiot. Shut up. Why would he have said, if Kazuma-sama's father knew that the evidence being used to convict him was fabricated, why would he have said nothing in his trial? If it were me, I'd have protested my innocence until I was blue in the face. So if we're right about the autopsy results, there must have been a strong reason for his silence. Perhaps he was saying nothing in exchange for some sort of clemency? That would suggest the Asogi papers, but I just clicked on that and it didn't work. I did click on the Asogi papers, right? What proof do you possibly have that could explain Asogi's silence in court? I really don't see how it could be anything but the Asogi papers. Oh wait, maybe it's this one. Because this says, indications are that the jailbreak plot was conceived prior to the convict's incarceration. Yeah, this is it.
Take that!
It's true that Genshin Asogi's silence during his trial... I remembered that that was a piece of information on something. I just misremembered where it was. It's true that Genshin Asogi's silence during his trial resulted in his conviction. But that didn't actually lead to his execution. On the contrary, it led to his escape. An escape that was only possible because he'd been sentenced to death. Although I find it hard to believe my father would have negotiated in that way. The defense is correct. Fake execution, falsification of a death certificate, and a jailbreak inside a coffin. Clearly such an elaborate plan couldn't have been carried out by my father alone. He must have had the help of a collaborator from the judiciary. Jigoku? Oh, that's how he blackmailed Jigoku, isn't it? I have here the dismissal notice of the chief warder who was working in the prison at the time. The notes read, there are indications that the jailbreak was in planning prior to the inmate's incarceration. In other words, there were suggestions of some sort of negotiation between Mr. Asogi and the British government. In exchange for his silence in court, he was given an assurance that he would be broken out of prison. Yes, with that sort of clandestine agreement in place, I could imagine he would have kept very quiet. I would go further than that, in fact. I would say that the elaborate jailbreak of Mr. Asogi can be explained in no other way.
Order! Order! First fabricated evidence and now a jailbreak conspiracy?
Of course, because it's all intimately linked. The prosecution wishes to summon new witnesses to the stand.
Witnesses?
People who can testify about the... Oh my god, we really are relitigating the entire sequence of events. Governor Kaiden and the poor chief warder of the prison. Oh my god, we're bringing the Scottish guy back. Let's go. I need to plug in my phone so I'll have enough battery to look at chat for the rest of the stream. Probably. I also need to refill my water, so I'll just do both at some point here. Oh, it wouldn't be any trouble, man. What? Father. My dear friend may appear a little rattle-pated at times, but I can assure you he is extremely tough. Thorough. Extremely thorough? Extremely thorough. He wired both Barclay and the local prisoner, so that's what Sholmes is just off, like, summoning people. Great. Asking Governor Carden and Mr. Vigil to attend the Old Bailey is a matter of extreme urgency. Mr. Sholmes did that?
Are you telling me that...
Both men are, unless I'm much mistaken. Waiting just outside the courtroom at this very moment. Sholmes is just like rounding up all the witnesses before we need to summon them, so there's no opportunity for Mr. Sussy Strongheart to like stop the trial. Because any time that he has to stop the trial is time he has to like manipulate things. My lord, you must permit this trial to proceed as you declared at its outset. You promised that we would stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings.
Very well. Bring in the witnesses.
Make no mistake, I too would like nothing more than to lay this business to rest, once and for all. The whole frickin' lineup of characters from this case is testifying now. Crazy. I feel Von Zeeks is just permanently on the bench now to like give his takes on things occasionally. Would the new witnesses state their names and occupations for the court, please?
Aye, Lady Kaiden, governor of Barclay Prison.
I don't remember what voice I was giving this guy. Everyone calls me. Oh right, well he was like, oh, Goofy, but then he wasn't Goofy anymore. So, hello? Yes. Somebody just closing my door. I guess it was cracked open a little bit. What was that? Oh, I do beg your pardon. Of course. Not the yuck Goofy voice. My name is Daily Vigil. I used to be the chief warden at Barclay Prison. The reason you've been summoned here to court today is to testify about the jailbreak of the so-called professor 10 years ago.
Yes, the professor. I believe I've been through all this before. A decade ago.
God, I gotta do this accent now.
And the conclusion was that there wasn't anything untoward that happened.
A convict escaped from your prison, Governor. Hardly would you call nothing untoward.
Well,
the convict's death certificate was somehow falsified after he was allegedly executed, and he escaped the prison inside his own coffin. A plan of that complexity could never have been carried out without the help of somebody of influence inside the prison. Governor Kaiden, don't imagine that the passage of time will afford you any protection. If it turns out that you were involved in the plot to break Mr. Asogi out of your prison, then of course, the consequences will be very serious. In all likelihood, a capital punishment. Capital like death?
guards! Hold on there, laddie. All I did was witness.
Governor Kaiden?
Aye, sir.
You have a critical role to play in the public safety of our country. A great responsibility to shoulder. The significance of your testimony in court cannot be understated. Therefore, think carefully before you speak. And Prosecutor Asogi, if you threaten the witness again, you will be held in contempt of court. My apologies, my lord. There's no disputing the fact that an intricate jailbreak plot was enacted 10 years ago. Clearly, you were both involved in some way. So you will testify before the court now and explain exactly what took place.
Very well.
Let the witnesses give their formal testimony. Tell the court everything you know of the plot to break Asogi out of Barclay 10 years ago. And on that note, I'm going to refill my water real quick. And I'm gonna save. I'm gonna refill my water real quick. I'm gonna plug in my phone, and then we're gonna continue. So give me 1 second. Max. Oh, I know why you did Max, because I was doing the goofy voice. Because I gave Daily Vigil a goofy voice before he revealed himself to be Daily Vigil. Were you even there for any of those streams? I don't think so. Gorsh? Max! Max! I didn't do it! My name's not Daily Vigil, I swear! Max! Max! Max. Okay, we're back. Alright, let's do this. This is banger. It wouldn't be the end of Great Ace Attorney if it didn't take me way longer than I thought it was going to. This is just kind of how it goes. 'Cause this is how the first games for this is how the first now I have no way to stand up my phone and actually look at it. Why does the screen just not rotate on chat? Whatever. It just doesn't. It's like it can only look at the chat a very specific way. Whatever. We'll just put it down. It's not like people talk. It's not like you talk that much anyway. I just might not be looking at it as much now. But that's fine.
Max, we gotta figure out who set all this up, Max. Isn't that right, Governor Pete the Kiten?
He's Pete and he's Goofy. It was the day. I forgot what the Scottish. Hold on.
It was the day.
I know it's like very gone now.
It was the day that Japanese jock was found guilty. The directive came from the prosecutor's office. I assigned the convict to the chief warder vigil here, and put the plan into action beyond the scenes.
I was responsible for Asogi right up until the night of his execution, but I knew nothing of any plot.
I didn't ken if there was some negotiations between the convict and the prosecutor's office. All I did was carry out my duty for Her Majesty's Great British Empire.
He definitely did something. That Strongheart just like shut him up before he could say what he did. I'm sure it wasn't something big, but it was something. A director from the prosecutor's office? Are you saying that was the jailbreak plot?
Aye, that's right.
Who sent it? Who authorized that plan? You're saying you don't know?
Listen, there was nae a thing I could do about the professor case that was nae unusual. There was nae a thing about the professor case that was nae unusual in some way. I didn't ask any questions. I just did what I was told to do. I just did what I was told to do. More than that, I couldn't tell you.
I see. But if the jailbreak plan originated from the prosecutor's office, then one thing is very clear. As suspected, there were clandestine dealings going on between Mr. Asogi and that office. The jailbreak was promised in exchange for Asogi admitting to crimes he didn't commit. That, counsel, is nothing more than speculation on your part. Why else would the prosecution's office be helping him escape? I fail to see how these witnesses have any more pertinent information here. Do you intend to assert your right to a cross-examination? Please say no. Please say no. Absolutely. God damn it! I have no intention of squandering a single opportunity, my lord.
Seems all you Japanese are fiercely tenacious, like Tom. Resilient, like Jerry. Dog like Spike. Sexy cat! Proceed, counsel.
I always forget about hungry, nephew. No, people who haven't watched my Civ streams being like, what is he talking about? What is bro yapping about?
It was the day that Japanese jock was found guilty. The directive came from the prosecutor's office.
I find the conflict. So what was the plan? He's admitting there was a plan. I like zoned out reading his dialogue. I was trying so hard just to keep the accent that I didn't like process any of it at all until afterward. Process any of it at all. Yeah, I did say that correctly. Cool. Brain rot is setting in. So Mr. Vigil, you didn't know anything about it at all. That's right. My only role in the scheme was as a scapegoat. We're gonna fast read. I need to finish it.
Some poor beggar had to take the rap for it.
Alright then. Who else did know about the plan?
I've no the first idea, laddie. My part in the old business was basically just dealing with the aftermath. But I wouldn't be surprised if there were other folk in the prison service who'd been given similar orders.
So you don't know who else was involved?
Aye, that's right. All I can tell ya is that the night it actually happened, the person at the reins was Dr. Stevens.
Which was Courtney, yeah, Scythe. Courtney Scythe. Under a different name. Oh, why did I have to get caught up in such a terrible business? You see, that's why Gregson was like helped him out. Because Gregson was part of the fabrication and he knew that like Vigil got thrown under the bus for something he really was not involved in. I was responsible for Asogi, right, but I knew nothing of any plot. Did you not notice anything unusual happening in the lead-up to that night? Oh, everything was unusual. Exception after exception. After all, it was the professor. The man had terrorized the country as never before with his crimes. In order to hide his identity, he was forced to wear an iron mask over his head. Hideous treatment.
The fellow was surprisingly docile, for
someone who'd taken the lives of 5 of the country's nobles. Being the chief warder, I was the only person permitted to approach his cell. I can still hardly believe that I was duped by my own country. I believe you jumped from the window of the governor's office when the jailbreak was blamed on you, didn't you? No, Schvigel. I can't apologize enough. But you never apologized before this day where you're in the court come face to face with it, did you? Slimy bastard. No, Governor, I don't believe you can. It won't change what's happened. And what else can you tell us about the situation, Governor Gaiden? I didn't ken if there was some negotiations between the convict and the prosecutor's office.
Hold it!
But you've already acknowledged that orders came from the office to arrange for the man's escape. There must have been some sort of negotiation. It's the only explanation. Aye, well, be that as it may, I didn't coon nothing about it. The witness stand is no place for telling what you don't know for sure. I ken that much of you. Then I presume you also know this. Not telling what you do know is a criminal offense. So you were just following orders, is that it? I'm afraid that won't absolve you of guilt here. A man was still killed illegally, even if he was a condemned criminal. I mean, technically he wasn't killed. He was shot later, which is another mystery that we're going to have to solve. Oh boy. You may very well be complicit in murder, Governor. So that's what it is to be, is it? Even with the threat of conviction. So there's still something he's, like, not saying. All I did was carry out my duty.
Hold it!
Did I press this one already? You say you don't know who actually issued the directive. Aye, that's right. All I can be sure of is that it was official. But if it was from the prosecutor's office, that narrows down who could have issued it straight away. And it wasn't me. I cannot even say with certainty that it did originate from the prosecutor's office. What? There's no telling where it started. There's a fair chance it came from higher up the ladder. Basically, I cannot give you any indication of who was behind it. You can nay or you will nay. Can nay be serious? All we can say for sure is the order must have come from somebody in authority, I suppose. The likes of us on the ground, as it were. Dinna bother with idle speculation. We just get the job done. Find the convict to the chief order visual here and put the plan into action. I'm trying to figure out which of these statements actually has, like, something I can counter. I knew nothing of any plot. See, but that's true, though. Wasn't it kind of the fall guy? Hold on, let me look at this. Because, again, we've only got a couple pieces of evidence that really, like... This is not the one I'm looking for. Hold on. Where is the... I don't even remember what... There's so many pages of evidence. Chief Order Daily Vigil is removed of his post. All rights to redundancy pay and other financial benefits are fully revoked. Aiding and abetting the escape from this prison of convict, blah 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 blah. Jesus is full proper indication of the Joe Quick prop was received. It's believed the convict engaged in some form of negotiation. Negotiation. Is there a... So you do know if there was negotiations. Liar. Or not? They really said, this is the end. This is gonna be hard. Because I'm not like proving a murder here. I'm relitigating the entirety of a 10-year-old elaborate cover-up case with just the evidence in my inventory and the statements of people involved. This is probably the hardest thing I've ever had to do in an Ace Attorney game.
Hold it!
Let's press this last one. Did you carry out the plan in its entirety?
Aye, I did everything I could at the time.
As you know, Genshin Asogi was shot dead in Lowgate Cemetery after the escape. Tell me, was that part of the plan too? My instructions were to do with getting the joke out of the jail and nothing more. I cannot tell you anything about what happened after that. Only, personally, I believe his death was the last part of the plan. Ooh, hello. Okay.
What does this all mean? Gosh!
Mr. Vigil, is something wrong?
Miles. Miles. Oh!
Yes, sir. What can I do for you, sir? My voice just changed so much. He's saluting now? What is it? Some sort of Barclay convention? Conviction? Convention? Conviction? Convention. What Governor Kaiden was just saying seemed to upset you. Did it bring something to mind, perhaps? For the last 10 years, I've completely blotted out the memories of that time from my mind. I was betrayed by my superiors in the name of my country. Just as my father was betrayed, it seems. But you see, thinking back now, I really can't imagine that the shooting of Mr. Asogi in the cemetery was ever part of the plan. What makes you think that? Well, it just doesn't make sense, does it? To make the man admit to crimes he didn't commit with the promise of jailbreak, only to kill him in the end? That's treachery of the worst kind. But the point is, if the intention was always to betray him, why would there be any need for all the chicanery?
Ba 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 ba.
The chicaneries of an escape.
They said it. They said chicanery. Let's go.
If whoever negotiated with Asogi never intended to keep his or her end of the bargain, it would have been far simpler just to let the man be executed in prison, as dictated by his sentence. It all happened in that vast chamber of secrets that is Barclay, behind the high prison walls. I suppose nobody knows what really went on in the execution room now. Yes, it's an unsettling mystery, certainly. Truth be told, there is a wee matter that's never quite made sense to me. If you believe there was some kind of negotiation behind the jailbreak between Asogi and a body at the top, it doesn't quite add up, does it? Governor Kaiden, I must insist that you explain these doubts you have by amending your formal testimony.
Yes.
Aye, go on then. Terrifying. Not only are we like relitigating the whole case, we're doing it with the end goal of like convicting the judge that is presiding over said case. Like, this is wild. This is absolutely the most difficult thing I've ever had to do in Ace Attorney. Like, getting the prosecutor's one thing. Catching the judge, the guy who's in charge of it all. It seems to me that the Japanese fella didn't have nothing to bargain with.
Hold it!
What do you mean by that? Admitting to the crimes. That was what he had to bargain with, surely. I can see that myself. After all, did the prosecution not have conclusive evidence against the Carrier? This, you mean, discovered during the final victim's autopsy. There's every possibility that this conclusive evidence was fabricated by Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office. Possibilities are all very well, but nothing has been proven. You can holler about misconduct in the trial 10 years ago all you like. But if you can't establish that it happened with hard evidence, no one's going to listen.
Aye, that's right. So what I'm saying is, the convict had nothing. Nothing he could use for any kind of bargaining at all.
The witness makes an astute point. Logically, it would seem no negotiation could have taken place. And yet, the plan to break the man out of prison was definitely put into practice. So he must have been armed with something that gave him an angle to negotiate. The Asogi papers. The last weapon. What a terrible thing, using the law to legitimize such underhanded dealings with a desperate man, only to double-cross him in the end. It's quite the opposite of justice. This is where we present the Asogi Papers. The last weapon he has left is what he called it.
Objection.
The only weapon I have left. Confessing under oath to murders he didn't commit, on a verbal assurance of later being broken out of prison. Genshin Asogi was taking an incredibly risky gamble. Very true. There was nothing to stop the British breaking their word and executing him behind closed doors anyway. Under normal circumstances, no man would stake his life on a gentleman's agreement like that. Which means that Mr. Asogi must have had a trump card. Something that guaranteed he wouldn't be betrayed. Some kind of weapon. Evas! The fella couldn't have possibly have had anything like that. But you know that he did, Governor. The Asogi Papers. The name given to the last will and testament of Genshin Asogi. The Genshin Impact Files! It turns out that Mr. Asogi was hiding his will in his cell at Barclay. Chief Warder Vigil caught him with it one day.
You squealed, did ya, you nut? Did I not tell you to keep it secret?
You can't touch me now!
Gah!
When Mr. Vigil caught sight of that will through the bars of the convict's cell, Mr. Asogi pleaded with the warder. Alright then, but what's on that paper? A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. A weapon? And after the convict had been killed following the elaborate pretense of the jailbreak, that document mysteriously disappeared, didn't it? Well, yes. Well, the prison warders searched through the belongings in his cell, but that will was just nowhere to be found. As I understand it, an exhaustive search was made for the document, which became known as the Asogi Papers. Governor Kaiden, I believe you ordered your prison staff to find it at all costs, didn't you? Would I be right in saying that you knew? You knew that the so-called Asogi Papers had the potential to make great waves somehow?
Jeans! What the blazes are you blathering about? The will was found, right and proper. In the fella's cell where I said it would be.
But how can that be? Where in his cell? We all searched the place from top to bottom.
Well, you didn't do a proper job, you peely-wally galoot.
Peely-wally galoot. Oh my god. You can't criticize me now.
I showed it to you afore, did I know, you lawyer?
Yes, you did. I have the document here. It's written in Japanese and reads, The Last Will and Testament of Genshin Asogi. Which means everything is as it should be. Not quite, my lord. You see, there's an undeniable inconsistency here.
What?
What inconsistency? Mr. Asogi described this document as the only weapon he had left. And yet, this will contains nothing of any significance at all. Nothing that would have given the convict any leverage. Are you suggesting, my learned friend, that the last will and testament stored at Barclay Prison all these years is actually a fake? As has clearly been demonstrated already, what went on at Barclay Prison was far from above board. God, this goes so much deeper than Judge Jigoku killing Gregson. Like, that was just like the first step in a whole series of figuring things out. It was just the step to get us relitigating the whole professor case. That last vilification by the defense was an affront to the entire British legal system. The last of many. This absurd notion of a weapon is something for which we have only the former Chief Warder's word. The man could quite easily be lying, or at the very least, solely mistaken. What? No, I definitely heard him say that. Clearly, we need to get to the bottom of this. We need to know exactly what happened with these so-called Asogi papers.
A waste of time! If the will was fake, where is the real document?
Objection.
Mr. Vigil was stabbed in the back by the judiciary 10 years ago. He lost everything, very nearly his own life. And now you're going to do it again. You're ready to brand him a liar and turn your back on him without even letting him defend himself. It's clear that Barclay Prison is hiding something. It's clear that the jailbreak was masterminded by somebody in the prosecutor's office. It's clear that some illicit negotiations took place. Is your lordship just going to gloss over these obvious and reprehensible facts?
What did you say?
Testify! We should hear more from the Chief Warder. Have him testify again. Testify! Testify! It would seem that a vocal few here are utterly blind to the truth. Very well, then. Let the witness testify again. Tell the court precisely what you think you saw of the convict's last will and testament. Yes, sir, my lord. Bro, if Judge Jigoku broke the whole table, what is Strongheart gonna do when we bust him? What kind of reaction is he gonna have? As the warder responsible for condemned convicts, I attended Mr. Asogi and kept watch of his cell. The night after he was found guilty in court, he was doing something with that will in his cell. We turned the cell inside out looking for it after the execution, but to no avail. I only found out about the Asogi papers when a directive came telling me to impound them. The document was in the folds of the fellow's robe that was left in his cell. A kimono, I think it's called. Interesting detail. In his kimono? That's a lie! We searched every inch of the man's cell. We looked through all his clothes. It can't be true.
Were you not satisfied with calling me a liar once, you wee orphanger?
There's nothing you can do about it now. You don't have any hold over me anymore. Other than the hold you like to take on my cravat, of course. Is that what you're going to do, is it? Are you going to give me a good shake again? Or are you too scared? The tension between these two. Little and large, what a double act. We complied with Asogi's will as far as was possible. All of his personal effects were delivered to his family home in Japan, as a courtesy to the homeland of the most notorious killer our country has ever seen. We were much obliged. I can confirm that all of my father's belongings arrived safely.
Aye, and you cannot deny the handwriting is that of your old man, eh?
Yes, there's no mistaking that it's my father's brushwork. Really? And this last will and testament was the man's last weapon, was it? I think we can safely assume that the convict was merely yapping, knowing that his end was nigh. So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, please. Yes, my lord. Ugh. My throat is tired. Please don't let this be another 6-hour stream. As the warder responsible... Oh god, I only have one strike left. Devon convicts. I attended to Mr. Asogi. I mean, we're not even at 4 hours left yet. I hope this doesn't go for another 2 hours. But it could. It very much could. So, warder responsible for condemned convicts. I attended to Mr. Asogi and kept watch over his cell. Okay.
Hold it!
So would that mean that you conversed with Mr. Asogi? Yes, certainly. Though there was precious time before his execution was due. He was remarkably calm, considering his days were very much numbered. In all honesty, he really didn't strike me as a man capable of mass murder. Yet he confessed in full to the crimes. I know, but that's why I felt compelled to ask him one day. I can still recall his reply. I'm guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life. Yes. Yeah, so, like, he definitely killed somebody else. Or, like, got somebody else killed that he, like, takes the blame for it. But he was so tranquil and intelligent. He put me in mind of an Eastern holy man. And what about the will you saw him with? What can you tell us about that? It was the beginning of all the drama. I remember it very well, yes. I'm guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another man's life, yes. So that is, he told us all of this, like, several streams ago, and I remember at the time being like, that doesn't sound like a confession of killing Clint Von Zieks. That sounds like, he's guilty of something else, and somebody framed it. The frame job is something I've been predicting for a while. It just kind of got lost in all the who killed Gregson of it. The who killed Gregson of it all. The cell inside and out.
Hold it!
And that directive came from the same source as the one instructing you about the jailbreak? Aye, from the top levels of the prosecutor's office. What name was on it? I didn't ken before, and I didn't ken now. All I can tell ya is that my orders were to do everything in my power to find that document. The directive said it had to be somewhere inside the first cell. Document. Was that the wording? Document, not will? Oh. Did he, like, steal somebody's government secrets or something? Aye, that's what it said. Am I clutching at straws here? I just wonder if it was really Genshin Asogi's last will and testament that the sender of that directive was after. Continue with your testimony then, witness. Interesting. The document was in the folds of the fellow's robes.
Hold it!
In Mr. Asogi's kimono. Aye, the one he'd brought with him when he was locked up. Yes, he was permitted to have his personal effects with him during his incarceration, I understand. That's right. He was granted as much freedom as possible during the few days before his execution. Indeed, he had a number of items of personal significance, I remember. He was very reluctant to part with them. Some books, that kimono, his sword. His sword? Karuma, the famous sword of the Asogi clan. Bears the soul of my family. I don't doubt it, but I wasn't really getting at that. Forget it about being the soul of the clan. Could the man have had a more obvious weapon? Have some respect, read this game. Respectful silence? The world does carry firearms at all times, and the inmates have shackles around their ankles. They couldn't have hurt anybody with that thing. Still, he was allowed a sword, but no writing materials. Aye. He wrote that will before he came to stay with us at Barclay, you see? Dr. Mikotoba was asked to bring the necessary Japanese writing implements to the prosecutor's office. A Suzuri inkstone, black sumi ink, and some Hanshi rice paper, no doubt. I was present when he wrote it. I'm sorry to say the letters just look like a squirming mass of jet black earthworms to me.
Excuse me.
Are you feeling faint, Mr. Vigil? Mr. Vigil! Sir! It was Scarlet, sir! What? Oh, I'm terribly sorry. Oh my god, the Scarlet Letter? The Scarlet Letter reference? I didn't mean to blurt it out like that. Less swaying and more explaining would be helpful. Is it something about the testimony we just heard? Have you recalled something of importance? Something of importance. Possibly? Or possibly not. I'm unable to tell which way he's leaning, I'm afraid. My lord, the defense asks that Mr. Vigil be permitted to supplement his testimony with this possibly or possibly not important detail. Permission granted. Go ahead, Mr. Vigil. Yes, it was Scarlet. As I remember it, the document was written in scarlet ink, but perhaps I'm mistaken. Okay, well, I have this document, and it's not written in scarlet ink. So, that makes this a lot easier. What?
The document's not written in scarlet, though. What the hell?
Boo! 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 Now I have to press that statement again. Boo!
Now we try from the start of the current scene. The horse!
Hold it!
Enough about the sword. Get to the point. Wait a minute. Scarlet? Sword. Did he write it in his blood? This document? Like the will was from before, but there's something else that he wrote in his own blood?
Is that right? Excuse me.
It was Scarlet, sir.
Hold it!
Scarlet ink. Not blood. Scarlet ink. Well, I mean, I only caught sight of it for a brief moment, of course. But even by the dim light in the cell, I remember thinking that it was an unusual color. At the very least, I'm quite sure it wasn't black.
Witness! Is that really what you saw?
Ah, what? Sir! Is something wrong, Lord Strongheart?
I apologize. Continue.
What do you make of that, Mr. Naruhodo? For Lord Strongheart to be so visibly shaken in that way.
Uch, any other? The complaint is in the light in here, and it's as black as the hell's waistcoat.
That's what I was trying to present and say, but okay, whatever. Mr. Vigil, I'd like to confirm one point with you. Did you actually see the content of the document that Mr. Asogi was holding that night? Oh, well, no. I mean, there was no time. As soon as he noticed me there, he hid it behind his back. But it was definitely a will, was it? Yes, it was. That's what Mr. Asogi told me.
The court need waste no further time on this matter. We have the will in question in our possession. There is nothing more to add.
A will written in scarlet ink. What did Mr. Vigil really see Kazuma's father holding, I wonder? If you have an inkling, Mr. Naruhodo, you must present it to the court at once. That testimony doesn't give much away. Mr. Asogi actually had nothing. What could he have had that was in red? Okay. So clearly there's another document here. A red one. Maybe it's not scarlet ink, but blood. And I need to present the sword. It's not a bad idea.
It's the Red-Headed League. It all goes back to
The Red-Headed League. I think I'm gonna present the sword.
Objection!
Dang it, am I not barking up the right tree? Seems like what it would be to me. Like, oh, he wrote it in his blood. Somehow. Or maybe the ring? No, he didn't have the ring, though, at this point. Somebody took it from him. But that would make sense if it's like, oh, it wasn't written in ink, it was written in blood. I have no idea how I would prove that. Turn the cell inside out. Is it almost... Oh god, it's already been almost 4 hours? Like, last I was looking, we were at... Oh no, that we were at 3 hours and 40. It's been like 10 minutes since the last time I was talking. I'm crazy. I'm not crazy! Return to the cell... No. He was doing something with them. What was he doing? Tell me a little more about that. Pleaded with you not to report him, did he? Yes, that's right. And like the bum put you there, you didn't tell me. Blatant breach of trust, that was. I could see that the man had a noble spirit. I found myself wanting to treat him accordingly. But according to what you told us 2 days ago, the convict had been strictly forbidden from having any writing materials. Yes, you're quite right. The will was written beforehand. Yeah, we established that. I personally instructed Asogi to make a will for the benefit of his family in his homeland. In that case, why was it found in his cell? What do you mean by that? Well, if it was penned at the prosecutor's office, you would have expected that it would remain there for safekeeping, surely. Hey! Ah! What? It's curious. There doesn't seem to be any obvious explanation for why it was subsequently found in the convict's cell. The defense makes an astute point. Well, Governor? A prison governor cannot be expected to ken the inner workings of the prosecutor's office. In that case, Lord Strongheart, perhaps you could shed some light on the matter? I'm unable to offer an explanation. I would have to consult with the notary responsible for the will at the time. Okay. Weird. The fact that my father's will was discovered in his cell is clearly inconsistent with what was expected. I want to know why. Another inexplicable mystery. God, this is so complicated. The thing is about that will. So there's the will, and then there's another document that's written in red ink. Scarlet ink. Maybe. Or maybe it's written in blood, I don't know. Weird. Found out about the Asogi paper. I don't know. There's like one piece of evidence that connects to anything here, and it's the Asogi papers. The Asogi papers and like the warden's dismissal notice is the other one that is like maybe useful. Rights to redundancy pay and other financial benefits. Aiding and abetting just prior to its execution. Believed that the convict engaged in some form of negotiation with prison. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold on. There was something about this that was recent scarlet ink stains. Weird. Okay, that's something. That's definitely what we present here. It's like, what the hell? scarlet ink stains? Why did Clint have scarlet ink stains on him? Did Clint write some document with secret information that they killed him for it, and then scarlet-colored writing is what you said you thought you saw, Mr. Vigil. And I believe that's exactly what you did see. What?
Save us again! You've no evidence to say that.
Have a look at this report.
Look at this photograph!
That's my brother's autopsy report. Yes, and there's something in here that's bothered me since I first read it. It states that the scarlet-colored ink stains were noted on the fingers of the victim's right hand. So I was completely off on the "he wrote it in blood" thing. Because I didn't remember the scarlet ink stains until like just now when I was looking at that other piece of evidence. I said, wait a minute. I didn't remember that it said scarlet ink even. I just remember that it was like, oh, there were stains. And I was like, that, like red stains. I had a vague memory of that on a piece of evidence. Scarlet ink. Now, I'm not familiar with the habits of the British aristocracy, I freely admit. But I would hazard a guess that they don't all go around with ink stains on their fingertips, do they? Your wit is not appreciated. My brother was a well-bred and fastidious man. Should ink have sullied his fingertips, he would have cleaned them immediately. What is your point, counsel? My point is this. Whatever Lord Clint von Zeeks was writing in that unusually colored ink, it must have been directly before his death. Because he died before he had the opportunity to clean his hand. What? I remember something troubled me at the time. At the scene, the lid of my brother's inkwell was open. But Clint was punctilious about these things. It seemed unusual. And no document penned in the color of the ink that was in the inkwell was ever found. So the document had disappeared. Are you suggesting that the document my father had in his hand that night in his cell was the same document that Lord Clint von Zeeks was? Yes, this is the key info that von Zeeks was killed for. Then, it was... If Mr. Vigil's testimony is to be believed, it can only mean that yes, Mr. Vigil. Sir, I'm reading it like a brain rot right now. When you spotted Mr. Asogi in the document with his cell, his precise words were as follows, were they not? Alright then, but what's on that paper? A last will and testament. It's Clint's will! Why would Clint be... Was Clint the Reaper? Maybe he knew they were gonna try and kill him. So he wrote a last will and testament. If the conversation really did go as Vigil says, then what we now know completely changes the meaning of what Mr. Asogi said. You really think Mr. Vigil oh my god. Mr. Vigil did indeed see the convict with a will. But it wasn't that of Genshin Asogi. It was the last will and testament of Lord Clint von Zeeks. Holy crap. Another game changer is thrown at us again. Oh my god. Game changer in the final hour. It's not the final hour. This case is long.
This is madness. This is Sparta.
My brother's last will and testament.
That would mean that he had chosen to die.
That is what it would mean, yes.
No! Impossible! That is utterly out of the question.
Lord von Zeeks.
Clint was pursuing the professor. It consumed him day and night. Whatever happened, he would never have abandoned his investigation before its conclusion. Never!
He wouldn't rest until the job was done. till the killer was caught. And the idea that he would willingly accept his own death. It's obscene! And yet, we can be sure that he was writing his will moments before his death. And yet Genshin Asogi came to be in possession of that document. So what could the will possibly have contained? And clearly something that couldn't be made public under any circumstances whatsoever. Because armed with that document, my father was able to negotiate with the judiciary for his life. It was something so damning that it prompted the powers that be to enact that daring jailbreak plot. Another, government secret? I thought the professor thing was the government secret. What is going on? Information of the utmost secrecy. Is it the true identity of the professor? Is that what it is? Yeah, the true identity of the professor.
I've heard more than enough.
Pursuing this notion of a phantom will nobody can attest to having seen serves absolutely no purpose. No, my lord, that's unacceptable. What did you say, counsel? The last will and testament that Genshin Asogi had in his possession was that of Lord Clint Von Zeeks. All the testimony and evidence presented to the court has logically led us to that possibility. We have a duty to pursue the line of reasoning to its conclusion. But with no possible means of knowing the contents of the document, there was no line of reasoning to pursue. Von Zeeks is freaking out right now. He's like, the Genshin was framed, and my brother had a will that he had, and a reason why Lord Clint Von Zeeks, a man of high noble standing, would have chosen death. Information so secret, people in the judiciary would be willing to negotiate the jailbreak of a condemned killer. The only explanation that fits those facts is an unthinkable truth that turns absolutely everything on its head. But it's just too hideous. Mr. Naruhodo, however difficult the situation might become, you work with your client in pursuit of the truth. That's what you resolved to do when you entered the courtroom this morning, if I'm not mistaken. Miss Susato. So hold your head high and keep soldiering on. You're almost done with the case, I swear. I don't think I am, but okay. 10 years ago, in his final moments, Clint Von Zeeks left behind a will. A will that Genshin Asogi was able to use as a weapon to negotiate his escape from prison. In all probability, the details in the will were related to the Professor case. The defense's last statement is mere conjecture. What are you getting at, man? Ryunosuke. As soon as these words come out of my mouth, there's no going back. Or is it that Clint Von Zeeks was the professor? I believe that the last will and testament of Lord Von Zeeks was in fact a confession. You can do this, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe that what Lord Clint Von Zeeks actually penned that day was a confession. A confession? Regarding the mass murderer known as the Professor, and his true identity.
Objection!
Enough! Counsel. What are you saying? Do you even realize? A confession about the true identity of the Professor. That would mean... Lord Von Zeeks, I appreciate this must be hard to take in. But it's the only explanation that fits. The killer that terrorized London a decade ago and became known as the Professor. The man believed to have murdered 5 members of the aristocracy. Wasn't Genshin Asogi at all. No, you can't be suggesting. It was in fact the man believed to have been the 5th victim. Lord Clint von Zeeks himself. The 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 game is spun. The table is flipped on its head once again. We flipped the table once again. Let's go. It's finally open, isn't it? It's finally open, is it? Pandora's box. The Great Von Zeeks family. They've been thoroughbreds of the British judiciary for years. And Lord Clint Von Zeeks, he was a paragon of justice at the capital. But he was actually a mass murderer, a perpetrator of atrocities of the bottom. If the general public ever found out, law and order in this country would be finished. My brother. Oh, this is too awful. Poor Lord Von Zeeks. I wonder, though, did he never suspect? Mr. Naruhodo? Lord Barack Von Zeeks is a brilliant prosecutor. Is it conceivable that he didn't realize what his older brother really was?
Order! Order! Order in court!
Lord Von Zeeks. The professor made use of an enormous hound as his murder weapon. Tell me, did your brother own a dog? Yes, he did. Balmo. He was a well-known hunting dog. People called him a giant. I don't believe this. When my brother would go hunting in the forest of the grounds behind the house, he always took Balmo. After Clint's death, the creature passed away too. Almost as if he were following his master. He was a magnificent hunting dog, worthy of the jewel-studded collar around his neck. Jewel-studded collar? Yeah, that sounds familiar. That's right. Though sadly, some years ago now it was stolen by a thief. Oh my god. The thief from case 2 or 3 or whatever, the sham spear case. I was wondering when that thing that guy stole was going to come back into play. It so happens that myself and my colleagues have come across such a collar during our time in London. How could you... There was an old emblem attached to the collar too, made of pure gold. It was topped with a small crown and bore an ornate letter B. And there's blood all over it. Oh my god.
What? An emblem bearing the initial B?
Oh my, do you know it? It's the insignia of the Baskerville family. The Hound of the Baskerville. No way. No way, dude. Baskerville is the family name of my late brother's widow. That pure gold emblem was an heirloom, which Clint acquired upon their marriage. There can be no doubt then. The collar you've described was Balmo's. Oh my god, this case? This whole, not the case, the whole overarching myth, this is goated. This is the greatest of all time to ever do it. Shu Takumi, you madman. The family insignia of Lord Clint von Zeeks' widow. Like lumping in all the Sherlock Holmes stuff. Oh my god. There was a considerable amount of blood on the collar when we saw it. Since we know the dog was used for hunting, it could have been from its quarry, of course. But it could equally have been from human prey. So is it true then? Clint von Zeeks really was the professor? Impossible! Those Japanese are making it all up to exonerate their own. So in fact, the person responsible for these murders of nobles and royals was a noble himself. And that threatened to be an enormous scandal that would irrevocably destabilize British society. My father knew that, was using it to negotiate his way out of the unjust charges brought against him. But at the very last hour, those he'd bargained with betrayed him, slaying him mercilessly in foreign soil. Foreign soil, not a foreign soul. Well, can you deny it, Lord Strongheart? 10 years have passed, and still now, The 6 million inhabitants of our great capital rest easy, believing that justice was done. But though his anonymity remains, the diabolical murderer was caught and executed. Very well, then. You may have the truth. Yo, we didn't even have to prove it? He's gonna tell us everything? Let's go. Let's go. I can end the stream before midnight, maybe. Tell me then. Tell me what Clint really was. Lord Clint von Zieks was too pure of heart. When he became a prosecutor and went in pursuit of the black roots of crime, he drove himself into a corner. He was doing the thing that the Reaper of the Bailey myth of the prosecutor who kills those people who escaped his justice. That's what Clint was actually doing with his professorship. He came to the uncomfortable realization that to fight the most fiendish of criminals requires one to become even more fiendish himself. Clint. The thing that they all believed Barack von Zieks was doing was actually what Clint was doing. The 19th century was a truly miraculous 100 years for Great Britain, and indeed the whole world. New industry, new technology, and with the birth of the Metropolitan Police Service, new law and order. But these dazzling new developments meant even deeper shadows were cast on society. Water sullied by factories, air thick with noxious fumes, and crime growing daily to fill the darkness. Lord Clint von Zieks made it his mission to combat that darkness. But as time went on, it slowly ate at his soul, until eventually he was consumed. It's ironic, really, and somewhat surprising, that the truth has once again been unearthed by a Japanese. Once again? What do you mean? 10 years ago, your father, Genshin Asogi, turned up at my office one night. The professor? Yes, beyond all shadow of a doubt. You must issue a warrant to search his home at once. Don't be absurd. The man comes from one of our country's most illustrious families. He's a paragon of justice here in the capital. Yes, that's the point. That's why none of you British can see it. He's using his noble status as a diversion whilst he commits these atrocious crimes behind the scenes. Do you have evidence? Nothing definitive as yet. But he keeps an enormous savage hound on the estate. We need the full support of the judiciary for this. We're up against a member of the aristocracy. So a large family estate has a fierce guard dog. You should know that's commonplace here in Britain. I'm sorry, but I can't possibly put Scotland Yard onto this based on the tenuous accusation of a visiting student. So I turned down Asogi's plea, and as a result, he took it upon himself to visit the Von Zieks mansion on his own. We can only imagine now what happened between the two men. Though we know the outcome, of course. Lord Clint von Zieks perished. He's still lying, I think. He's still lying because he doesn't want to admit that he killed. Like, I don't think... Like, did Genshin kill Clint von Zieks? Probably not. But I think him telling Strongheart, he's accusing this guy, is what caused Clint von Zieks to die by Strongheart's hand. So he blames himself still. I ended another man's life, you know. I don't believe this. So in actual fact, Kazuma-sama's father did He made the late Lord Von Zeeks meet the same fate. He put a permanent end to the professor killings by taking the drastic measure of ending the perpetrator's life. As soon as I heard, I hurried to the mansion. When I arrived, it was easy to grasp what had happened. And what about the will? Asogi must have already taken it. Nothing of that nature was found at the scene. We had no idea of the existence of such a document at that time. I don't think this ain't the whole truth. They never tell the whole truth. Not when they're, the one on the chopping block. I was the only person who knew of the true identity of the professor. So, I resolved to keep it a secret and to guard the secret to the bitter end. It's really wild that prosecuting the Japan Supreme Court Justice and Minister of Foreign Affairs for a murder and cover-up scheme was just like the tip of the iceberg for this case. Like, oh yeah, the powerful Japanese justice committing a murder as part of an assassination, as part of a multi-governmental assassination exchange plot. Just the tip of the iceberg for all this. You're admitting to it that you were behind it all? It was you, then, who pinned the crimes on my father. I did what needed to be done in order to protect the law and order of the British Empire. Even if that meant employing an unforgivable ruse. Then it was you who arranged this fabricated evidence. I ordered that detective to take care of it, whilst keeping the truth from him, naturally. Gregson. Obviously, he opposed me at first. Are you off your rocker? We can't do something like that. Well, there's no question that it was Asogi who murdered Lord Von Zeeks. The house staff have made statements that they saw the man running from the mansion that night. Yes, well, I've no doubt it was that Japanese fella. But we haven't got a shred of conclusive evidence against the man. And worse than that, he doesn't keep a dog. We're short of a murder weapon to boot. And we're short on time, Gregson. We must put a stop to this man's rampage, for the good of the country. So we'll use whatever means necessary. Do I make myself clear, detective? Blimey. So that night, 10 years ago, when I was attacked by those thugs in the back streets, and Genshin's ring was taken, that was him, was it? That was Gregson and some hired help? Then the detective handed the stolen ring to Dr. Wilson, who feigned its discovery from the victim's stomach during that autopsy. And in the light of that decisive evidence, Mr. Asogi was found guilty of the charges brought against him. However, behind the scenes, he had actually already struck a deal with his accusers, in which he agreed to silently accept the charges. But I just don't believe that part. As far as I knew the man, my father despised such underhand dealings. It was extremely easy to make him comply. You see, he had one crippling weakness. What weakness? Isn't it obvious? You, Kazuma Asogi. Me? Perhaps you have no desire to return to your homeland, Asogi. What? Though I hear you have a 14-year-old son. Agree to cooperate and accept your guilt without contention, and you will see Japan and your son again. You scoundrel! Whether you choose wisely or not, it will be a closed trial by order of Her Majesty, so whatever rash claims you might make in court will have no trouble stifling. There's only one outcome for you, Asogi. The gallows. Don't forget that I still have a weapon at my disposal. A document revealing a truth I know you're desperate to keep hidden. Yes, it hadn't escaped my mind. is the only reason I'm willing to bargain with you. I only want to protect this country's law and order, you understand. So, what's it to be, Asogi? Kazuma. He did it for me. And as I told him at the time, my motive was simply to protect Britain from the damage the truth would do. To protect this country's law and order at any cost.
Objection!
I've never dared let myself even consider this possibility until now. But in the light of all this treachery, I have to ask. The mastermind behind the Reaper of the Bailey. Was it you, Lord Mel Strongheart?
A rather brilliant idea, wouldn't you say, Lord Barak von Zeeks?
That the spirit of your late brother, that paragon of justice, should return to reap justice for his sibling. So Strongheart agreed with what Clint was doing. And was like, down to continue it, but just under like a, you know, a more noble sounding label than hound hunter serial killer. Could there be a more appetizing tale for London's masses, I ask you? What? What brazen? I knew that you'd play the part to perfection. But your role really wasn't that of some embodiment of death. No, you were London's guardian angel. An angel with bloody hands? I think not. Those who had cooperated with me already were only too happy to participate in my plan. Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson, my minions worked tirelessly to assure that the finger of guilt could never come to rest on you. It's all thanks to them that you were exalted as the demigod the Reaper became. But Dr. Wilson left Britain 4 years ago when he was invited to work in Japan. That's right. So I had to employ the services of his young protege after that. Dr. Courtney Scythe. Dr. Scythe? So what with the execution of the Professor and the subsequent reign of the Reaper of the Bailey, I've successfully safeguarded law and order in our mighty capital for the past decade. That is everything. Oh my god, stop showing me that people are playing Among Us, I swear to god.
My lords, ladies and gentlemen, I do hereby confess, it was I who sired the concept of the Reaper. However, let me say in my defense, it was all for the preservation of law and order across the entire empire.
Oh, Strongheart did it. An unforgivable collection of crimes, but still. All those who died at the Reaper's hand were rotten to the core anyway. If it was all in the aid of keeping London safe. Yeah, there's nobody to prosecute. There was no one left now who can reveal the precise truth of what happened 10 years ago. Therefore, this trial can go no further. Now, I would like to entreat all those present. Beyond these 4 walls, nobody need know the truth. Even Her Majesty must be protected from this. I trust you all appreciate the importance of my request. It is, of course, for the good of the country. Can he do this? Can the trial really end now?
Hold it.
I have one last question. For the accused, Lord von Zeeks. What? Of course, I know that you're a highly accomplished prosecutor. So I find it hard to believe that you didn't have any doubts at all. That you never suspected your older brother. Yes, the same thought occurred to me. It was only once, but yes, I couldn't say that I never had my doubts. My brother's sense of justice was extremely strong. Perhaps too strong, I observed. At that time, there were members of the aristocracy who were bleeding the country dry for their own gain. And since they were nobles, they were untouchable. For my brother, it was a source of great turmoil. And coincidentally, at the same time, the professor began his terrifying reign. The professor only killed like 4 people, right? They act like it was this like super prolific, but I guess 4 super high-ranking noble, like corrupt noble people is kind of big. During the time of the professor killings, my brother did not appear to be himself. And that made you suspect? Yes. But it was only once. Not more. Only once. Stop! Just play Among Us and keep it open. Alyssa. Clint wasn't the culprit. That was my conclusion at the time. But I still believe that now. Didn't we just... The third victim was the Lord Chief Justice at the time. It was he who had recognized my brother's potential and trained him as a prosecutor. No matter what the circumstances, it's unthinkable that my brother could have killed his friend and mentor. Is Strongheart the professor and the Reaper? Is he that cuckoo? Cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs? And that would make more sense, honestly. It's like one guy just being like obsessively like, I take justice into my own hands. But Clint had the dog. Neither Clint Von Zieks nor Genshin Astogi still walk this earth. However much we debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion. But Strongheart still walks this earth? There are only 2 extant pieces of evidence from the tie. The woebegone ring that acted as the incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin Asogi, and the 3-paged last will and testament penned in black ink and left behind by the man. The wretched truth of what happened is exactly as I have explained. I thought he was just lying about not having killed Clint, but wouldn't it make more sense if he was also lying about who the professor was? Later today, I will present myself at the Ministry of Justice for whatever sanction is deemed appropriate. That is all. Court is adjourned.
Objection.
Okay, no. There's still more to uncover. Holy moly crapoly, what a crazy bananas bonkers case. Thank you, Cosima. Me? If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have made this 11th hour discovery. Bro, this is like the 11th hour. We are... Remember how long ago Jigoku's confession was? I'm afraid I must insist the trial continues. I beg your pardon? As the court has been reminded already today, we must stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth. And to that end, one particular statement made by somebody in this courtroom moments ago revealed a very subtle contradiction. What contradiction? But all I did was ask the accused one simple question. Well, it began with Lord Von Zieks and his recollection about his brother, but Lord Strongheart didn't permit the defendant to speak at length. I merely pointed out that we can draw no further useful conclusions here. So where on earth is the contradiction? One of them definitely just said something oh. It's a 50-50 shot. Let's go. It was probably Strongheart because he's a sussy liar. Neither Clint Von Zieks nor Genshin Asogi still walk this earth. How much we debate. There are only 2 extant pieces of evidence. The woebegone ring and the 3 idiot. Oh my god, we got him. We got him, boys. There's only 2 pages in the Yosogi files. Let's go! I love when they slip up. We love when they slip up. Lord Strongheart, would you care to explain? Explain what, Counsel? Among the statements you made just a few moments ago, something you said was inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence we have. Inconsistent? And whilst an inconsistency remains, the defense has a right to pursue an explanation. Ryunosuke, what? Dude, that's so subtle. I didn't even notice it when he said it. But then I see it again. I'm like, wait a minute. Let me warn you about the statements you are making, Counsel. That they may very well prove fatal. You claim my words contained a contradiction. With which piece of evidence, I ask you?
Take that!
Boom. This here is the will left behind by Mr. Asogi. The 2-paged will. What? Yet moments ago your precise words were the 3-paged last will and testament. Ah! Could it be that originally there was a 3rd page? For a moment, I thought perhaps you'd identified something worthwhile. But it's a mere trifle, I see. A trifle?
Governor Kaiden! Eh? What can I do for you, sir?
You were present when the Japanese man penned his last will and testament.
Aye, I was there for sure. I remember the black worm like screws to this day. And I'm quite certain, my lord, that there was a 3rd page at the time.
What?
Only the first 2 pages were the actual will, though. If I mind correctly, the 3rd was a message to his lad back in Japan.
What? Oh my god, there's so much. There's more. For legal purposes, we required only his will.
And we would never wanted any uncomfortable words about Britain to get back to Japan, eh? So it was decided that the 3rd page ought to be sent.
Objection!
How dare you make that decision? I had a right to know what it said, to see my father's final words from me.
The courtroom is no place for sentimentality, Counsel. As it happens, I have the 3rd page of the document here with me now.
Why does he just have that with him? I mean, I'm glad he does.
It will be given to you at the end of these proceedings. It'll be too late once the trial is over. We need to know what it says now. Even the slightest thing may give us a vital clue.
My lord, the defense calls for Genshin Asogi's last words to his son to be read out loud before the court now. Your request is denied. The inevitably maudlin words can be of no consequence
Objection!
now. The prosecution agrees. The court should know the content of that message. Every possible piece of evidence must be thoroughly examined. Very well, then. Governor Kaiden, you will read the 3rd page of the document for all present to hear.
Yes, sir. Only, I should point out, my lord, that I cannot actually read the worm language.
This beautiful handwriting? Shame on who is talking right now? Oh, hi. This beautiful handwriting? Shame on you, Barry. If I could be of assistance here, I would be happy to translate the words into English for the court. Father!
You're still here, are you, Dr. Mikatoba?
Naturally, I consider myself a member of the judiciary, albeit a lowly one. But perhaps I should quietly withdraw after I've translated Genshin's message.
Your cooperation is much appreciated.
God, this just keeps... New revelation after new revelation. What is this going to reveal to me? Kazuma, the truth is shrouded in darkness. A darkness only our clan's great sword can pierce. Mighty Kuruma, twist thy head and watch them fall, all thy mortal foes. Twist thy head. Kuruma. The name of the sword. Oh my god. The scarlet letter is in the sword, isn't it? It's not known to me. It's the katana sword that was submitted as evidence earlier. All these procrastinations are beginning to try my patience. Adjournment of this court is long overdue. Okay, let's twist the head of the sword. Shall we? Mighty Kuruma, twist thy head and watch them fall, all thy mortal foes. That's the proper way to use the sword, is it? Maybe I should try it. Hurts my neck, that's the trouble. Mr. Naruhodo, if I may make a suggestion, I think perhaps it doesn't mean your head? Bro, I figured it out right away, so you're, you see the little grin I got on my face when I realized? It's written as head in Japanese, but it's pronounced as Kashira, I believe. Kashira. So Mr. Rasogi's words really mean twist the butt of the hilt? You don't think? Look what's inside. A tightly wound sheet of parchment? Oh. Scarlet ink. It's written in scarlet ink. I pen this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. This is it, isn't it? The thing they couldn't find because it was in his sword that got sent back home. And because they didn't send the little note home for 10 years. It's been silently concealed inside Kuruma and nobody knew. The last will and testament of Lord Clint von Zeeks. Imagine if Kid Kazuma was just playing with that sword one day and he happened to twist the butt of the hilt and like this came out. He would have just held on to it forever without knowing what it said. Look at this. This is unbelievable. A trump card left behind by Gen. The final piece of evidence that will bust everything. What does it say? Well, let me click on it. I have to like. So I have to like. They're gonna make me read it in the courtroom. A big moment. All these procrastinations are beginning to try my patience. Adjournment of this court is long overdue. What are you looking at over there? I have been as accommodating as possible of the will of the courtroom. However, despite all that, no new information has come to light. Seriously, what are you two looking at over there? Playing with the sword won't do you any good. In pursuit of justice, Lord Clint von Zeeks tragically lost all sense of morality. When he murdered his former mentor, clearly he was already devoid of his normal faculties. How dare you? I refuse to believe that of my brother. Too much time has passed. We cannot ever hope to know more than we do now. Especially since the alleged will that he penned in his final moments appears to have been lost forever. Objection! Lord Strongheart, you appear to be in something of a hurry to wrap things up. I wonder why. We've heard you state time and again during these proceedings that everything you did was in the interest of protecting British law and order. And I stand by that. Without the Reaper, we could never have achieved the reduction in crime the capital has seen. What about Inspector Gregson, then? And Dr. Wilson? They were no criminals. You used them to achieve your ends, and then you had them killed. However you dress it up, there was nothing fair or just about that. Lord Strongheart, what exactly is it that you're hiding? Dr. Mikotoba, will you not quietly withdraw after the translation of your former associate's will? In this courtroom, no argument carries weight unless it is supported by evidence. and it would seem that the defense has no more evidence to present. Oh, we just got a letter. We just got a letter. I wonder who it's from. It's from Clint Von Zieks. It's going to expose the entire thing.
I hereby order all discourse from these proceedings to be struck from the record.
This is my last chance to present the last piece of evidence. Oh, yeah. Wait, my lord. As it happens, the defense does have evidence to present.
What? Don't be absurd. There's nothing of relevance remaining from the time.
Objection!
Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum. It's high time that you realized something, my lord. This gentleman has an uncanny habit of producing evidence at the final hour that had escaped everyone else's attention. He pulls something out of his ass every time. Never underestimate it. I dare say, the final, decisive piece of evidence that will reveal the whole truth about this rotten tale. How can you... Decisive? Well, it would appear there's no escaping it now, my lord. Let it be so, then. Present whatever you think you have that can settle this decade-old enigma, if you're capable. I can't wait to give you 4 more beautiful,
Murderous, destructive, you lose the case, strikes, and then you will get a game over and we can go home.
There is a single piece of evidence that can clarify what really happened. The last will and testament of Lord Clint Von Zieks.
Ha! A wonderfully astute observation, I'm sure.
But in case it had escaped your notice, that document was lost long ago. That's right, it was. Only... I have it right here. Discovered just moments ago. The biggest 11th hour evidence pull of all time in the entire series. Insane. That rivaling only with the bullet in Von Karma's shoulder.
Impossible!
That can't be. Everything that's happened comes back to this will. This document is the key that will unlock the entire mystery.
Ah!
My brother's last will and testament. Where did you find that? It was rolled up inside this. Inside Karuma. That ultimate weapon Genshin Asogi obtained has laid undisturbed in the hilt of this sword all these years, just waiting for the right time to emerge and reveal the truth. The signature and seal certainly look official. My God, it's true. It's my brother's handwriting. There can be no mistake.
I forbid the contents of that document from being read out. Do you hear me? I strictly forbid it.
Objection!
You can't do that, my lord. This document could explain everything.
That document could literally destroy the meaning of justice in this country. I demand that you hand it to me at once.
Why? What are you trying to hide? Could it be that you already know what's written on this page?
Ugh! What are you implying? Court is adjourned with immediate effect. Clear the courtroom.
Objection!
Do that, my lord. And you'll suffer a fatal blow as Lord Chief Justice. I beg your pardon?
Forcibly ending a trial without good reason? And not any trial. A closed trial by order of Her Majesty the Queen. Take my leg off the table. Just one more sip. I'm finishing this drink for the finally the finale of this. Of this roller coaster of a mystery. To defy the monarch's will is treason. Lord Clint Von Zieks really did pen a will that day. It's exactly as the Japanese man said.
Read it out! Now! We have a right to hear what's in that will. A right and a duty.
Well, well, my lord. It would rather appear as though proceedings aren't going to go quite as you'd hoped. Dun, dun.
You fools!
Go ahead, Ryunosuke. Read it. The prosecution gives its full support. I like that it didn't let us read it in the evidence log, because it's like, no, you gotta read it in the moment and find out what's happening, like with all the build-up.
No. For God's sake. No!
Not quite the freak out I was expecting. He kind of just threw his arms up and screamed. I was hoping he'd break something. Maybe he just like ripped the scales of justice off the wall. That would have been cool. I pen this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before. Oh, wait, this is Clint. I don't. I pen this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. The hour is 11 p.m., and I sit at my writing desk in my office. My good friend Asogi stands at my shoulder. One last audio check. He has expressed his intent to invoke the dying ritual of the duel, that I may depart this world with honor. Wait, so the two of them duel? An honor of which I am utterly undeserving. Japanese are a truly merciful people. Oh, the duo. I, Clint von Zieks, Lord of the Manor of the Von Zieks estate, hereby confess to the following. I am the killer who has come to be known in society as the Professor, guilty of 4 counts of murder. I will not discourse the corruption rife among the aristocracy, which is to me, as one of them, so apparent. However, 6 months ago, I took the life of a member of the House of Lords at the heart of the depravity. A demon who habitually sacrificed the common man to further his own interests, abusing his position of power. The law is impotent against such vile avarice. Only a fellow demon can rid society of this menace. Wait, so this is exactly what... That demon was my quarry, upon whom I willingly set my great hound. But though I am a hunter of some experience, I am a poor felon, it seems. There's gotta be something in here that isn't like what he already told us, though. My guilt was at once recognized by another, and I became subject to his extortion. He held over me the threat of exposing my wicked crime to my beloved wife and brother. Under that threat, I've done this man's bidding for months now, killing those he demanded I kill. So only the first murder was actually the work of only the first murder was actually like a professor kill. Strongheart's been using him ever since. And then once he died, he then started to use everybody else that was associated with the cover-up of the Genshin Asogi stuff for the same purpose. The Reaper of the Bailey is just a continuation of, As I watched my former mentor perish before my eyes at the jaws of the hound I commanded, I realized that I had lost the last shred of decency within me, and sunk to the level of a wild beast. There is no path back to the light, be it I or my dear friend Asogi who dies this night. I am eternally damned. To my extortioner, male Strongheart, may you feel the jaws of the beast at your throat every time you swallow. Why is he just smiling? So now we know. Yes, Clint Von Zieks was a murderer. But somebody was directing him and naming his victims. Just like somebody was directing Gregson, This is what Strongheart has been doing the entire game, blatantly, obviously. We just didn't know the extent of how far back it went. Or like every time there was some piece of evidence that didn't line up, or somebody who did some criminal activity and was like, well, I was told to by a mysterious higher figure, it was him every time. And in a way, it was pretty obvious. I just didn't know how much, like, was he really going to be the big Lord Strongheart? A moment ago, you claimed that what the court has just heard could destroy justice in this country. But you weren't trying to protect justice at all. All you were trying to do was conceal the secret of your true nature and the countless lives you've sacrificed up till now. It just didn't make sense to me that the third victim, the former Lord Chief Justice, was my brother's benefactor and a man of lofty principles. As I said, Clint had no possible reason to kill the man. But you didn't you, Lord Strongheart? To eliminate the man who stood between you and the office you'd set your sights on. Ah. So you used your own hunting dog, Lord Clint Van Zeeks, to take him down. It had to be done. London's unsavory shadows are deep, and the arm of the law fails to reach their depths. Crime must be cut off at the roots, but the Lord Chief Justice at the time couldn't see that. He was weak. Lofty principles, you say. Tantamount to cowardice, if you ask me. Which is why I took his place, in order to fight the crime he was allowing to spread like wildfire. By murdering the man. The Reaper, the Professor. The name makes no difference. As I've explained countless times already, it was all done for the furtherance of law and order in London.
Objection.
Are you going to legitimize the murder of my father now, too? Ah, Genshin Asogi. Well, that was unfortunate. I'd fully intended to send him back to Japan as we'd agreed. I don't believe you. It was you, wasn't it? You killed him. No, it wasn't me who took your father's life. Then who? On the night following his mock execution, I went to Lowgate Cemetery at 3 in the morning with Jigoku. Judge Jigoku? There had to be a collaborator on the Japanese side to manage Jisogi's treatment after his repatriation. Jigoku had fierce ambition, which made him easy to manipulate. 10 years ago, after he'd stood trial for the destruction of the witness stand, I had words with him. When I told him the position of Minister of Foreign Affairs could be his, he couldn't agree fast enough. Sashiro, you fool. As you know, Sogi escaped the prison in a closed casket and was subsequently interred. We intended to dig him out of his grave before he ran out of air. But sadly, all did not go to plan. Ah! Oh, this guy. There was an unexpected visitor to the cemetery with his own ideas about digging up graves. A man who witnessed what nobody was supposed to see. An Enoch Drebber. Of course, I knew grave robbers frequented London cemeteries. But that grave, on that particular night... We've hit 5 hours, boys. Blast! If people find out the convict wasn't really executed, the scandal will rock the very foundations of the Empire. Then what do we do? Shoot him, Mr. Jacob. Shoot Asogi at once. He can't live now that this has happened. He has to go. What are you talking about? You had an agreement. You promised him he could return to Japan. Everything has changed now. If the truth got out because of this, both of us would be finished forever. Come on, Jacob. Do it. Pull the trigger. Shoot! So, Strongheart never directly killed anyone. He just, like, Palpatined everybody into killing whoever he wanted all the time. Crazy. That's kind of, it is like the Gant thing from Ace Attorney 1 Case 5, which I honestly feel like is kind of like, this is the even better version of that case. But I feel like this is better because it always did seem weird to me in that case that, spoiler alert, Gant just kind of, like the killing he did was, I remember being pretty reckless. This Strongheart is far, far more calculated. We only caught him through, like, his vocal slip up, revealing the third page of the will that revealed the secret for where the other will was. Like, it's a very, very, very complicated process to get here. Jigoku shot Asogi from the shadows. The grave robber was so close, blood sprayed over his coat. He fled as fast as his legs would carry him. Then Jigoku and I put Asogi's body back in the grave from which he'd just emerged. When I later learnt of the waxwork modeler's presence at the scene as well, I made her swear to two things: never to remove the professor's mask, and never to speak of the events of that night. So dang, they tried to, like, pull out this, like, we're gonna break him out and send him home, and two separate people were there to witness it and just ruin the whole thing. And with that, the secret was buried along with Asogi's corpse. So, now you know what really happened in No Gate Cemetery that night. Jigoku really is, like, Jigoku's a double murderer now. Any sympathy I would have had from him of, like, oh, Strongheart's just pulling his strings. Nah. It was Jigoku, your Japanese acquaintance, who killed Asogi in the end, you see. He claimed to be the man's friend, but when push came to shove, he pulled the trigger. Just before Mr. Jigoku left the courtroom earlier, he said that the assassin exchange proposal was a demand from his British counterpart, not a request. So you coerced him, too, using what happened in the graveyard. By that time, Jigoku was the Minister of Foreign Affairs, negotiating international treaties with Britain. You can imagine what would have happened if it came to light he'd murdered a compatriot 10 years earlier. God, this is the biggest international... Can you imagine if this was a real historical international scandal? Just like the Chief Justice of Britain, like, and Japan, just getting... like, conspiring to set up and murder a crazy. They would have lost everything. I merely reminded him of that. How do you sleep at night? These past 10 years, I've fought tirelessly with the darker recesses of London's criminal underworld. And I've used whatever means necessary to ensure that justice prevails and law and order reigns supreme.
Objection!
That couldn't be further from the truth. The fact is, you haven't fought crime at all. How dare you? I saved Clint von Zeeks from dishonor in his death.
Objection!
Whilst behind the scenes you systematically buried anyone who stood in your way. And then you made my father take the blame. It was unavoidable. It was the only way to protect our justice system and public order. Let's not forget the others you had killed as well. Setting the defendant up as the Reaper to cover the truth behind the murders of countless more. That's enough! Do you have any idea of the conniving that led to the acquittals of those wretched criminals? We have to fight fire with fire. Our courts can't function without a Reaper. Can't you see all I've done for this country? This has been my struggle.
Objection!
My accolades! You've done nothing. It's Lord Von Zeeks here who worked tirelessly and justly in court, whilst enduring the disgrace of the Reaper name. Vocal slip. Not the Reaper. He's called the Reaper. And Inspector Gregson, fraught with anguish for having sullied his hands through a desire to do the right thing. Not to mention Genshin Asogi, who risked his life going in pursuit of the truth you tried to hide. No, the darkest recesses of London's underworld were largely filled by you.
You little... When will you get it through your thick skulls?
That it was all for Queen and country? I'm tiring of that excuse. You've consistently twisted the truth for bargaining power to make others do your bidding. Nothing more. People who willingly twist the truth and coerce others have no right to call themselves part of the judiciary. I strongly suggest you don't ever talk of justice again. Another yell. I want him to break the scales behind him, dude. To have the full freak out moment. Oh, even better. A villain slow clap.
Well, well, well. Dear me, my good fellows, dear me. A well-deserved round of applause, I think, for quite a marvelous performance.
What are you talking about?
Those delightfully grave expressions, that beautifully pronounced Queen's English. Really, our friends from the Far East are quite the picture of industriousness.
You fraud. Keep your mockery. Please.
Don't misunderstand. It really is exactly as you both said.
What are you trying to say? I have occupied the darker recesses of London's underworld and, how did you put it, done nothing. I confess it's a little embarrassing to have it pointed out quite so starkly, but yes, I really have done nothing. Which means I can be indicted for nothing. No. Oh god, we still haven't he hasn't actually done a murder yet. I mean, he coerced a bunch of people. So he's still probably gonna get in trouble for that, but... It's true! Personally, I have committed no crime. I've merely been surrounded by fools who've acted very rashly indeed. You can't get away with that? On other people's weaknesses? And what? Threaten them? Are you sure it wasn't just bargaining? Okay, he's definitely, like, been a conspirator in, like, so many murders. There's no way he's not gonna get... But I feel like there probably is. I still think he might have killed Clint Von Zieks. In which case, we got another fucking 30 minutes to go, probably. I don't know. I want to go to bed. I would like to address all the good lords, ladies, and gentlemen of the judiciary here present. You all know of these darker recesses in our great capital. And deep down, I believe you also know that to fight those who dwell there requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. So let me appeal to your good sense now. Consider the situation with me. If this catalogue of horrifying revelations were to become common knowledge among the 6 million inhabitants of London, what might happen? To learn that the infamous murderer of royals and nobles was a respected member of the aristocracy himself, that evidence was fabricated in the scapegoat's trial amid secret negotiations with prosecutors to effect a jailbreak, that the Reaper of the Bailey was an organized group of assassins managed by a Scotland Yard inspector. And finally, look at the way his hair is just sticking up now, that it was all masterminded by the Lord Chief Justice himself. If the general public of Britain knew the truth, all faith in the police and the prosecutor's office would be completely lost, without doubt. Public order in the capital would completely break down. We'd be cast back to the lawless days of the last century. Precisely as it was 100 years ago, when 1 in 10 of the population were criminals. Think what we've accomplished since then. A public policing force, a comprehensive set of laws. And if we want to continue to protect this new era of law and order, I say again, we must at times occupy the darkness ourselves. We have successfully identified and apprehended the man responsible for taking Inspector Gregson's life. That is all that was expected of this trial. All these other matters that have been discussed will be eliminated from the minutes of these proceedings in the interest of preserving law and order. And to protect Her Majesty the Queen, of course.
Well, my lords, ladies and gentlemen,
What say you? God, man, he's still trying to flex his power to just, like... I think Lord Strongheart has done quite unforgivable, but on the other hand, isn't it our duty to maintain law and order in the capital? Can't deny that the threat of the Reaper over the years has done wonders for the crime rate. And by fair means or foul, that's all thanks to Lord Strongheart. I don't know how we win this one. Like, even if we find out he did kill somebody, what's the difference? This is the will of the British judiciary? If only I had more than a mere sip of wine left. It's not wine, it's actually probiotic soda. For your rousing response, friends, I express my heartfelt gratitude. Therefore, in accordance with the overwhelming wishes of the court,
the record shall be erased.
You have to respect the man's ability to turn a situation to his favor. Lord Strongheart really is a master of manipulation. You've conclusively proven his guilt, yet still he manages to evade justice. I just don't know what we can do. Ryunosuke. It looks like the trial really is going to come to an end. Almost out of options, I think. Objection. This is a weird, unprecedented situation. Maybe I'll act... What? I was hoping that would be an actual loud objection and not just objection. What do I say next? As a man who has fought many battles in this very courtroom, let me offer some advice. Objections need substance behind them. Otherwise, they are merely objectionable. What? The defense has no objection. Fear not. Okay, just yelling objection isn't going to work here. I have an actual... Yes. So I know only too well. Evidence. I don't... I'm going to pull the rabbit's ear again. What a charming little... Okay, I guess we'll just present it. Sure.
Take that!
Or pull the rabbit's ear again. What is Sholmes gonna do now? Great detective time, one last crazy great detective moment. Ow, 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 ow. My dear fellows, must I remind you every time, a gentle tug will suffice. Mr. Sholmes, the 12th, 11th hour. You're looking in quite the wrong direction, because I'm over here. He's been in the room this whole time? What? What is going on? It's Mr. Sholmes. Why is he like a hologram? I wasn't expecting you back, Sholmes. And what? Why are you like see-through? Delighted to be here again, Lord Strongheart. What is this? What the hell? Go away. Bailiff, seize him. Put that man in irons. This is a closed court. He's not here. What the? Well, we can't get hold of him, my lord. We just go right through him. I'm afraid your efforts are wasted. You see, the dancing, the dancing. The great detective you see before you is composed entirely of light and shadow, an image, if you will. What is going on? Mr. Naruhodo, I must congratulate you on your fine deductions. Mr. Sholmes, what on earth is... Are you familiar, I wonder, with the invention known as the telephone? Yes? The sound of the speaker's voice is converted to an electrical signal and transmitted instantly to it. Have we been, like, transmitting the entire trial to, like, somewhere where it can be leaked to the public? Quite. Sounds are transmitted. So could not images keep them company, I mean. Iris and I did some modest experimentation to develop such a device specifically for this very day. We created the first ever, like, hologram technology. Somewhat incidentally, I thought we might just as well transmit an entire scene. Somewhat incidentally? Now you're just being immodest. Do you mean to say you're not actually here, Mr. Sholmes? Him coming in with, like, I love him coming in with just, like, blatantly anachronistic technology. Is that, am I using that word right? I knew my trusty partner would have no trouble grasping the concept. Except he's grasping the stand to steady himself after your shock arrived. Poor father. I would have hoped he might have been forewarned, being the great detective. He doesn't tell anybody what he's doing, ever.
Leave my courtroom at once. Get out, or I swear to you.
Dear me. You, on the other hand, Lord Strongheart, appear to have a very poor grasp of the situation. Allow me to reiterate. I am not here. Which would, I hope, lead naturally to one asking, where exactly are you? The very question I was awaiting. I am at present enjoying the air in a rather splendid garden. A garden? Not just any garden, you understand. A garden at Buckingham Palace.
Oh, no way. What? You can't be. Buckingham Palace?
What's Buckingham Palace, Mr. Sato? Do you ever read the news, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Sholmes? Is Iris with you there? Ah, well now, Iris is currently enjoying some tea. With Her Majesty. Her Majesty? Not just any Her Majesty, you understand. Her Majesty the Queen of British Empire.
What? What?
He's gonna leak all of this to the Queen. And what on earth is all this all about? The Queen's dead. Buckingham Palace is Her Majesty the Queen's residence in London, Mr. Naruhodo.
Order! Order in court! I demand immediate silence. Her Majesty the Queen. You can't be. I mean, oh, this is some sort of unforgivably distasteful trickery by a third-rate detective, that's all.
Unforgivably distasteful trickery? What an apt description. A closed court session attended by elite members of the judiciary is a rare event. I presumed that Her Majesty would be more than a little curious about the proceedings. So, I decided to show her everything, from start to finish. Huh? You showed her? So she already knows everything about this. Indeed. By dint of the Sherlock Holmes remote cinematograph. Oh my god. He filmed it all. Doesn't matter that film technology doesn't exist at this... Well, I guess it does, like, very early, you know, turn of the 90s. But not film technology of, like, live transmitting technology.
You! Meddling!
This is some kind of nightmare. Like, Sholmes doesn't give a shit about law and order. He's just like, hey, this is what's happening. I'm revealing the truth now. And just as I appear to be standing before you, regaling you with talk of my latest invention, no doubt you've inferred that the reverse is also true. You don't mean... Her Majesty has seen and heard every moment of the proceedings. I assumed there would be no objection. After all, every trial in this country is conducted under the auspices of Her Majesty, as you know.
You!
I confess, I am quite impatient to hear Her Majesty's opinion about the unforgivably distasteful trickery in which you've been engaged over the past 10 years.
No! I was meaning...
Oh, so sorry to keep you all waiting. Vicky and I had so much to talk about. Let's go! The Queen of England! Let's go! There is no Easter Bunny, there is no Tooth Fairy, and there is no Queen of England! This is actually just like the end of the movie Around the World in 80 Days from 2008. The villain in that movie is a stuffy British guy who heads the Royal Academy thing, and he loses when the Queen shows up and gives him a fat edge. In fact, I have a little message here from Her Majesty. A message? Well then, if everyone is sitting comfortably. Ahem. Forthwith and with immediate effect, all authority previously afforded to male Strongheart is hereby removed forevermore. Furthermore, he will be prosecuted for crimes against his country in a public trial by jury in the coming days. The one person who can, supersede him in authority, the Queen. It seems Her Majesty doesn't believe we need to fight fire with fire. Justice in this country needn't be administered from the shadows at all. Male Strongheart. The darkness you fostered to conceal your despicable actions these last 10 years is a thing of the past now. After today, your brand of law and order has no future, because no longer are you the Lord Chief Justice. In the eyes of the law and Her Majesty the Queen, you are nothing but a criminal. When the villain is so powerful, you gotta get the Queen of England to, drop the judgment.
Adjourned! 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 Court is adjourned! Super guilty.
Oh, the scale's gonna break. What did I say was gonna happen? What did I say? What did I say, dude? He broke the scale. Let's go. Breaking the scales of justice. Breaking the rules. Oh my god, it's gonna crush him. Dramatic. Let's go. His dark justice falls. I feel like this game did Dark Age of the Law as a plotline better than Ace Attorney 5 with all its ramblings about that concept. Lord Clint von Zeeks left a will in which he confessed to everything. When those words came out of the Sogi's mouth, it deranged me completely. I knew I must do anything and everything in my power to contain the situation. But I couldn't find the damned document. I searched his cell, but it wasn't there. Which precipitated the jailbreak plot, I presume. What do you mean? The need to obtain that will was all-consuming. I was sure that if I facilitated Asogi's escape, it would emerge with the will somewhere on his person. But despite searching his limp body in the cemetery that night, it still eluded me. It never even crossed my mind that it was concealed in that damn sword. What pains me now is that my brother left this world without a word to me. I'm sorry, Lord Von Zeeks. Hologram Sholmes just standing between. In point of fact, I think perhaps that isn't the case. Sorry? How can that be? There is more to his last will and testament. What? Oh, there's a part addressed to him. As I confront the prospect of my demise, I feel bitter regret for my younger brother. Baroque, you've always looked up to me, and now you follow in my footsteps to become a prosecutor. It's my fervent wish that my unspeakable deeds should not hinder your advancement. I ask not for understanding, for none could understand my depravity. I ask only for forgiveness. Sogi is a fine detective, and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final 2 wishes. The first is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint Von Zeeks is... Or Clint Von Zeeks. I took the apostrophe. Whatever happened to his wife? Is she still alive? Male Strongheart. You colluded with Sashiro Jigoku in a criminal plot so immense it spanned the oceans. And you cold-heartedly murdered all those who knew the truth about what happened 10 years ago. But why did you set about that now, a whole decade later? Yeah, that's a great question. What triggered him, to ascend to the very peak? These last 10 years made me realize being the Lord Chief Justice wasn't enough. Short of becoming Her Majesty's Attorney General, I could have no real power to effect the changes needed in this country. And for that promotion, I needed to ensure no remnants of the past remained. How could you? I like everything to run smoothly, in the exact manner that I prescribe, like a well-oiled machine. He did more for control than power. He seems like the biggest of control freaks ever. And I was just a step away. And for your ambition to succeed, did you even bother to count the number of brilliant people you had killed? Ah, Mr. Reaper, are you not forgetting something? Such as? You very much adopted your usual prosecutor-like demeanor in the proceedings now. But the reality of the situation is that you were the defendant in this trial. Ah! However, the presiding judge would appear to have fallen from the bench, as it were. May I suggest, therefore, that we entrust the final...
The original judge is back! What's going on? I thought I had the day off, and now I've been woken from my nap, and you're telling me that Strongheart is evil, and mass murdered everyone? What the fuck? As a member of the judiciary, I've been following the proceedings from the gallery. I was taking a nap up there, but then everybody started shouting, "Testify! Testify!" And I was like, what is going on? And then, I must say, I shan't ever forget the extraordinary battle between good and evil that I witnessed here today. The darkness that has blighted justice in our land these past 10 years has at last been dispelled. Thanks, in no small part, to the efforts of a bright young star from the East. 2, in fact. Defense Counsel Naruhodo. Yes, my lord. On behalf of everyone here present in the Old Bailey, I give you my heartfelt thanks. You're too kind, my lord. The first time I faced you in court, just under a year ago now, I had the faintest of intimations that if British justice, so warped and twisted over its long history, was finally to know change, this might just be the man to do it. What? But at the time, I wouldn't allow myself to acknowledge the possibility. I couldn't overcome my hatred of the Japanese after the circumstances of my brother's death. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me to apologize for countless discourtesies on my part. You are a lawyer of boundless talent. Oh, Lord Von Zeeks. When I first arrived in Great Britain, I was literally a nobody. Certainly not. Yeah, no, this... Ryunosuke's rags to riches story is the most impressive of any Ace Attorney protagonist. Dude was not even a lawyer at the start. Not connected by family legacy like all the rest of these characters are. Literally just some guy who was friends with Kazuma.
who got, like, falsely accused of the assassin first assassin exchange murder. He isn't racist anymore! Let's go! This guy ain't reading chat. You're right, I've not looked over here in probably, Damn, he's still going. You think he and Ixogi explored each other's bodies? Strongheart. I think Peter Capaldi would be a good Strongheart. He went from no interest in the law to one of the best lawyers in the series in less than a year. Yeah, I probably stopped looking at chat, like, probably half an hour ago. I'm fully, like, zoned in. I look over occasionally to see how long I've been streaming, but I had to plug in my phone, so I couldn't stand it up anymore and look at it directly. My loyal and ever-patient judicial assistant, Miss Susato, who helped me study to become a lawyer. The brilliant Lord Von Zeeks, who never failed to challenge his Nipponese rival. And not to mention, the exceptional master of logic and reasoning, who showed me the true art of deduction, Mr. Sholmes. The Sholmes Hall, even I'm tired, and I'm 2 hours behind you. Yeah, I have work at 10. I have my first day of work, so, like, this needs to end quickly. In fact, I'm just gonna start, like, pressing through stuff. Saving the best for last, Mr. Naruhodo. What a relief. I'm well aware that without all these people in support, I wouldn't be where I am today. The truth is a guiding light that always leads to happiness. I lived by that principle for a long time now. But actually, it's not true. The truth can also cause great pain. Sometimes it can leave people on the brink of despair. And for that reason, there are those who feel the need to hide the truth, who do it instinctively even. But as soon as we allow our eyes to settle on something other than the truth, the darkness takes hold. From there it grows until eventually it makes us blind to the guiding light of the truth altogether. Oh, there's the lesson. Don't hide the truth, even if it makes it bad. Just don't waffle. It's almost over. Don't skip text, just don't waffle. I know. That's why my belief that we must all resolve never to avert our eyes from what is just and true. Discombobulate! I wanted to do the bit where I play the Discombobulate song, but that... I can't pad out the stream anymore. I must conclude. This is about the time of night that I finished the first game, too. I had the exact same thing happen, where I'm like, oh, I have like 2 hours left. 6 hours later. Well, I must excuse myself now. But before I go, Mr. Naruhodo, let me compliment you on your grand opus. Without your beautifully composed case against Lord Strongheart, Her Majesty would have been unable to act. Thanks to you and your fellows, the haunting undertones corrupting Britain's justice system have been silenced. Sholmes showing up with, like, hologram tech, with anachronistic hologram technology to reveal that the Queen's been watching the trial the whole time is so funny. So, did our paths cross again somewhere?
Well, it would appear this long trial has finally come to an end.
My apologies for any anxiety caused, my lord.
I'm good. I'm just kind of annoyed that I tried to take like 2 naps, and every time I got woken up by people screaming. In conclusion of these proceedings, I hereby declare the defendant Barack Von Zeeks not guilty.
Now I know what you meant when you said you predicted the villain way ahead of time, because Strongheart is very obviously, like, big mastermind. I just am like, it's the kind of thing where they obscure it in enough, like, chaos and different things going on that you're like, okay, he's not alone. Like, okay, is he actually the... Like, he's not the only villain. It really is all over. Did I sacrifice too much? Mr. Naruhodo, I really must congratulate you. It was a truly splendid performance. I also predicted the Jigoku double feature. Damn, really? A bro and his sus-ass suitcase. Wait, did you notice the suitcase and you were like, what the hell's up with that? Why is it so big? Wait, that's crazy. That actually is very impressive. I really couldn't have done it without you at my side through it all, Miss Susato. Oh. It really was a very splendid show, that. I'd have thought you'd be smiling from ear to ear, but you look rather glum. I mean, I definitely predicted that one of the two former visiting students, either Mikotoba or Jigoku, was like involved. Well, it was too sus that they both had very successful careers after Genshin's death, and like one of them has to have done some scheming to get where they are. Turns out the one was Jigoku. Mikotoba is based. In exposing the truth, I'm afraid I've caused my client a great deal of pain. I'm really not sure that's what a lawyer ought to be doing. Oh well, in that case, I'm quite sure that when you see Lord Von Zeke's smiling face, everything will seem... Nope. Bro does not. Miss Usato? Mikotoba is just a bad dad. Yeah. Yeah. Everything seems worse. He has a face like thunder. Oh dear. I really shouldn't have presumed. Mr. Narahoda. Yes? Almost a year it's been now, since I first encountered you here in this very court. Oh, now we get the Edgeworth thanking Phoenix scene. What with these two? For you to have risen to the level of excellence you demonstrated today. Well, it's quite remarkable. But I exposed the most unpalatable truth you could ever have imagined. I feel as though I've robbed you of something you held so dear. What was it he said? To fight those who dwell in the darkness requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. But that was just the feeble excuse of a coward. Only those with a steadfast eye for the truth have what it takes to fight the dark forces of crime. You made fine work of establishing that fact in court today. Von Zeeks doesn't have unnecessary feelings, though. Well, thank you. What magnanimous words. I'm quite sure that Kazuma... I mean, to be fair, Genshin Asogi also left his kid to go to England. And he died, so... I'm quite sure that Kazuma-sama would have a smile on his face at this very moment if he were here. Kazuma. There he is. Everybody's here. The whole gang's here. I am so unbelievably sweaty. Please let this end. Miss Susato. There's another face like thunder here. Oh my. He's a bad dad too. Mr. McGilded would have gotten away with it if he was... You just got McGilded. McGilded was a little better at keeping his cool. I think he was just so deliciously evil. Genshin is still kind of a bad dude. Yeah. Allow me to congratulate you on your acquittal. I mean, did he kill Barak? Or did Barak kill himself? I was still kind of unclear on that. I really expected Strongheart to have killed, Clint. I said Barak, I definitely meant Clint. They're both Von Zeekses, whatever. I owe you an apology. No, it is I who should apologize. Your father, Genshin, if I had been stronger then, perhaps, I made an unforgivable error of judgment. I can offer no excuse. And I can offer no forgiveness. That said, I suppose you fought for justice and the truth. For that at least, I can't withhold respect. Your words mean more to me than you could know. I will hold them dear. Kazuma-sama. I must say, there's one thing that's still bothering me. What's that? The will that Lord Clint Von Zeeks wrote before his duel. Oh right, they dueled. And to the death, that's right. I forgot. Asogi's a fine detective, and a hunter worthy of respect. He's agreed to honor my final... Oh, right! The wish that he could not commit to paper. Kazuma's outfit's sick. You know what else is sick? His, like, updated theme. Oh my god. Confessed my sins to my wife. What can the second of his final wishes have been? That your father agreed to honor, you mean? I think perhaps I might be able to shed some light on that. Were you keeping... See, okay, the real problem with Mikotoba and Genshin, it's not that they're like evil. They just are way too willing to like stay quiet about secrets or things that they think are like weird, like sus. Like they didn't. He could have fought for his friend a lot more, and I feel like he didn't. And then Genshin was willing. Genshin was willing to just like not reveal the truth about Strongheart for. So they're both sort of like, they've dipped their toes in the darkness. The Dark Age of the Law. This game is the actual Dark Age. It's funny that Ace Attorney 5 did the whole Dark Age of the Law plotline, while actually Shu Takumi was just doing the same thing in this game. It was 10 years ago, as you know, the day before the execution was scheduled. I went to the prison to say my farewells to Genshin. Why aren't you putting up more of a fight, Genshin? If you'd only agree to it, Sashiro and I would gladly petition the government. We've been through this already. You don't need to worry about me. Anyway, Yujin, I have a favor to ask of you. Something of great importance. You're one of my greatest friends, Genshin. Whatever it is, consider it done. I'm going to tell you an address. I need you to go there at once, in secret and telling no one. You should find a lady of the gentry in hiding there. A lady of the gentry? She's not in a good way, and she's with child. The birth is imminent. Is this where Iris comes? I'm like, what does this have to do with anything? And then I'm like, wait a minute, Iris. Is this where Iris comes? What is this? It's a vertical man I'd like you to attend to. By any chance the child yours, Genshin? Don't be daft. It's a favor that was asked of me by a man I knew. It's his dying wish. My goodness. I swore to the man that I would help. That I would do whatever I could for his wife and his unborn child. But if something were to happen to me, I need to ask you the same favor. What did you say? If something should happen to you? Tomorrow night you're going to be... You never know, though, do you? What life will bring? Alright then, tell me the address. I heard there once was Sashiro and... No. Not with him. Pardon? I don't trust my own friend, Sashiro Jigoku. And I'm right not to. Yes, Mikotoba was the best of the friend group. That very night, I caught a train from Paddington? Paddington? Paddington Bear? So is this Iris's... We're like, oh, who's Iris's father? Is it Wilson? Is it Mikotoba? It's Clint Von Zeeks. Not... Well, I think I could have gone through 10 guesses of who her father was, and Clint Von Zeeks would not have been on my list. I broke her waters to precipitate the labor before she weakened further, but it was a torturous birth. And then he took the baby to Sholmes and was just like, here, I don't know what to do with this. In the end. Which, Sholmes... Okay, Sholmes is a better... But tragically... My efforts to save the mother's life were in vain. I held the healthy newborn girl in my arms and wept for longer than I cared to remember. Eventually, in something of a daze, I looked around the room. There was precious little in it, but an old travel trunk caught my eye. Oh. It had clearly been well looked after over the years. Made of top quality. Yeah, I'm like, Herlock's a way better dad than Mikotoba. Because Herlock didn't even have a kid. And he's so, like, ADD, like, attention all over the place. Dude doesn't really seemingly put that much effort into anything. But Mikotoba just brought him a baby. And he was like, yeah, sure, I'll take care of it. No problem. Crazy. It had clearly been well looked after over the years. Made of top quality leather with fine stitching. But it was when I saw the emblem on the side of it that everything dropped into place. So he knew it was Barack Von Zeeks's kid. B for Baskerville. The Hound of the Baskerville story. Okay. Baskerville? You mean, the woman was the wife of Lord Clint Von Zeeks? That's right. The newborn was his daughter. But that makes no sense. Why on earth wouldn't Clint have entrusted the child to my care in that case? I was completely unaware that he even had a daughter. I suppose he didn't really have any choice. Your brother said he confessed everything to his wife. She must have been beside herself with worry for her child. If the true identity of the professor were ever to be made public, the girl would be forever branded as the daughter of the infamous mass murderer. So the only solution was to distance the young girl from the family as much as possible. I don't believe it.
So now Von Zeeks is Uncle Von Zeeks.
Iris. It's kind of funny. I imagine that in his final hour, Lord Clint Von Zeeks made the obvious choice. He would have thought to himself, this Japanese man here is someone I can trust. I honored my promise to Genshin, of course. Genshin honored his promise to Clint by having Mikitoba honor his promise to Genshin, and then this baby got passed. The responsibility of taking care of this baby got passed between 4 separate people, and of all the people, it was Sholmes who stepped up at the end and was like, I'll take the baby. Crazy. Actually, King Dad who stepped up. I asked him if he would be a father to her. Clint gave his daughter to his murderer's friends. They're the dark age of the law. That being Mr. Sholmes, I presume. He took one look into my eyes and agreed to it on the spot. Mr. Sholmes. He has a heart of gold. Really, all it can be said that I did for the child was to give her a name. Oh. When I'd come to Britain, I was trying to escape from the grief of losing my darling wife. Hot potato with a baby, yeah, for real. So it was her name that I gave the little girl. Your wife's name? In other words, the name of my mother? Ayame Mikitoba. Oh! That's right, Ayame. Or in English, Iris. Okay. I was like, that's not the same name. Iris, okay. I had no idea. Ding dong. Ouch! Mr. Naruhodo, what's wrong? This little thing just pinched me in the behind through my trouser pocket hard. Ah, my dear fellows, can you hear me? Mr. Sholmes, is that you? Ding dong. Are they gonna go have tea with the queen now? Can they go have tea with the queen while I go to bed, please? You see what excessive tugging can do. Let that be a lesson to you. That name sucks. Mine is better, right? I was like, hold on. Mr. Sholmes, we weren't able to thank you properly before, but you were simply marvelous. Your checkmate move was a stroke of genius. Indeed it was, wasn't it? I surpassed myself, I feel. It had become apparent to me that to stop the Lord Chief Injustice would require such measures. Get it? Get the Lord Chief Injustice? Runo! Susie! Runo! Decky! Okay, this needs to end now. Oh, I'm so pleased. What a wonderful outcome. Her Majesty Queen Vicky said she thought my special blend was delicious. After all, no one brews more delicious tea. Okay, party at the Queen's. Von Zeeks can come too. I'm afraid I couldn't. The Reaper of the Bailey, flustered by a 10-year-old girl. Again, a 10-year-old girl who is his niece, apparently. No, really? Oh, pooh. But I give you my word that I shall present myself at your residence in the near future to express my gratitude. Oh, how lovely. You've promised now. I won't let you forget. Bye for now, then. All right, Iris. Thank you for all your help earlier. All right, let's move. Move on. Move it on. Move along. What? One final pinch goodbye, was it? Okay. All right. This is what I'm afraid of, is you solve the case and then there's 30 minutes of end scenes. Well, I think I ought to be leaving. And it's almost 1 a.m. Please, God. Lord Von Zeeks, would you care to accompany me? Certainly. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me once again to express my deep gratitude to you. So to wrap up, baby. Yeah, they gotta the wrap up. That's why I was like, oh God, this is case taking so long, and then there's gonna be the wrap up. I believe you saved my life. Probably like 15 minutes. Okay. That's not bad. Wait, Lord Von Zeeks. Yes? What are you intending to do now? Well, clearly, should have to resign from the prosecutor's office. Oh no! I intend to publicize the full truth about the Professor case. Once that's done, the Von Zeeks family will be ostracized completely from the London society. Surely not. So, as soon as I'm free from my employment, I shall leave the capital. Oh, I see. Don't be a... Who? What? Don't be a fool. Are those the actions of a man once feared as the mighty Reaper of the Bailey? I beg your pardon? For the past 10 years, you've endured that pseudonym and been cast as one of the dark forces yourself. Now that you've finally been freed from that disrepute, your battle is just beginning, surely. Well, I certainly never expected to hear those words from your lips. I waited a very long time to come to London. Now I'm properly here. I intend to learn all that I can. Anyway, goodbye for now. Ryanosuke Naruhodo. Go have tea with the Queen. Party at Buckingham Palace. He's not the only one who's matured, Mr. Naruhodo. Sorry, I was thinking about the party at the Buckingham Palace. Well, I think we should make our way back to Baker Street. We must help Iris with tonight's dinner. It was then that the game ended. Probably not. There's probably like at least one more epilogue scene. Yeah. 4th November, 6:25 p.m. Sholmes' suite. I'm home. Oh, hi, Ginny. Ah, about time you got here. We've been waiting ages, Odo. What are you doing with that colorful piece of history? It's a party, ain't it? It's gotta go off with a bang. I mean, fireworks, ideally. But when you ain't got fire, smoke's the next best thing, ain't it? There's a girl on Fresno Street who could help you with that, I think. Right. I'll remember that. You don't have to reload that thing every time I speak. You really must hear this. It's quite the most extraordinary thing. I assure you it will defy your expectations. Take down every detail now, Mikatoba. Ah, the world-famous great detective, regaling his partner with the tale of his adventure. A sight to behold. Would you care to hazard a guess? Where do you suppose the fiendish runaway had concealed himself? Would you believe? Inside the trunk I found abandoned in his cabin? I would believe it, yes. I was there. I say, Mikatoba, I do not detect a hint of surprise. What? You were? Then why the deuce didn't you say so before? Okay. Sholmes moment. Hello, Mr. Sholmes, Professor Mikatoba, finally back from the Bailey. And not a moment too soon! A feast prepared by Iris and Miss Susato awaits. Susato! I must say, I haven't seen Susato looking so happy in a very long time. Ah, Runo, there you are! Dinner is on the table, everyone. Please do come and take a seat. Time to fit me boots? Goodness, is that really true, Gina? Yep, I'm leaving the corpus cobbler and got to go back to what I know best. It's a diver's life for me. I'm gonna be a diver again. You really leaving the police force, Jenny? Well, the boss ain't around no more, so. And anyway, no matter how hard I try, that leaper ain't never gonna accept a diver turned dick, is he? A diver turned dick? Well, people can change, you know. Ah, yes, that reminds me. I rather thoughtfully offered to relieve the bailiff of this now defunct piece of evidence. Eh? It's the inspector's pocket watch, and the crown has been reattached. That watch was his pride and joy, a symbol of his great achievements at Scotland Yard. For 10 years without fail, it measured every second of the man's remarkable career. Give or take the part where he was covering up murders and, doing the Reaper shit. Someone needs to keep the memory of Inspector Gregson's career alive by taking on the great responsibility of winding that watch every single day again. Yes, someone with an equally fierce detective spirit. It's gotta be me. It's gonna be me. Quite right. I mean, after all, the boss was... Well, he was my boss. Yes, Jenny, yes he was. I am gonna miss this colorful collection of characters. I like Gina, Sholmes. These are all some of the best versions of Sherlock Holmes characters. Oh yeah, and I made you a promise and all, didn't I, Iris? That I'd become a proper detective one day and track down your old man. Oh. Alright then, it's decided. I'll do it, and I swear. I'll find your dad and bring him in kicking and screaming. We already figured it out. I'm not entirely sure that would be appropriate. Yes, I think, Gina, it might be best to, well... I think I'd like you to forget that promise, Jenny. Eh? Iris. Well, obviously I've always wondered about who my real daddy is. Of course I have. I wanted to know where I've come from. Thought it might tell me something about myself. But I've caused such a lot of trouble finding out. Trying to find out. Does she actually know? Was she there for that? Did she pick up that conversation on the transponder snail? Hurley, Bruno, Professor Mickey. Oh no, not at all, my dear. Really, you owe no apology to anyone. Well, anyway, I've decided to give up. Because I finally realized my daddy is the greatest in the world. I don't think it matters what his name is or where he's from. Don't you agree? Hurley? With every word, Iris. Thank you, Hurley. Thank you, Daddy. Aww. What is this? A tear in my... I think, Mikatoba, that something may be leaking from my eyelids. I think I ought to express my gratitude to you. For 6 years, you and I solved many a mystery together. And during that time, I remember countless expressions of gratitude for our good services. But a moment ago, I heard the most pleasing expression of gratitude of them all. And I should never have experienced it, were it not for you. You old softy, Sholmes. But I must confess, it's a weight off my mind to hear you say it. Well then, I think this calls for a lengthy violin recital, wouldn't you say? Oh, well, the food would go cold. Maybe next week, Hurley? Are you sure a week is long enough? Now for the credits. Please give me the credits. Even amidst the most troubling of cases, even reeling from the most shocking of revelations, returning into the evening to the suite of rooms, there is always warmth and happiness to be had. The home of the world's greatest detective, and my home, too, with my greatest family. The treasure was the friends we made with the greatest family of all. 4th November, 9:37 a.m. Our Hoto's legal counsel. PM. It's PM. The attic room has been my office home for a year and a half now. I think now the time has come. Time to bid this place farewell. Am I gonna go back to Japan? Naruhodo. Oh. Bad news. Bad news! He's gotta go back to Japan. Bad news. This is not the last scene. This one? Or the last? Oh, Professor! Are you alone? I didn't hear any sound from Susato's room. Yes, Susato-san went out after dinner. She took a carriage. Something about an important matter she needed to take care of? Ah, I see. I wanted to thank you for what you did earlier. With Iris, I mean. When the subject of her father came up. Lord Clint von Zieks. I made up my mind many years ago never to tell her who her real father was. It's what was agreed with Genshin, after all. Lord Clint von Zeke's final wishes before he died. Iris being Clint von Zeke's daughter is truly the most least predictable twist in the entire game. Calling Susato back to Japan 6 months ago, for example. Wait, that was to protect the secret? How? When I read Soseki-san's report about his final days in London, my heart nearly stopped. You'd stumbled across the crux of that terrible case. The dog's collar. Oh yeah, we did just stumble across. So that was why she got summoned back to Japan? The frickin' dog collar? The description of the Baskerville insignia left me in no doubt. Baskerville. If you decided to investigate that insignia, sooner or later you'd have made the connection to Von Zeke's. To make matters worse, Susato knew of the unpublished story as well. The story that Iris had written based on my notes from the time. Ah yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles. Exactly. I love how they incorporated like the Sherlock Holmes books and like the Hound of the Baskervilles into this. Like it's Iris's interpretation. The actual plot is completely different, way more complex. A work of fiction, but based on the grim reality of a huge beast of a dog being used as a murder weapon. A dog with the Baskerville family emblem around its neck. Armed with those two clues, I feared you and Susato might arrive at the truth. So I invented that story about having collapsed to justify her leaving London and returning to Japan at once. All in aid of halting any investigations you and she might have been contemplating. We really weren't, like, doing that? Why did Susato-san come across that manuscript in Japan? You know, isn't that Iris' Hound of the Baskervilles story, I mean? Sholmes sent it to me. That was before Susato left Japan. I think it was the whole mystery around the Hound of the Baskervilles thing that made me think Mikotoba was more suspicious than he was. Because there was this weird, like, unpublished story, and he's being coy about details, even to his own daughter. He, like, summons her back for no reason, and it's, like, it's very shady. I'd read it and carelessly left it on my desk, which is where Susato came across it, of course. Ah. It was the only case Sholmes and I ever pursued that I didn't record in meticulous detail. I was stunned when I discovered that young Iris had pieced together so much of it from my paltry notes. Sholmes and I discussed the matter and decided that we couldn't allow the story's publication. At that point, I returned the manuscript by post to Sholmes for safety. So you did all that to stop Iris from finding out the truth about her father? That's right, because Sholmes had told me how astute she'd become. If she kept trying to figure it out, she would figure it out at some point. But she's decided she doesn't care anymore, so good for them. We're off the hook. However, having witnessed events in court today, I must say my opinion is somewhat shifted. Oh? I think at some point in the future, the time will come for Iris to know the truth. And when it does, well, I believe it will be for the best. I think so too. Actually, Professor, I wanted to talk to you about something too. Judging from that expression, I'd say you've come to a decision, have you? Yes, I have. I will be returning with you to Japan. Are you quite sure? I'm really only here as a substitute for Kazuma. But he's here in Britain now, as originally intended. Welcome, student Naruhodo. Isn't really. Welcome, student Naruhodo Esquire! I'm remembering frickin' Soseki. Looking back now, when I first arrived here in February. Recap. Let's go. My becoming a lawyer just seemed to be the way things turned out. With Kazuma, Susato-san, and Mr. Sholmes all gently pushing me in that direction. But being a lawyer is not even his dream. He just kind of, like, stumbled into this plot, and I think, like, the fact that he was an outsider who didn't have any family connections to any of these, like, other characters is probably what allowed him to, like, uncover the truth unbiasedly. Standing in that courtroom earlier, all doubts vanished from my mind. No, okay, he's ready to be a lawyer. I thought for a second he was like, I'm gonna do something else. Bro said, I'm tired of these snow bunnies. Oh my god. I was totally focused. I was sure of my belief in my client, and I was sure I could see the trial through. And at the end of it, I finally realized. No one else chose this path for me. I chose it myself. I chose to seek the truth and find it. The path of a defense lawyer, eh? Yeah, that's what I am now. That's what I'll be going back with you to Japan as. And that's the path I'll be following for the rest of my life. Well, sounds like you've made a decision. I have. Well, I don't care what he actually said there. Very well then, I must say, it's extremely welcome news. I shall make arrangements for your return first things tomorrow. Or wait, do we have to do a goodbye scene? Is there a goodbye scene too? I don't... Is there a goodbye scene also? Mikatoba, free me of these crackers! Ugh. Susato-san. Susato-san! I just wanted to let you know I'm back. Yes, you baby, there is a goodbye scene.
Oh, I'm so tired. The webcam is gonna go off and I'm gonna like take my shirt off.
And so I'm not sweating so much. I'm sorry I did, yes. I couldn't help but... I say that, but it's not... my upper half is not the part that is sweating. Oh, how much did you hear? Well, from the part about Iris's real father, I think. In other words, from the beginning. Yeah. So you've made up your mind. You'll return to Japan and continue working as a defense lawyer. Yes.
Yes, I am.
I really should have consulted you about it. I did want to earlier this evening, but you'd already gone out. Oh no, that's quite alright. I already knew that's what you'd decide. You did? Baby song, Susato is nice. This song make me go to sleep. I suppose this means it has to be farewell soon. I suppose. You'll be a great help to Kazuma going forward. I mean, I know he's a brilliant lawyer, but he's new to the British courtroom. He'll certainly... What? He'll certainly benefit greatly having a brilliant judicial assistant at his side. I'll do my very best. I wish I could say it, but I just can't. I can't ask her to come with me. After all, she was always supposed... Plus, she... In Japan, she's not even allowed in the courtroom. Like, she should stay here. For sure. Where she could maybe actually be, like, a proper lawyer someday. I don't know. The first female lawyer of Britain. From Japan. Before I retire, let me just say one more time. You really were quite splendid in court today. So if you ask me, anyone who thinks of you as a substitute or locum should be ashamed of themselves. Susato-san. Thank you. Bro is thinking unspeakable things. Is bro me or is bro Naruhodo? 7th November, 5:42 a.m. Port of Dover, Quayside. Oh yeah, okay. Goodbye scene. Didn't the last game had the Susato goodbye scene, and then this was... You're really leaving then, Runo? Why do I do the voice even higher than usual? I don't know what I'll do without your wonderful cooking and delicious tea. Oh, I wish you weren't going. But you have to come back and visit. Say you will. Say you, say me, be together. Well, it was a very brief reunion, but it was a pleasure to pursue a case with you again after so long. The gameplay segment where it was the two of us on the boat was really awesome. And I'd play a whole game like that. It's just the two of them doing deductions. Yes, I suppose, on reflection, there's something to be said for it. Having a little fun once in a while.
I'll just go and say goodbye to the professor as well, I think.
Alright, Iris, you do that. Honk!
The stream needs to end, honk!
This is the exact same scenario I was in the last goodbye season. It takes 50 days to travel in this time. Bro will not be back for several years, true.
I've just checked, Naruhodo-san. Your luggage is already on board.
Voice acting.
Such a beautiful morning. Perfect for embarking on a journey, isn't it?
Before I set off, I'd just like to say how thankful I am for everything you've done for me, and give my warmest regards to Kazuma, please.
Actually, I think you ought to give him your regards in person.
Sorry?
The voice acting's
Ryunosuke.
not good. So I don't need to hear it.
Kazuma! What
Kazuma!
are you doing here?
Do you really think I'd miss my best friend's departure?
Thanks. To be honest, I'd been looking forward
I
to
play the
our
game
wild
subbed.
time
Yeah, I know, that
tearing
makes
up the
sense.
streets
If
of
there
Her
was, like-
Majesty's capital, but
Yeah. There's so little voice acting that I don't really
we'll have
care.
to save that for
but
another time.
yeah.
Personally, I'm looking forward to facing you in court again.
me too.
Again.
But
I just
we're
don't. I
both
don't know why they
defense
do
lawyers,
British
so,
accents. I mean, I guess like I don't. It's just kind of weird. They're like trying to do like
I'm
British
going to become
accents
a
and
prosecutor.
Japanese ones. It's
I'll
strange.
stay in Lord Van Zeek's tutelage for the time being, but before long, I intend to be just as formidable as the Reaper himself.
I think
Oh,
that he's still the
see.
Reaper, even though he's not the Reaper
Actually,
anymore. they call him the Reaper.
Ryunosuke,
name it.
Take my
I'd like
sword
you-
again.
to take care of the
Karuma?
Karuma.
Why?
Karuma.
because I've seen
Good
what's
back
inside me. It was only for the briefest of moments. The last time I came face to face with that inspector, but it was unmistakable. I wanted to kill him. I've always known there are demons that live inside people.
I feel like the voice acting,
And
the
now I know
English
there
voice
is one in
acting,
me.
is on par with my voice acting, and I'm cold reading all of the dialogue. So,
The
but,
fact
like,
that
it
he
should
very
not
nearly
be at the same
consumed me
level.
is something I'll carry with me until the end of my days, while I devote my life.
Like,
to
I
fighting
think
those
my
whose
voice
demons have got the
voice
better of them.
acting is rather good when I'm playing games like this. But I'm also like cold reading. It's good for cold read, has never read this dialogue before context.
As
If
a
it was
prosecutor,
actual voice acting at that same level, is like, okay, why is it?
So,
You
That's what you've
did you not
resolved to
do
is
multiple
it?
takes?
until I'm ready
Maybe they
to
didn't.
face the demon within me, to slay it once and for all.
Slay.
I leave this in your care, if you'll take it.
Of course I will. I'll keep it by my side. Always. Until we meet again, then. You have your path to follow, and I have mine.
Bro, please let the game end. Stops the game in
No,
order to
Hodo-san.
brag that his cold reads are great. I know. I just shut up. It's not that crazy. It's the same like scenario I was in when I
The
finished
path
Great
you're
Ace
going
Attorney
to follow
1, where
from
I'm
now
like,
on.
this is good, and where I'm like
I
at the
wonder
closing
if I
scene and
might
it's
follow
1 a.m.
at
and
your side, and
I'm like
unless
still
I be a burden.
engaged.
What?
Wait, what? You're coming with me?
I
Still
mean,
engaged, and I
I-
ignored that line of dialogue.
Would very much like you to come with me. But aren't you?
You're so predictable, Ryunosuke.
I am?
Honestly, you never change at all.
You mean you knew about this?
It was the evening after Lord Van Zeek's trial came to an end. She came to see me at the prosecutor's.
Really? Or when I had that conversation?
So, you'd go with Ryunosuke back?
Yes, I know it's unfair of me to follow my own.
Coming here especially to tell me. You're a stickler for etiquette, aren't you? Well, What are his feelings?
We've never discussed it, of course. I worry that
He's just as much of a stickler for etiquette,
Could never say
but
anything.
I'd feel
until it
happy
was asked.
knowing you were with him. Look
Look
out for him on my...
behalf, please.
Of course.
Susato-san.
What do you think, Naruhodo-san?
And okay, to be
With you
fair,
by
when
my
I was talking
side,
about stop
No
skipping,
trial
I
would
don't.
seem
I
too daunting.
I can read it all.
So
Hold on.
if you're willing,
I'd be honored if you come with me. Together we can take on the world. I'm reading it.
I'm terribly incompetent.
If anything, the fact that
But
there's
if
bad
you have
voice
me,
acting gives me an
I'd be
excuse to
delighted.
like read the text without having to slowly read it out loud.
No, not at all. If anyone's terribly incompetent, it's me.
If anyone's a baka, it's me. Ah!
What's
Your luggage, Susato-san. There's no time. The ship's going to set sail any
Take
minute
the
now.
moment in. I can't. I'm speed
It's
running.
alright. There's no need to worry. As it happens, my luggage is...
Why do you think I
Already on board
go
too.
like weeks? Why do you think I would go like weeks without streaming this game? That's how I take the moment in. I like talk through it obnoxiously on the stream and like seem like I'm not engaged, and then afterward I like think I like ponder it for a while.
Hand as always, I see.
Oh god, is that the Iris voice?
Time to go then.
I think
Look after yourself.
Kazuma's voice is actually not bad.
Kazuma, draw your sword. One day, when our paths cross, once more, we'll fight a duel of words
A
across the
duel.
courtroom.
A duel of words.
A day I eagerly await as a lawyer.
I've been waiting to hear you say that. Partner,
Yay. Yay.
Don't forget me then, Kazuma.
as if I could. Brilliant.
I don't know why I'm like this. I don't know why.
Mr. Sholmes, thank you so much.
It's late, okay?
Indeed, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe you are.
I'll never
not
forget all you've
terrible
done for me
song.
during my time in London.
We did it, ready. Ready? Like Reddit?
Quite. I should like to think you will remember your debt of gratitude. Especially when I visit you in your country. What?
I think the Sholmes voice actor is not too bad either.
The
It's
truth
not
is,
far off
although
from
many
what
are
I'm
ignorant
doing,
of the fact,
voice-wise, to be honest.
The world is far smaller than most folk realize.
Well, I'd be delighted if you came to Japan one day.
Great Ace Attorney 3 with Sholmes in Japan? Please,
Oh,
please,
yes.
Shu Takumi,
Would welcome
please!
you with open arms,
I would
Mr.
welcome that
Sholmes.
game with open arms, Shu Takumi.
Oh, that sounds wonderful!
In that case, let us conclude that
When was
this
the last
is
time
to
a
be
new
merely
Ace
brief
Attorney
party,
game actually
my
came
dear
out?
fellows.
That wasn't like this one. That like this one that's a bunk collection of old ones. Of like the two old ones. Yeah.
And that
Where is
brings us
Ace
to the
Attorney
end
7?
of my
And
adventures
where
in
is Great Ace
Britain.
Attorney 3?
A peculiar twist of fate brought me
Stop
halfway
singing that
around the
song.
world those many months ago. But that was just the start of my journey. Who knows where fate will lead me next?
GA 2 is the most recent. Yeah, I'm like, they haven't really dropped a
Still,
new one in a long
I'm
time.
confident this won't be
17?
my
That's
last meeting
crazy.
with the friends I've made in
The
London.
entire Switch lifespan's gonna go by.
And when we're together again. No doubt, the first words I'll hear will be,
For the entire Switch lifespan, they've just been milking
Come,
ports
the
and
game is afoot.
remakes of previous Ace Attorney games. Now, in this case, I'm glad they
The ship,
localized this.
with our friends from the east, sailed steadily towards the distant horizon.
Thank you, narrator Watson, that
But
is
Sholmes'
not
face
real.
was alight with joy.
Oh, this is not a real. This is
Times
Iris
may
writing a
change,
book.
but a steadfast friendship will remain true, Wilson.
Like,
We have
Wilson
but to
is a
gently
complete
close our eyes.
fabrication.
And
We
we
are
are
with
with
our
our
companions
There we go.
once more.
Cute. Cute Iris.
So, I do just that.
Yay!
And when I do, I can hear his strong, familiar voice ring out.
Objection! Time for the tamest objection of all time. Yeah, okay.
Until we meet again, Bruno.
Great Ace Attorney. Well, after almost 2 years, it is complete. Director Scenario Planning, Shu Takumi. The GOAT! The GOAT! Praise him! Praise him! I've been thoroughly inundated with inquiries about my remote cinematograph since that day. But I'm no purveyor of electrical goods. And what of the promised close-court secrecy? Anyway, I've decided an absence from London is in order. A sojourn in distant climes. The Empire of Japan, perhaps. Please, make a third game. Maybe that's why they made these ports, so we could make a third game. Come on, make a third game.
I gave a little note to Hurley the other day. It just said, "Thank you for everything, Daddy." But it made Hurley cry. And I gave him some lotion I'd invented as well, to dye his hair red safely.
Bro, he doesn't need to dye his hair red anymore. The redheaded gang. The redheaded gang. That does not feel like the same. Okay, the fourth, I said it earlier, fourth and fifth case of this game combined, the one, like, mega case, even longer, I think I can say it officially now, longer than 1-5. Longer than the first game's fifth case, which is crazy. Once, unable to bear the burden of that grim pseudonym, I even retired from the somewhere. Despite everything, I still wear your prosecutor's badge with pride. But the darkness that once beset me is no more, as you too are no more. In the words of a young foreign friend of mine, I must strive towards a brighter future. Oh, this is the last time I'm gonna jam out to this awesome song on stream. Let's crank it up all the way. I don't know, does that actually make it any louder on the stream's end, or does it just make it louder on my end? It's clear to load the stuff out. The boss was trying to protect me, see? They're trying to protect me from the Reaper. And that's exactly what me and Chief Inspector Toby here are gonna keep doing for Toby the dog! Let's go. I only wish I could have said how grateful I was before he, you know. Whoa, what is this part? This part's new. Jaina, truth is, not the upstanding fella you think I am. It might be a diver at art, but it's a good art. It reminded me to be true to myself. I got one more job to take care of before it's tot of London town for the foreseeable. And then, I've got to complete your education in the art of detection a la Gregson, as they say. Too bad he died before he could do that. See, I will always jam out to the credits, even if it's 1 a.m. and I'm curious, I'm like, how long was the final stream I did of this? Stop it. How long was the final stream I did of, the first, like, game? My friend Susato-san is in the British court all the time and doing a wonderful job. Perhaps I should have engaged the services of a regular legal team. Okay, cool.
Mama, is it true about Japanese people? Are they experts in flaying corpses?
Yes, they are. fish corpses on the whole. I don't care about this. I'm looking to see how long... Okay, my final stream of the first Great Ace Attorney was 6 hours and 11 minutes. We've passed that now. The ends of these Great Ace Attorney games are just an inevitable, like, whether you want it or not, whether it works with your schedule or not, you're gonna do, like, the longest stream ever. Not the longest stream ever, but, like, the longest stream ever for me. Oh, this guy.
Here I am again in Great Britain on the invitation of my dear old university friend. He sent me a very nice letter saying he'd like to show me around now that everything was settled. But what have I done? I was so excited I picked this splendid hotel and now I can't afford the bill. Oh, Barack, come to my rescue again, please. I wish I could just vanish into thin air sometimes.
Probably should have started the stream earlier, too. But again, you said I had like 6 hours. And I had more like 9 when you told me that. 2 spills. Mommy?
When I went to make the waxwork impression of Sekira in the cemetery, I realized what had happened. But even in the witness stand of the highest court in the land, I could never speak of it. The Lord Chief Justice and I had struck a bargain, you see. For a faithful reproduction of the visage, there is nothing we 2 spills will not do.
So is this my new longest stream then? I think it might be. These Great Ace Attorney finales, baby. Bum, bum. I can't account for the added voice acting logic time. Yeah. I think it's fair to say that added voice acting time is like 5 to 6 hours turns into 7 to 8. And then my fumbling of several key case points, and the grouse incident added like another hour on top of that. There was nothing I got stuck on today as bad as that grouse thing, though. Thankfully. When I was accepted on the... Okay. Bye, text. However it might have ended, I knew that I wanted you there to see it. If I'd ended up in the dock, there's no one I would have rather had defending me. But now, thanks to you, there's a new path I want to take. I'm sure we'll meet again in the courtroom, my friend. Until then, I leave Kuruma in your care. I liked the credit sequence for the first game. Had this like cool, like where the characters were like walking and following the credits. Does this have that? I liked that in that first one. I guess there's probably still that after all these little scenes.
I've made some tea, Naruhodo-san. It's important that you rest while you can. Once we arrive in Japan, you shall be busy establishing your new office. I'm so delighted to be accompanying you.
I know, Jack, at one point you also thought that I was, like, past the Sholmes-Mikatoba boat deduction, though. So, did you even know exactly how far back I was? Because I was watching, like, a Civ VOD, and you asked me, like, oh, you just did the Great Deduction? That's the best one in the game. And I was talking about the goofy-ass King of Germany one. Clearly you were talking about the final one. Yay, the family photo. Just missed a really important line. I did? Okay, just clip it. Just clip it and I'll watch the clip. Or I'll just watch it in the VOD. Don't... In post-credit scenes. Susato dressed up as a boy. I remember that. Narrator. Peter Ditchers. Susato said Mayaks. God damn it. I like that Albert Hairbrain got his own special voice acting credit. When did he even have a voice acted line? This one took me longer to beat than the first one, though, I will say. Well, I gotta watch him, like, walk on the line. I'm not gonna just, like, cut off the game. I know it's just, like, credits now, but... Oh my god, Sham Spear. The B guy. The B guy. The Jenna Ortega feet stream incident. The gassy soap feet stream incident. Good times. With the B guy that I gave the mic from Breaking Bad voice. I love Sham Spear. That whole case was, like, funny. Very funny. I feel like it was, like, what the Garadib case wanted to be. Madam Two Spells. Mommy Two Spells. I know we just got a scene with her earlier, but... This game took... yeah, it took... Okay, I did my first stream of this game in, like, October of last year, so it did take me longer than the first one. The first one only took me, like, 9 months, 8 months. This one took me over a year. But to be fair, this one is longer. Like, if I just look at this length of my stream VODs, and it's like, this one is clearly, this one is a longer game. The first 3 cases of the first game are all, like, 8 hours, maybe? 6 to 8 hours. This game, they go into, like, 12. And both games took me about 2 months. Well, yeah, that's what, when you're just, like, binging them, yeah. And you're just binging, and you're not, and you're, like, if I streamed this every day, or, like, every time, or even, like, every time I streamed, I probably would have been done with both games in, like, 6 months, maybe. And that's honestly, like, a high estimate. They're doing their dance! Jigoku. Why? Jigoku, don't be hanging out here like you aren't one of the bad... Oh, Strongheart's here, too. Boo! Boo! Strongheart was a good villain, though. He was kind of like Gant 2.0, but Gant was a really good villain, too. So. Kazuma! And then the sword thing. Yeah. Remember when I said I wanted to make a, he's okay. You don't like him that much as a villain? Or I guess okay is not, but... Okay is not bad, but... Good call. Remember when I said I wanted to make a tier list of the cases? Not doing that tonight. I mean, I figured that wasn't going to happen tonight. The second that I got another to be continued screen. Edgeworth 2 made a... Ace Attorney villains are hard to make nuanced. Edgeworth 2 made a game. Well, now that I'm done with this game, I can play Edgeworth 2 at some point. Edgeworth. Or maybe we can play Edgeworth at some point. Group Edgeworth stream. We will do it together. Let's go. But now I can go to bed. The Great Ace Attorney 2 Resolve. Fiend. Okay. End. Go. Fade. Fade to black. Ooh. The Risen Resolve. For completion of the final chapter of the Great Ace Attorney 2. Couldn't see that because my webcam was over here. There is no third game. I know. Wednesday or take a feed. Alright, close the game. Alright, that's this is gonna I'm a quick outro this. Goodbye. Have a good day. Night, whatever. Good night, everyone. I'm glad I finally finished this long ass game. Can make a tier list at some point. later, and then maybe play Edgeworth games. Goodbye. Night, buddy.